Fuck black history, ain't no black history. This ain't black history, this ain't that you'll see. They don't know about me, you don't know about me. They gon' know about me, you gon' know about me. See, I am not a slave, I was born to slide, I am not afraid. Hop about the K, oh yeah, free to God, they went out of state. I'm a child of God, I do not belong to the United States. Fuck black history, tell Uncle Sam he can catch a fade. I went to hell, school, graduated at the top of my class. Still never thought I was over my peers. We did that time together 12 years. Ain't that some movie? I think that it is. They won't control me, I'm really a member. I traveled that road, I came back with the jewels from. When I pull up, they pee how the roof gone. We some dog killers, won't chew bones. Know we all spit on, we supreme. Somewhere I read a nigga had a dream. Did them dirty, they keep playing back that same to us, but it bullshit. If you win the battle, you can tell the story and delete whoever, get whoever glory. Hope you listen closely, this ain't metaphor. This is straight up real and I prepared you for it. MLK was a motherfucking agent. At first he ain't know it, cause really they played him. They showed him the front of the building, they tell him the back was burning. But the secret they gave him, he tried to reveal it. Go back and listen to that I Have a Dream and the speed that he gave on the night before they killed him. He climbed up that mountain and sink the promised land. That boy was a mason. By writing, they sealed them documents forever. But I know masons in Atlanta know better. They said he would kill cause of prejudice, yeah, but they lied to you. Here I come with that shovel on yelling fuck black history. Ain't no black history. See, they gon' know about me. You gon' know about me. See, I am not a slave. I was born to slide. I am not afraid. Hop about that K. Oh yeah, free the guys. They went out of state. Yeah, I'm a child of God. I do not belong to the United States. Yeah, fuck black history. Tell Uncle Sam he can catch a fade. They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment. What if I told you you was born sovereign and all you ever had to do was admit this shit? What if I told you that this was your ancestor land? That mean that they was the immigrants. Wait, I think that someone tried to explain that 100 years later. The Negro was still in exile in his own land. Natural birthright, Malcolm X style. What was Holmes saying? That's the curse, right? Fuck black history, ain't no black history. This ain't black history, this ain't that you'll see. They don't know about me, you don't know about me. They gon' know about me, you gon' know about me. See, I am not a slave, I was born to slide, I am not afraid. Hop about the K, oh yeah, free to God, they went out of state. I'm a child of God, I do not belong to the United States. Fuck black history, tell Uncle Sam he can catch a fade. I went to hell, school, graduated at the top of my class. Still never thought I was over my peers. We did that time together 12 years. Ain't that some movie? I think that it is. They won't control me, I'm really a member. I traveled that road, I came back with the jewels from.
Yeah. Woo. Wild Indian, yeah.
AV, line them up.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Ain't really Indian, that boy fugazi. I just keep it player, you can never play me. You got an ass so fat, girl, let's make a baby. And another one. Then I'm back to the trap, I'm trying to double song. She a bad woke chick and I love her tongue. We some jurisdiction boys, we some 101s. Look, don't compare me to no Martin dog, I'm like Malcolm X. Die by our freedom, we'll leave a crack and stretch. Round of applause, boy, you know we clapping text. Chucky dog, child play, yeah, nigga, that's what's next. Open up the cans just like Arizona. Pull up masked up like we got the Rona. We set up jurisdictions when we buy the corner. How you claiming that's your hood and you not the owner? Be the beat, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep an Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
Like my niggas said, bitch, we the sheep. I can't keep the peace. If it pop off, then I want a piece. I'm just on release. I'm in go mode, motherfucker thief. In these streets like EBT, when we at war, make peace with me. I don't give a damn, understand. Fuck who stole this land, white or black or tan. Understand, it's fuck who stole this land. Might have seen me get a little buddy these hands. He wasn't no Abbo man. A lot of these dudes is Sambo man. They full of shit like my ammo can. What they call an N-word out the wrong mouth, that's an ambulance. Wild Indian, get it in advance, or you can post date it. Ask around, I'm the most hated. Straight sacred, they stole acreage. Go ape shit, show ain't shit. It won't be televised, I don't tape shit.
Be the beat, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep a Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the sheep.
Hey, shout out to that Jar Bricks and that what's his name? Phase on one. I think I'm saying it right. Peace and love to the family. Hold on, let me remove this overlay real quick. Peace and love to the. Ooh, I ain't had my stuff ready. Look at me. Peace and love to the family. Peace and love to the chat. What's up, y'all? Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Please like, share, subscribe. I'm about to put my subscribers mode on. I ain't playing with nobody. I don't want anybody unwanted in my chat today because it's time to go in. Period. Y'all see the title? Y'all see the vibes? Y'all know what it is. Period. And we're going to get down to the bottom of some things today. Like that Black history is some serious business because Black history has kind of been distorted for so long that it's leaving us in limbo today. Like we don't really know where our roots come from. We don't, like, some of us don't. A lot of us don't know who we are. And then when we have the conversation around indigeneity, it's so much pushback. It is so much hate towards it because of how somebody look, features, whether your hair is straight, whether you're dark skinned, whether you're light skinned, all of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I think that it's been causing so much confusion that we can't even seem to get ourselves into one collective unit around who we are. We got foundational Black American. We got Moors. We got Hebrew Israelites. We got all of this stuff. And I think at the base of all of that, family, is knowing that all of that stuff lies into being indigenous. All of it. I be so confused when we go through these issues, family. I hate it for us. So real quick, let me go ahead and shout out the chat. Everybody who popped in. P. Moses, Focus Mind, Anthony Williams, Big Dog Philly OG, VOG, a Mary Guy, my sister. Good to see you, baby. Captain Crunch. Who else I didn't get? Big Sis Nisha, P. Moses, 203 Low Gang. What's up, y'all? I hope y'all doing great today. I hope that everybody had a prosperous work day. Whatever was going on, I hope you were able to really, truly have just a fantastic day because life is short. We see that it's a lot going on in the social media age. We see it's a lot going on with our people. We see it's a lot going on in general. And we want to make sure we stay true to what's what. So I want to start off real quick because, like I said, I've been trying not to hold y'all long lately, just kind of trying to get in there and get out. And the questions on I'm going to open up the floor, but I'm going to open it up in a little bit, though. But I want to open up the floor because there's a couple articles I saw that I want to read because it's this thing about Black history for me that's super contradictory. And what upsets me the most about Black history is the way that they try to put us in a box, right? They all want to put us as slaves. They want to put us as these people who were so weak, who could not fight for themselves, who did not defend themselves, who just accepted a certain condition or a certain way of life. And I think that anything outside of that condition or thinking that we were in that condition will add strength to us as a collective. And I think that we miss it a lot. We miss it a lot, right? because I feel like this it's some type of psyop. It's some weird behavior going on. Every time we speak about us being indigenous, it's if they're trying to do their best to continue to hide that fact. It's like no matter what, we have to accept slavery. We have to accept allegedly being stolen from another continent and brought millions of miles across the ocean. We got to accept all of this. But when we don't want to accept that and we want to accept our indigenous roots in America, it's a real problem for these people. It's a real problem for these people, and we need to continue to have people who can speak out and really understand the history, the background of all of this, why we feel this way now, and how we're proving it now. We're proving it through genealogy. We're proving it through paperwork and documentation. It's not this thing around, DNA tests, all of this ratchet stuff that y'all want us to keep depending on, when we know DNA tests are about 25 years old. They just got DNA together for criminality in the 80s, late 80s. So it's like we have to depend on this type of technology, but we have to ignore our grandmothers. We have to ignore our paperwork. And our grandmothers are liars all of a sudden, and they don't know what the hell they're talking about. It's outrageous. So let me start off, because this video is a couple things. It was going, first of all, y'all, what y'all think about this? So I saw this going around. It says no edges. All girls school in Jamaica bans edges. Remember, curtains belong in the house, not on foreheads. I just thought that was funny. It says the kiddies better not get caught up with the edges in this Jamaican girls' school. St. Andrews High School for Girls announced their ban on edges via Instagram. The school has been around since 1925 and says the rules is meant to uphold standards of excellence and for a near and school ready look. So this is interesting to me. Oh crap! I thought it was on the screen, y'all. There you go. Yeah. Catch that. And you know what I find interesting is that no matter what Black Americans do, so-called Black Americans, it's gonna go worldwide. It's like no matter what, it's like what we do transcends the world. So the Black indigenous people of America sets trends, standards. We set the trends, period. Even down the edges, even though I don't care about edges, like I wish they start wearing them too. But it's our creativity that sparks the world and got the people in Jamaica ready to ban the edges. I just thought that was funny. So anywho, let me go on to what I really want to show. So let's talk about this real quick. And shout out to DC, my home.
A lot of discussion online. And as usual, I did a deep dive. And what do you know? That little creek has some historical significance.
How do I get it?
Well, I did a little digging and found out that the name of the creek is called Henson Creek, but it used to be called Broad.
Hold up, y'all. Damn.
In the back of Forest Creek has created a lot of discussion online. And as usual, I did a deep dive. And what do you know? That little creek has some historical significance. Well, I did a little digging and found out that the name of the creek is called Henson Creek, but it used to be called Broad Creek, and it's a runoff of the Anacostia River. And that runoff of the Anacostia River stops right at Forest Creek Apartments, or better known as Regency Park Apartments. So if you follow that creek out of Forest Creek and all the way into what is now DC, you will get to the Anacostia River. So let's talk a little bit about the Anacostia River. The Anacostia River, wrong picture. The Anacostia River was the home of the Nacotchtank, sorry for my pronunciation, or the Anacostian tribe of the indigenous Americans. They were expert fishers and traders, and they lived peacefully along the river from 1608 to 1930. I mean, the Anacostia was so clean and so plentiful with fish that even Captain John Smith, this guy here who was all up in Pocahontas's face, he wrote about it. He was so impressed. And this is a picture of the Anacostians from 1915.
Y'all see that?
Yeah, they look like they could be my cousins. Well, after the
Yes.
Europeans settled, they cleared the land. The area eroded and it became a dumping ground for trash and sewage. The water became toxic. You couldn't do a lot of good fishing there. And then the land was used for illegal duels. And duels is basically when two people would pew pew each other because they needed to settle a beef. So that water caught a lot of bodies. And water holds memory, it holds energy, and it holds emotions, and it adapts to its environment. Sidebar: Marvin Gaye, who was a DC native, used to hang out by the Anacostia for solitude and probably to write some of his wonderful songs. So Forest Creek definitely has a history. I used to live not too far from there. I had no idea that there was an actual creek running back there. But now that I know, I'm glad that I was able to research it and find a little bit of history that can let people know, especially ones who live around there, that there's some significance to that creek back there. And you got a hidden gem behind you with a lot of history. So what do you think of my video? Did you know that there was an actual creek back there? Have you ever jumped over the creek like those young men in the video? Let me know in the comments. Take care and bye-bye.
Yeah, so she was getting a lot of backlash, like in these comments, about whether or not that you seen the picture she showed, whether or not them people was us. And it's really, really a shame, you know what I'm saying, that we got to constantly deal with fighting people so that they can understand that like our roots go way beyond slavery. It goes way beyond these stories that they tell us in history books. And look at the comment right here. So again, we're really supposed to believe that all those people died out in 1930. Yeah, okay. We are native to this land and I'll keep screaming it. That's right, Big Talisa. Shout out to you, sis. Because that ain't nothing but the truth. So when she was talking about the Nakuchank and the Anacostia people, they were Algonquin indigenous people of the northeastern woodlands. So those people had been there. Well, from my understanding, our people have been there as these people, just unknowingly knowing who don't know who they are. And they're trying to say, like, and it's like with most areas within the DMV area, and I have some other stuff I want to pull up too, but it's like with most areas within the DMV, there's always this, oh, they all died, they all this, they all, it's there. They never try to truly connect it back to who the people really are and the people that are still there today and have been there since time immemorial. All right, so let me move right along. So are you guys familiar with Jamin Hansu? So the man who was in Amistad in 1997. And I'm going to go back to some of that indigenous history. Y'all give me a second. But this plays a role too and why it's important that we go over certain things, right? Because I always find it interesting that most of these people who play in these movies, who try to depict our history, they don't even know the tea. Most of them don't even know what took place or didn't even know anything about this alleged transatlantic slave trade. Nonsense. So, anywho, let's read. Actor Jamin Hansu, who starred in Amistad, hopes his Run Walk event will help promote Black history and Afro-descendants' ties to Africa. As a child, Jamin Hansu played soccer on the beaches of his native Benin, a small country in West Africa. He didn't know that those same beaches had been a path for no return, quote, for those led centuries ago to waiting slave ships. It wasn't until the award-winning actor starred in Steven Spielberg's Amistad in 1997 movie about a rebellion on a slave ship that he fully understood the tragic history of the transatlantic slave trade and its lasting impacts. Child, it really opened my mind about who I am, the history of my continent, and the history of the diaspora. Hansen told USA Today in a recent interview, we are very cut off from our past. This is what I find, this is so crazy to me. If this huge atrocity took place, why are all these people from Africa so unaware of it? Why? Why isn't it until they get to the American continent, the United States in particular? Why isn't it until they get here that they're made aware of such a history? You ain't about to sit over there and tell me that Africa is that cut off from the world and that cut off from their own history that they wouldn't know something like this is taking place or has taken place in their history. There is no way. And I just kind of wanted to show this article because I think oftentimes we don't like to think logically about stuff. If a white man told us it happened, whoever, anybody but us telling the story is telling the truth. But when we take over the ranks and we decide to tell the stories, it's a huge problem. How was he unaware of that? But from the time we're born, pushed out of the cootie cat and into public schools, this is the first thing they're drilling into our heads. And nobody thinks that that is some weird behavior or weird work. All right. He says today, Hansu is on a mission to make sure others know the history that forever connects the United States and Europe to African nations, including his home of Benin. So I think these are some pictures. So he was visiting in Hampton, Virginia, it looks like. The first documented Africans in Virginia arrived in August 1619. Lies on the White Lion as English privateer based in the Netherlands. Colonial officials traded food for these 20 and odd Africans. You see, I mean, Dan Calloway did a good job of putting out these people's bullshit because it was never a point in time where they were calling them Africans back then. Oh, yeah, I just wanted to show the full picture of him hugging. Look at these people. They not related to Jamin Hansu. Boy, I ain't got time for the nonsense. And then they trying to take it back to Hampton, Virginia. Look at this. On the water. They want to keep this shit going as much as they can at a healing ceremony. This is on August 24th, y'all. On a beach at Hampton. Look at this. Child, I cannot do it. Look at cuz. Ain't no way, Mo. Look at this. So I guess he did some type of run walk event. Look at that. Where's the similarities at? Where? Cuz stick out like a sore thumb. I ain't about to play with nobody today. Boy, I know what's her face? Mama some truth about that extra bone in the head. I'm telling you right now. Okay, let me go back. Okay, it says as part of that mission, the Jamin Hansu Foundation will host its 4th annual Run Richmond, September 27th in Richmond, Virginia, to preserve and promote Black history. It's 16.19 kilometers distance, 10.6 miles. Is a nod to the year 1619 when a slave ship from Angola arrived in the English colony. Look at how they do it. A slave ship. I cannot... Lord Jesus, please. We already to quote them in the lie about the Clotilda. And now all we got is these imaginary things that we have to go and rely on and believe to be true. But when we denounce this, we some self-hating people. We hate ourselves. We don't love ourselves. Child, stop the nonsense out here. We are tired. That's what it is. We are tired of these people being so afraid of the truth that they got to lie and make up things. Child, I forgot he was Kamora Lee baby daddy. You right, sis. So let's keep going. Hold up. I thought that this was very, very interesting, okay? It says a shorter 6.19 kilometer, 3.85 mile walk run will take place the same day. Along the route, participants can listen via an app to a tour of Black historic sites narrated by Hansu. Hansu hosts at the event will become a pilgrimage for African Americans and others eager to learn more. It's time for Afro descendants to know where they come from and to know who they are and how powerful their history is and how powerful they are as a people. Yeah, we do know who we are. We know where we come from too. And we know it ain't Africa. And if we're talking about 20 odd Negroes that was brought to Hampton, Virginia in 1619, that's 20 people. What makes you think that it wasn't already Black indigenous people already on this landmass? Why is that history always being skipped over? Because my ancestors have been in Virginia. Listen, why is that always skipped over? Why are we taught to believe that we are brought from somewhere else? It's nasty, nasty work. And all they're doing is using him to bring people closer to that type of narrative, because they know a lot of us is coming out of that. And we're not about to hear it no more. Y'all can see him in them pictures with them folks. You can tell he the African. You can tell. How the hell you from somewhere, and instead of you going back to your home and trying to understand why that story wasn't told amongst you and your people, you so busy a part of the propaganda and the agenda to try to make us believe that this is real. You can take 1,000 pictures standing up at this water, at this shore, baby. That don't prove nothing. This nasty work right here. But this is what we constantly have to deal with. Every day, all day. Black history is cap. What they say about being Black, and what that really mean? It says Run Richmond began in 2019, so this has been going on since 2019, the year they marked 400 years since a ship carrying 20 and odd Angolans arrived in Hampton, Virginia. So look, now you know how long we've been here in 400 years. I've been here 400 years, the last 35 years. And it's really, really sickening and disturbing. And I hope, and I know people going to be hopping on this wave because they really believe that this is their history because of something called Africa Town or some bullshit. And you weren't even born to know whether that is the truth or not. It's just what you think is the truth. And that's why I just don't subscribe to all of that other extra stuff. I stay within the realm of us being Black indigenous, so-called Black, but indigenous to the land. That's the realm I stay with because I already know it to be true. It's like, you're not going to tell me that there isn't Black people on every continent of the earth. But then, oh, no. Not the Blacks in the United States, though. It's the weirdest rhetoric I've ever heard in my life. And I just think that no matter what, it's like when we see things like what's going on with this Dakara Thompson case and seeing how our people act, it's like we have a lot of change that got to take place within us. And I think that the only way that people is really going to really gravitate to this information and to the history of who we truly are is if somebody else on a bigger scale reveals it. And people don't like to listen to nobody. You know what I'm saying? They only want to listen to who they think is a liable, valuable source. But your grandmother is not a source. You know what I'm saying? Your family members are not a source. The fact that when you take your DNA test, there is nothing putting you back into Africa except percentages and putting you in several regions. And you don't think it's nothing weird about that. You don't think it's anything weird about that. We got a lot of work to do. So I just want to know in the chat, you know what I'm saying? Can y'all just do me a favor real quick? Can y'all put how far a lot of you guys have gone back in your genealogy and in your history search? How far have you gotten? You could be honest. This ain't a judgment thing here. It's just me curious about how far have you all gone back in your history to like research your family members, both branches, whether it's just your mom's side, whether it's just your dad's side, it doesn't matter. Like, how far have you guys gotten in that search? And peace and love to everybody strolling in, because I want to open up the floor. Hold up. Let me see. Let me see if I could pull this up real quick. Give me 1 second, y'all, because I'm trying to. It's a lot of stuff I'm trying to do at one time, but this stuff really has me really, really tight. You know what I'm saying? Like super tight, because we have to understand and know who we are, and we can't continue to allow people to tell our stories for us. Because when they do, we got a lot of our people who are extremely indoctrinated to the core. Like the one girl who was over there talking about, well, wouldn't that just mean we was the strong ones? No, it don't mean that. It just means you thought something was true and it's not. That's what it means. So let me show y'all this. I'm sure y'all might remember this clip, but let me bring it back out for good faith. Look at that. 1500s, 1400s in Europe. Look at that. 15, 16, and 1700s. So mama, look at that. Look at how far y'all, generations, hundreds of years. And we're talking about the first Africans being dropped off in 1619. And when we know now that the 1619 story is capped, because David Eplis sat right on my channel and said it. Erroneous. So we got to continue to deal with erroneous stories, erroneous tales, while we're looking through historical documents and records of our family, and we finding the total opposite. And I feel like anybody who try to conjecture and try to raise up on us about this is people who have not done their family history or genealogy at all. It's just people who run in their mouth about nothing they really know. So let's go here. Can y'all hear it? Oh, hold up. Okay. They trying, hold on. Let me open it. Hold up, y'all. They trying not to play it. Give me 1 second. Hold up. Can y'all hear it? Okay, y'all still can't hear it. What in the hell? Why is they hating? Okay, let me see. All right, let me just close it all together and bring it back. Y'all can hear me though. All right, it should. All right, let me see if I can pull it up one more time.
I was reading to prepare for this interview. I was quite surprised to see you use
Can
the
y'all hear
word
it now?
Aborigines talking about African Americans.
I've dealt with that issue. I've already, talked publicly about that.
And my purpose here today is to say that I'm very sorry, and I apologize to anyone whose feelings were hurt by my comment.
I've made very, very clear I don't know where that comment comes from.
Well, from your subconscious.
Well, I guess. I mean, it's not even a normal thing anyone would say, even if you meant something in a negative fashion. I don't know if you would pull that out. But for me personally, you can't just close down camp and stop trying to do the things that you think are right. Just because somebody, you may give them an unfortunate bit of ammunition, you still got to continue to fight on and do what's best for the state in the long run. And frankly, it's going to give me the opportunity to, talk about things that I may never been able to talk about before.
You mean the bill?
or the bill, or talk about race relations issues, things like that. I mean, I have a freedom that a lot of people don't have because of that.
Because you used the word Aborigine.
Because I've been through the fire, and I can talk to people, I can relate to people, I can let them know what kind of person I am, and we can talk about things that sometimes have been a little bit taboo.
So because it allowed you to reach audiences you might not otherwise have reached, do you not regret saying it?
I think it gives me some opportunities. I went and spoke to a group.
Yeah, don't regret it. Don't regret it.
City councilwoman's community meeting, probably 95% African American, and because of things that I regret, offhand remark I should not have made.
Using the word Aborigine.
Right, offhand remark.
Look at how he trying. This dude that's hosted, he ain't shit.
Should not have made.
Which you don't want to say.
Yeah.
Because he know he meant what he said. And the only reason he went back on it is because of backlash. And I got the actual article too, and I'm going to read it.
No better. But what it allowed me to do, they actually listened to what I said, probably more than they would have anybody else, because they want to see.
Because they want to erase.
This is that guy. This is that person.
Nah, he told the truth. They didn't like it. And now it's all this hoopla around. It was all that hoopla around it. So let's go here. So it says, and I'm sure y'all familiar with Scott Beeson and seen this before, but we're going to go back over it because it's like anytime somebody want to speak out, somebody of this type of complexion here wants to speak out on truth, they get backlash for speaking out on truth. Because anything that puts us in a realm of being powerful beyond measure, they cannot take it. So it says a powerful Republican leader in the state of Alabama apologized Tuesday for referring to blacks as Aborigines on recording played during a federal gambling corruption trial. Senator Scott Beeson of Gardendale said his comments were careless and unnecessary, and he wants to set things right. Democrats said he ought to step down, and the Democrats said he ought to step down as a chairman of the Senate Rules Commission, even though the Republican caucus said he would remain. Goddamn. Ridiculous Democrats. Beeson was recorded making the remarks about gamblers in predominantly black Greene County. He made the recordings by helping the FBI investigate claims of lawmakers being bribed by gambling interests to pass a bill legalizing video poker games. In one transcript, is that the video? Oh no. In one transcript, Beeson and two other Republican legislators were talking about economic development in Greene County and the customers at one of its largest employer, Green Track Casino in Utah. That's y'all's Indians, one Republican said. They're Aborigines, but they're not Indians, Beeson replied. Reading a statement at a Gardendale Civic Center, Beeson said, "Our purpose today is to say, I am very sorry and I apologize to anyone whose feelings were hurt by my comment," as we heard. So it's really sad. One Republican said the black people are the Indians. The other one said they Aborigines, but not Indians. So somewhere up there in that congressional bullshit that's going down, people know the truth. And instead of that truth being embraced and being pushed and being recognized, we are dealing with people who are scared to speak to speak the truth. Scaredy cats. Ridiculous. And this is why we're still fighting people today about who we are. And this is way back in 2011. And to even sit over there, act like you ain't mean what you said, boy, you knew you was getting recorded by the FBI. And that's interesting that they released that statement. But it's like we can't find him saying it anywhere. So now that we know it was a statement that was released. Because I kept wondering why we can't find him actually saying it. But like I said, I think even when he was speaking, let's go back, he still was reluctant to take it back. Let's go back. This man was still reluctant to go back on it. He apologized because y'all was hurt.
When I was reading to prepare for this interview, I was quite surprised to see you use the word Aborigines talking about African Americans.
You know, I've dealt with that issue. I've already, talked publicly about that.
And my purpose here today is to say that I'm very sorry, and I apologize to anyone whose feelings were hurt by my comment.
I've made very, very clear I don't know where that comment comes from.
Well, from your subconscious.
Well, I guess. I mean, it's not even a normal thing anyone would say, even if you meant something in a negative fashion. I don't know if you would pull that out. But for me personally, you can't just close down camp and stop trying to do the things that you think are right. Just because somebody, you may give them an unfortunate bit of ammunition, you still got to continue to fight on and do what's best for the state in the long run. And frankly, it's going to give me the opportunity to talk about things that I may never been able to talk about before.
You mean the bill?
Well, the bill, or talk about race relations issues, things like that. I mean, I have a freedom that a lot of people don't have because of that.
Because you used the word Aborigine.
Because I've been through the fire, and I can talk to people, I can relate to people, I can let them know what kind of person I am, and we can talk about things that sometimes have been a little bit taboo.
So because it allowed you to reach audiences you might not otherwise have reached, do you not regret saying it?
I think it gives me some opportunities. I went and spoke to a group in the city of Birmingham. It was a city councilwoman's community meeting, probably 95% African American. And because of, things that I regret, offhand remark I should not have made.
Using the word Aborigine.
Right, offhand remark I should not have made.
Which you don't want to say.
Yeah, I know better.
Yeah, he don't even want to say that he ain't mean to say it. Because he know exactly what he meant. And that's a shame that you could be bullied this way. Bullied. But meanwhile, this is going
Senator
on.
Elizabeth Warren tonight with a new apology over a claim about her heritage. It comes after the Washington Post published a handwritten document from 1986 on which Warren identifies her race as American Indian. And the apology comes just days before she's set to officially kick off her presidential campaign. Mary Bruce on the Hill tonight.
Dogged by criticism for her claims of Native American heritage, tonight Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren says she's sorry.
It is about an apology from the heart, an apology for not being more sensitive to tribal citizenship and tribal sovereignty.
The 2020 presidential hopeful is again facing backlash after the Washington Post published her 1986 Texas bar registration card. There, under race, Warren listed herself as American Indian.
It was based on my understanding from my family's stories, but family stories are not the same as tribal citizenship.
Warren insists there's no evidence her claims ever advanced her career, but President Trump has long mocked Warren, relishing his nickname for her.
Pocahontas, 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 Elizabeth Warren.
In October, Warren tried to take on Trump by taking a DNA test.
What do the facts say?
The facts suggest that you absolutely have a Native American ancestor in your pedigree.
She was told she had a Native American ancestor in the range of 6 to 10 generations ago, but it didn't quell the controversy. Tonight, still lingering as Warren is set to launch her campaign this weekend.
Have you considered it always gets you wondering, you know what I'm saying? Because you see a lot of this going on where these people are able to claim it because they got one ancestor, alleged ancestor that was a so-called Native American. But they could be American Indian though.
Thank you. No answer on that, but Elizabeth Warren and the apology today. Mary Bruce with us from Capitol Hill. There's also news tonight. We're awaiting two others who could join this growing Democratic field looking to take on President Trump, Mary.
Yeah, David, Beto O'Rourke, the former Texas congressman whose Senate race catapulted him to national prominence, was pressed by Oprah Winfrey about his next move, saying he will make a decision.
Okay, it looked like they moved on. So let's go here.
I just think we're so far removed from the event. It was the original sin of the country, and I think let's just make it a more perfect union rather than looking backward, because I don't know where it stops when you do that.
Do you think the idea deserves to be studied further? Some of the 2020 presidential candidates have said that there should be a commission to study the idea further.
I'm not there. I want to move. Listen, the original sin is real. We've tried to overcome all of our mistakes with the American Indian, you name it. We're not a perfect country, but we're trying to form a more perfect union, and I don't think this helps.
All right.
slavery.
Let's say that one more time. So the conversation was in context to American slavery.
Yeah.
What do you
He made this comment.
I just think we're so far removed from the event. It was the original sin of the country, and I think let's just make it a more perfect union rather than looking backward, because I don't know where it stops when you do that.
Do you think the idea deserves to be studied further? Some of the 2020 presidential candidates have said that there should be a commission to study the idea further.
You know, I'm not there. I want to move. You know, listen, the original sin is real. We've tried to overcome all of our mistakes with the American Indian, you name it. We're not a perfect country, but we're trying to form a more perfect union, and I don't think this helps.
Child, messy. All right, so let's go here real quick, y'all. Let's just keep on going.
Joe Rogan experience. But cultures aren't static.
Right.
And we're not static. And I think one of the major issues that American Indians have is that we are often stereotyped into this picture. And if we don't fit that, then we're not legitimately Indian. When you first met me, what did you think? Did you think, well, where's her brown skin? Where's the feathers? I mean, this is
No,
I don't think you did. But I guess it's a rhetorical question. Oh, hell yes. So,
well, are you 100% Native American?
No, absolutely not.
What percentage are you?
And that's. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. What other? So, blood quantum is an imposition from the federal government.
Yep.
That has been used to weed out Native Americans. So the whole idea of U.S. federal policy has been to assimilate Indians, to rid themselves of the Indian problem so that land and resources could be obtained, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so blood quantum was one way that the U.S. government could do that. So if you didn't meet what they thought was some kind of purity test, then they could write you off, right? But that is not how many Indian nations view tribal citizenship or membership. It's through other types of cultural continuity, family relationships, and it's not about race. That's been an imposition on us. So I'm Polish.
All right.
And Choctaw.
So half and half?
Something like that.
Polish Choctaw woman, child.
Like that. Cynthia Ann Parker is probably a good example of that, right? Because she was 0% Native American, but was purely Comanche.
Right. Absolutely.
Italians are very similar. I'm Italian, but I have a last name that's Irish because I'm 1/4 Irish. So growing up around Italians, it was always like a way they made fun of me. You know, it was always a funny thing. Like, are you sure you're Italian? You know, like this, it's a, you know, it's like, it's a purity test. Like Italians like a nice last name with a lot of vowels.
Yeah.
You know, it's that's what they like.
And it's really interesting. So, as executive director of the Association on American Indian Affairs, we get tons of inquiries. Probably the top inquiry we get are people wanting to do DNA tests to determine what tribe they belong to. So everyone seems to want to be Indian. And even some people are emboldened enough to say, you know, hey, I did my DNA test. It says I'm Native American. Where's my Indian check?
Really?
So there's so many misconceptions about what it means to be Native American.
That's a real issue?
Yes.
It is. You know what's so crazy? You have to be very, very understanding of the terminology that she is using. She is using Native American specifically. And we all know that there is a huge difference between a Native American and an American Indian. Two different things. Because we know that Native American is the what? It's the political term. It's the term that was that came about in 1924. We understand that history because we know that they were Chinos and all these other things. And all of a sudden, somehow, they've been allowed to go to Indian school, adopt certain languages, create their own languages, and say, hey, these were the original languages of the land. Stop with the lies.
That doesn't exist, but there's some kind of fantasy or myth that many people in the U.S. have kind of believe about Indians, because we don't know. It's not like it's taught well in school. It's not like this is part of a normal dialogue.
And can you correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that it can really clearly identify what nation you're from.
No, DNA test can't. It
can
cannot
identify whether you have certain genetic traits that might be from
Oh, Joe Rogan, tell him the truth about that DNA.
North America, like Canada, or it might be from South America as well, right?
Right. Yeah. So
Hey,
if you really want to learn about your history and heritage, you have to do that genealogical research. And if you weren't aware, there's 574 federally recognized tribes and about 300 other tribal groups in the United States.
300 other on top of the 500.
Yeah, that aren't recognized by the United States for many reasons.
Wow.
And so each one of those tribes have their own laws, they have their own systems of governance, their own, whether it's a traditional form of government or a written constitutional government, and each one of them have their own eligibility requirements for citizenship. So you have to do your own genealogy. And then if you do find who you may be affiliated with, then you go to that nation and you talk to them about what their eligibility requirements are. Some of them are.
Y'all hearing what she's saying? And this is why a lot of us as so-called Black Americans, when y'all want to go and affiliate yourselves with the 5 civilized tribes and the tribes that are recognized federally, you run into a lot of issues. Just like when we watched that interview with the man from Virginia who clear as day dad was the chief of the tribe, his grandfather. I think it was his dad was the chief of the tribe, and the other one sitting up there denying it. I'm about to pull that up next.
Residency, some of them are familial relations, and some of them are blood quantum.
The term Indian, is that okay to use?
That's actually a legal term of art. So Indian is a defined legal term in federal law.
Of art?
It's a legal term of art.
What does that
sorry,
mean?
I'm a lawyer.
Oh,
That just means that it's a defined federal term that has a specific definition in U.S. code. We tend to like to be called the nation that we belong to,
right?
Who our people are.
So for you, it would be Choctaw.
Choctaw, right?
And for others, whatever, Cherokee, what have you.
A lot of people use Native American, and that's a broad term because that really can define folks from south of the invisible border or north of the invisible border and in the Western Hemisphere. So it's a much broader term. Indigenous peoples is a great term. Yeah.
A lot of people in Canada, they use First Nation.
First Nation. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And they have a very interesting relationship with First Nation people up there. It's similar but different.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they have very different rules in terms of like hunting and fishing, and they basically could do whatever they want. Whereas the people that live, I have friends that live in Alberta, and First Nation people can, they don't have hunting seasons. They just do whatever they want. They basically say, look, let's just pretend like we never invaded, and you just live how you would normally, but with modern equipment. So it's a little odd, but there's no way getting around it being odd.
Hey, family. Listen, family. We not putting up with the nonsense. She even just made it super duper clear. Like, and if you think that that's applying to y'all, I mean, to them as white folks, imagine the nonsense that they trying to put on us as so-called Black Americans, completely trying to remove us. Hold up. I'm going to go to that interview first, and then we're going to listen to some of these Asians speak out on the truth. Because, where is it? Did I already put it up? Give me a second, y'all. 2 seconds. Let me find the interview real quick. I just had it up. All right, here you go.
I'm Barbara Ham Lee. Tonight, a lesson on the Charanhaka Nottoway Indian tribe and how a man named Walter Ashby Plecker forever changed the relationship between Native Americans and African Americans in Southampton County, Virginia. Please welcome to another view Chief Walt Red Hawk Brown, Chief of the Charanhaka Nottoway tribe, William Lamb Spread Eagle Howell, War Chief of the tribe, and Dr. Tommy Bozier, historian at Norfolk State University. Welcome to the program, gentlemen.
Thanks for having us, Bob. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Now, I wanted, before we get into the details of Mr. Plecker and kind of what happened, because basically your tribe has experienced what's some called documentary genocide. Tell us a little bit about the beginning of the tribe.
Well, as you're aware, in 1912, Dr. Walter Plecker became the first director of the Bureau of Vital Statistics. Prior to that, there were no birth certificates, and he was a director up until the 1940s, 1946, until his death. But he was part of the eugenics movement, which was a movement about creating one race of people, which was white, and everything else was put in a pot, as Tina Marie would say, and stir it up and call colored. But he went beyond board on that, wherein as far as first Americans are concerned, he changed birth certificates and marriage license. He even put out letters to census takers in 1930 that people such as myself that are first Americans or Native Americans, that he considered us as being bastards, that we were just trying to be Indian to marry into the white race.
And you see how he's trying to make it seem like Walter Ashby Plecker was talking about day asses. These Asians? Child, listen.
That in the 30s, he gave a presentation in New York City and on eugenics, and there were commanders associated with Adolf Hitler that attended that particular meeting.
But basically, when he was the registrar for the Bureau of Vital Records, he changed the names of Indian people in Southampton County.
Exactly.
Their race from Indian to...
And how many times on my channel, some of y'all new to my channel, a lot of y'all is not. A lot of y'all been with me since day one, and I love y'all down for that. And I've shown videos, especially of the Lenape Indians, several other places in Virginia where races were crossed out, eyes were turned into bees. We've shown so much proof of Walter Plecker's impact, to the point where they're trying to, smack it, flip it, rub it down into something that they wanted to believe, when the whole time the person next to them is the people that it affected, not you. You're just cosplaying. But let's carry on.
To Negro or color.
Well, it was referred to as colored, and basically all the tribes in Virginia in the early 1900s were referred to as colored. Okay, then after the 1924 Racial Integrity Act, everything that was in that colored bowl became Negro. Okay, and that's one of the reasons why
everything in the colored bowl became Negro. Hold up. Why would they call y'all Negroes? The Siberians?
Their race from Indian to Negro or color.
Well, it was referred to as colored, and basically all the tribes in Virginia in the early 90s.
Do me a favor, family. Put a 1 in the chat. And when I'm talking about people who's done genealogy research, people who's done genealogy only, how many of y'all got relatives who's been labeled as colored on their official vital records? Put a 1 if you do, and if you don't put nothing. Just put a 1 if a lot of y'all ancestors had colored on records. There we go. Yep. There you go. Look at them ones. Look at that. But somehow he just literally said everything that was colored became Negro. Where was y'all at? Because I keep wondering, where was these Asians, these Siberians? Where were y'all? Where was y'all at when we were shooting in the gym? I'm so confused. The ancestors, our ancestors' identities were the ones that were changed. Cuz look terrible. Chief wearing a bird's nest. Looking crazy. Looking crazy. Let's keep rolling.
1800s were referred to as colored, okay? Then after the 1924 Racial Integrity Act, everything that was in that colored bowl became Negro, okay? And that's one of the reasons why in 1968, the Supreme Court...
So I can see he was trying to be truthful about what happened with the Racial Integrity Act, but you sitting up there acting like it applied to y'all, like they was calling y'all colored, when those water fountains and stuff was there, colored and white, that y'all was going to a color fountain. You expect us to believe that? Where was y'all at?
Court overthrew that Racial Integrity Act and gave Native Americans the right, if they were born before July 1970.
They think we stupid. That's all. And they're mad at the pioneers. They're mad at the Dane Callaways. They're mad at the Top Cats. They're mad at the chief Phoebe and Tim. They're mad at everybody. The Sosolinas, they're mad at everybody that's speaking out on this American Indian truth and who it truly applies to. Y'all sick.
To come forward to the Bureau of Indian Affairs and correct those records that have been changed.
But now your tribe was in Southampton County well before all of this.
Of course.
Okay.
Matter of fact, our history really dates back, according to some.
And I got records, and let me pull up that record before I continue to let him talk about the Cherokee Nottoway. That they were originally a dark-skinned tribe. Hold up. Where'd it go? Is this it? William Byrd. Where'd it go? Hold on. I'm going to let it play and I'm going to pull it up and find it. And I'm going to put it back on the screen. Because they leave out a lot of stuff, y'all. And we not taking it. And I'm going to open up the panel for discussion.
Archaeologists in 900 AD. Well, we have a archaeological dig that was done in Southampton County, which dates back, carbon dated, to 1580. In that particular dig, it's called the hand site dig, and it's called catalog 44SN22. 131 skeletal remains of my ancestors were dug up, and they're now laying in shoe boxes in the Smithsonian. One of the goals that we have with our Caddis-Harriet town that we're putting together is to have those reinterred, brought back to the county. But what's so interesting about that is that one of the grave remains has been carbon dated to be a colonial lady, about 25, 26 years old. And in her grave, it was 6 foot buried, 6 foot down. There was her sewing kit, her comb, and also the scissors, which are on file at the Department of Historical Resources in Richmond, Virginia. So the history is documented. We are the only tribe in the Commonwealth of Virginia that ever had a gubernatorial mandated special census. As you know, the census is done every year starting 1790, every 10 years. There was a special census done in Southampton County in Cortland, Virginia, at that time was called Jerusalem, wherein the trustees of the reservation went out and actually recorded the names of individuals living on the reservation, even though they didn't document everybody living there because they coined this term metrilineal. And if the woman was a mulatto, or if the woman was referred to as free people of color, and if the male was a Cherokee Nottoway, they didn't count the children. So they coined metrilineal instead of patrilineal. But the history is very rich there in Southampton County.
Now, War Chief Howell, if someone looked at you right now, they would say that you were African American, would they not? Now, your grandfather, though, was supposed to have been, according to records.
Do you see how they do with us? Supposed to have been. You see how they do?
Was.
Oh, he was the last. Well, no, but according to he wasn't the last.
He was, bitch.
Last
right,
of
exactly,
the Nottoway
exactly.
of the Cherokee Nottoway tribe, though. Tell us about him.
Well, my grandfather he passed away in 1960, and I was born in 1947, and he married. It was a black woman, and they had one child, which was my mother. But I had a chance to meet him and because I was a young fellow when he passed away, and he was kind of a quiet man. He didn't hardly say anything, and now it's coming clear as why he was so quiet, because what happened to his people. And
did he talk to you about your heritage?
No. Yeah, I used to ask my mother, I said, why is my grandfather so quiet? He never had much to say. And it's coming pretty clear to me as why he was so quiet.
Because at that time,
and it's becoming
they
clear
did not
he's
talk
up
about
there
being
so
Indians
quiet
because
too.
you could be jailed, correct?
Exactly.
Right.
There was a lot of bad things that could have happened to you if you were native and if you were caught off the reservation. In some cases, you could be shot
You see how you keep cutting him off?
on sight. Okay. But getting back to William Lamb, who Paramore and Floyd Painter, Paramore wrote the history of Southampton County, said was the last Cherokee Nottoway riding a bicycle in court. And again, we know that was not true because William Lamb Howell, who was my war chief, is his grandson. But that's typical of what happened to first Americans in the Commonwealth. How things were done to actually change, not only to change one's race, but to change one's ethnicity, to take away their traditions, to take away their cultures, etc. And I'd like to go back to the 1808 Cherokee Nottoway Indian census to my fifth foster great grandmother, who was Queen Edith Turner.
Foster! Fifth foster great grandmother. What do foster mean, family? So you ain't So you ain't nothing. You Indian through a fifth foster great grandmother. Foster? I didn't even catch him when he said that the first time. Child, it's getting ridiculous out here in these streets.
Name was really
exactly. Y'all know what foster means. Cut the nonsense.
Wane Runsira, but the whites call her Turner. And the names, the colonial names, were given to us the same basically as the slave mentality.
Just keep telling us how y'all stole the identity.
If your mother was a slave and living on a reservation, that means your child was a slave and that you took on the name of the master. So what had happened with Native people, we didn't have colonial names. We had Native names. My fourth great-grandmother's name was Carahoot. That was her native name. But when they did the census, they pinned her as being Mary Polly Whitson, who married Pearson's Turner and became Mary Turner and went over to Artistown in 1825, along with the Bozeman, the Browns, the Artists, the Boones, and the Whitsons, and just stayed there until the early 1990s.
So
that's interesting too, because I know some Bozemans.
If you look at the records, then you would think that there would be no Indians in Southampton County of Cherokee Nottoway Indians, but we know that there are. So when did this shift change for people to start researching and accepting their native heritage?
Well, I give you an example of my family. My grandfather had 18 kids, okay? And he always shared with us our native heritage. His wife was Ophelia Rogers. That was my father's mother. She was the daughter of Alex Rogers, that is listed.
All right. Because all you doing is telling a bunch of cap. Now.
Is trying to say that birthright citizenships of Native Americans isn't a real thing. That we were not here, and so it's not all right just to be a citizen of America because, pause, now I'm hearing because we actually came from Siberia and we weren't always here.
Trump out here doing his big one, huh? Okay, let's get into it. I know everybody's talking about this, right? The birthright citizenship of Native Americans, because you know you can't be a citizen and indigenous all at the same time. We already got that squared away, right? Okay. But do you know who signed that act into existence? Okay, let's go to their daddy. In 1924, President Calvin Coolidge is the reason why the Native Americans got Indian citizenship, okay? And let's remember, all this right here was not...
Hold up. Hold up, Bo. We got to go back to cuz hold up. See, this is what we're supposed to depend on. You're denying the birthright of the man next to you. Lying, saying that them weren't his people. Saying his people was not the chief of the tribe. Meantime, you're adopted. Sir. Miss me with it. Hold up, Mo, because he was spilling a lot of tea that we was not catching when we initially watched this.
On the 1808 Shernock-Ottawa Indian census, who was tried for murder in 1820 and found guilty of second-degree murder, did 12 years of hard labor, got out and went into Nansemond County, married, and went over to Hertford County. But at that time, Native people could not testify for each other. I have the whole court case. It was really self-defense. Now, Native people, my people, were classified as mulatto. Okay. Now, that was a term that not necessarily mean half white, half black.
Why he lying? They were not calling y'all mulattoes.
Half Indian, half white, half Indian, half black. It was a term that the colonials created back in the early 1700s. And in reality, in many cases, it means purebred Native American. And that term mulatto, I mean, the first one was 1824,
now,
the first racial integrity.
Okay. So since he said that means full-blooded so-called Native American, right? Y'all put a one in the chat if y'all got ancestors on y'all damn census records as mulattoes. Put a one in the chat. Because I know y'all do. This is the outrageous nonsense that I be talking about. Because if we don't catch people in their lies, we'll continue. Look at the chat flooded with ones, already flooded. Up here lying because he's trying to make sure that whatever history that they claim to be true about them remains preserved. But it won't. Because what William Byrd say? They were dark-skinned queens. Y'all do not have dark skin. I don't care what nobody say. I don't care what nobody says.
(1824) and then 1924 was the last one in Virginia.
Amazing.
That was
shout out to the chat
about doing the plechorism. So when you're doing genealogical searches, unless you can talk to your ancestors, your parents, your grandmothers, great grandmothers, and I tell people when I do presentations, talk to your people and ask from whence came I. And
see, even though I don't like what cuz up here doing, he ain't lying about going to talk to your family. From whence do I come? That's real shit. You have to go and look through your family. Peace, Epic Studies. Peace, Akamak. Peace to the family. Randy James, Z. Peace to y'all. Roger W. Holy Zoli Toli. Peace. Cosmo, my big bro. Peace. Peace. Because we're not about to play with these people any more about this.
So I can know how far I still have to go, okay? Because Go ahead.
Let me ask Dr. Bozier. Talk to me about the relationship then as Indians started.
And see, this doctor, whoever, about to come up here with some nonsense too.
To assimilate into other cultures because they weren't recognized on their own. What was happening back then?
Yes, and especially when I was growing up, it was standoffish between the Indian Native American community.
Yes, you gotta be clear. These people who adopted themselves into being these quote Native Americans was making sure that they pushed out folks out. And they did just that. They did just that. Hey Zay, peace and love. And once again, real quick, let me thank you for this beautiful background. Shout out to you, Zay, for making that background for me. It's so pretty. I get so many compliments on it. So again, thank you so much, baby, for that. Because it looks good and I love it down. And when I take some more photos, we gonna hook it up and do something different because I got some stuff working. I want to do, my graduation cap and gown, stuff like that. Show the girls what it's giving. My dance pictures. We're gonna do some different stuff. So we'll chit chat. I'll email you. All right. So anywho.
African American community because of what had happened to them with past relationships and the plecker.
And I just want to know, at what point in time were these people called mulattoes? These Asians? You about to tell me that y'all were called child? I am not about to play with these people today. When was y'all called that? When? Please tell me. Now let's go back to this other piece, and then I'm gonna go ahead and open up the floor for discussion. If anybody wants to come up, I would love to have some people come up.
For political reasons. This was for personal reasons because he was tied to the Native Americans. So what he did was he just signed that shit into law while he was president. Like, fuck it, you're gonna be a citizen today. Okay. So if this is your land already, right? Why the hell you need citizenship? That don't even sound right, bro. I guess we know why they did it, right?
Man, get in here. It just got juicy. So in case you ain't heard, they've been having these birthright 14th Amendment secret meetings. And you know me, Getty had to get in on it and why it's so secretive, because you haven't been hearing about it, right? They use some phrases in there like Aborigines, African descent, right? Now I go look it up. And guess who are the Aborigines? You and I. But it gets a little more deeper. Let me show you these receipts. Let me show you these receipts, baby. The truth is coming out. Now, the Supreme Court had ruled that nobody, literally nobody, and I marked it in yellow, is not a citizen of the United States. All the immigrants are considered citizens of Washington, D.C. So they've been using us all along, right? Because I'm going to show you the word Aborigines, where they took out the 14th Amendment in a minute, but they've been using us. And this is what I mean. The 13th, the 14th, and the 15th Amendment are considered the second constitution for so-called African Americans. So we have our own constitution. So what they've been doing, they've been using us, piggyback off of us, telling us, well, we got citizenship too. But no, they only got citizenship in Washington, D.C. Now, this receipt I'm about to show you, keep in mind that no Native Americans became citizens until 1924.
Yep.
So keep that in mind. Now, take a screenshot. Take a screenshot because this is very important. Take a screenshot. Now, take a screenshot again because I had to cut it down. Before the 14th Amendment explicitly, right, excludes Aborigines. Who is the Aborigines? Who? Understood as the indigenous peoples of the Americas. And those of African descent from citizenship. Now, hold up. If the Native Americans didn't become citizens until 1924, well, then who's the Aborigines then?
That it applies to
you.
Let's go.
What? And as you can see, I'm not lying. Right? Aborigines, African Americans, and Native Americans. Is it starting to make sense why these meetings are so quiet? Because the lady, she was asked specifically, do you know who the Aborigines is? She said, yeah, these was the first peoples to landmass. Then they got quiet. So they speaking in codes, and I caught that, and I went to go look it up. And as you can see, they got cults. So they piggybacking off of us, man. Woo! The truth is coming out.
Hey, the birthright citizenship just showed y'all that what we are, indigenous people of America. They can't kick us out of this country.
Nope.
So I see the Native Americans are tripping on the birthright citizenship, but y'all got to understand that y'all are not indigenous really to America. You guys are from Siberia, right? And you guys came here and you guys signed treaties and stuff with our government as Native Americans, but you guys aren't Indians. You guys aren't indigenous to America. You guys are adopted into America. And the reason why Trump...
And here we go. And I'm glad that they said that, because it's kind of like, it's weird to me. Where was y'all at doing all this slavery that was taking the chattel slavery? Where was y'all niggas at? Where was y'all? I'm still trying to understand when all of this stuff is being passed. Where were you? Y'all just popped up because y'all was not here. And any stories that they want to tell about indigenous peoples and about who we truly are, they want to go and lie and throw this, oh, everybody was what they say, everybody was killed off. Yeah, but y'all trying to kill the history. And y'all think y'all slick. And they just slither their way right on in there to get coins, to get benefits. Benefits that belong to who? And I'm glad Trump was coming for them and still is. I'm glad.
They were going to the reservations to pick up illegal immigrants. It's because a lot of y'all look like the people what's coming from Honduras. You guys look like the mixed Mexicans. You know what I'm saying? So you guys are actually
That's what I be telling them too. Every time I'm like, y'all got to get on Threads. Threads is a crazy platform, but I be cooking them people on there. Because how the hell you about to sit over there and act like because you look a certain way that your people is the indigenous people? When any type of record that we could pull up, any type of document will pull up that it was Negro features. And in this conversation around braids and cornrows, oh, that comes from Africa. No, cornrows do not come from Africa. They're called cornrows, people. Corn. Where does corn come from? And when I tell them, oh, the Mayan civilization, people wore cornrows. That's a fact. I want to know which African kingdom chief taught people on all the way over here how to cornrow hair. I inherently knew how to cornrow. Do you know no one taught me that? I could cornrow innately. And I'm sure many Black women in the chat can say the same. Innately know how to cornrow. Didn't nobody have to show me that? Didn't nobody have to show me how to braid? I already knew how to do it. Come on now. I'm sorry to be so hype, y'all. But woo child, I know I need to bring it down. Or let me bring it down a couple notches. Let me bring it down. Let me simmer down. But no one taught me that stuff. Not even my mother. I already knew how to do it. Me and my sister used to braid each other hair, cornrow each other hair all the time. Even when we're talking about box braids, all of that, 7th, 8th grade, I was putting box braids in my sister's hair. I wasn't taught to do that.
the same people. You guys just are, lost when it comes to race, because race is confusing to everybody, so it's the genealogy in your genes that you have the same genes as an Asiatic, so does Mexicans. So you guys are actually not indigenous to America. You guys didn't build the Mayan, Aztec, Incan ruins. You guys didn't build the Mississippi pyramids, all of the Mississippi River. You guys weren't in Florida when the Indians had the wars, the Gullah Wars. So these are things that have nothing to do with you. That's why Trump is saying,
shout out to young Pharaoh, because he actually put that out there about the Gullah Wars and who was really fighting those wars against these other folks, these British people. Yeah. And then there was this whole discussion going around too about the Haitians and their role as if the Haitians saved us or something. Sweetie, if y'all don't go have a seat and stop trying to take credit for what we got going down over here, because y'all have nothing to do with that.
he wants to take all y'all, everything that was given to y'all and give it to the people who it originally belongs to, which is the Black Americans who didn't get reparations, who were written out of history.
I saw a video where somebody was saying that back in the days, if you was called Black, then that was like a derogatory.
It was.
It was.
You couldn't call me Black. You can call me Afro-American. You can call me nigger. You can call me Negro.
Right.
You couldn't call me color.
Right.
Everybody got color.
Right.
So how you gonna call me color? I'm a human being.
Right.
And you address me as a human being. Because I'm a child of the king.
Right.
Yes. And I said, you're gonna address me accordingly.
Yeah, I definitely, I don't know.
I refuse to this day. I don't accept none of those
terms.
No,
right.
If they put it on my application, I refuse to put it up.
Yeah, I put Yamasi up there. I wish I had crazy eyes. I'm from the soil of this land. Right.
And that's all I'm putting up there.
Right.
And none of that.
Hey, OTK.
That's where the creator created
Pull up,
me.
OTK.
Dust you came and dust I'm gonna return.
Right.
Well, that's what I believe.
Right.
And you gonna call me nothing else but that.
So I remember Love was saying, because I had a I always go into argue with people online. They was like, "You came from Africa." I said, "No, I didn't. I don't know what you're talking about. I ain't come from no Africa." I say I have the line.
Yes.
It's lined up of I can tell you where I came from. I don't care about your DNA test and what you're talking about, because DNA is a genetic thing.
Right.
That's all that's
I
about.
don't listen to that crap. I refuse to take one of those tests.
Right.
I refuse. Because I know my people was the first one on this land.
Right.
But when they show you those Native Americans.
Yes, listen to the Queen Mama speak on the truth. And y'all want to sit up there and act like somebody lying.
That's a lie.
Right.
The Mongolian came, they're Mongolian, from
Right.
the mountains somewhere.
Right.
And they came, we did invite them.
Right.
To our land. We invited everybody you see in our land, we invited them.
Right.
And what Granddaddy said, the mistake we made, we slept with them.
Right.
And we had children for them.
Right.
And then we fought against the men.
Right.
And the women didn't have no, we killed them. We were strong warriors.
Right.
And we was able to kill the men off.
Right.
So the women told their children about how we did their daddies.
Right.
And helped them to hate us.
Right.
And it took 5 nations to come together to take this land away from us.
Oh, okay.
5 nations. 1 nation couldn't do it.
Right.
They had to get the Africans.
Right.
They had to get the Mongolians. I'm not pronouncing it right. You don't
No, it's Mongolian. No, you pronouncing it right.
And they had to get the Asians.
Right.
They had to get the Middle Eastern.
Right.
And the Caucasian was the last. Europe was the last one to come.
Right.
And they all had to come together to beat us.
Right.
So that 1 nation could beat us.
Right.
We was great warriors.
Right.
We was great warriors. And we was great builders. We did everything. And we was here in this country.
Right.
Before anybody. Because God gave us this land.
Right.
He said, I'm giving y'all this land. But if you allow other people to come in, he called them foreigners.
Right.
And he said, I'm going to let the foreigners come in and rule you.
Baby, I've tried believing y'all. One of my pinned posts talks about the Native American genocide. Before I found out that y'all are not the Native Americans that were mentioned in said genocide. It's still pinned because my point still stands. They just used y'all to commit that genocide. I tried to and did believe y'all for years. Then you started saying, oh, we're the first people on this planet. I just had to look at y'all because that'd be like me saying that. Come on now. Every time I try to have a logical debate with one of y'all, you're going to change facts, create buzzwords, start reporting my videos, which isn't working for y'all either. One of y'all told me that y'all built the pyramids in Egypt. One of y'all told me that jade doesn't come from China, it comes from y'all. One of y'all told me that you guys discovered Asia. You sound like this dude every single time you try to have an argument with us, and then you're like, why does anyone believe us? Y'all are lying. Stop lying. And don't get mad at us for pointing that out. All the creators pointing that out, and especially don't get mad at the original indigenous that y'all kicked off your land. That's not going to work out for y'all very well at all. That's all very unproductive for you guys. What you need to do is learn when to take an L. Learn when to sit down. And learn when it's your turn to listen. Y'all keep telling me you're older than the ancient Chinese. Please. Taking credit for the bones and the footprints that were found here before y'all got here. Proving that y'all are immigrants. You're just like the white colonizer. Every time we have discovery that proves melanated people were here before y'all, you say it was you. It is not your fault, okay? It's not your fault. It's not your community's fault. I don't think that they don't teach you about genealogy on the res. But no evolution of any human group shows them going from pale to dark. It's always the opposite. It's just basic common knowledge. I don't even have to go into detail. Y'all realize I'm not even going into great detail on my arguments here, right? Because y'all are arguing against basic human common knowledge. I do direct people who do go into detail and have been talking about this subject for way longer than I have because I don't want to take credit for that. Like y'all said, I'm just a rage baiter orphan. that y'all seem to worship more than rain.
Now, the Native Americans, American Indians, Amerins, depending upon what you want to say, we have, my grandmother was a Choctaw, so I guess I fit into that. We have some benefits, but that's under Article 6 of the Constitution because it comes from treaties. And treaties are defined in Article 6 as one of the three things that are part of the supreme law of land.
Since the Native Americans are so smart, and you got your degrees and you know every goddamn thing, then why aren't you guys getting up here discussing the 1924 Racial Integrity Act? I told y'all to leave me the fuck alone, but y'all wanted to push. So let's motherfucking press these motherfucking pipes. And surprisingly, this document or this bill was passed the same year that you guys were able to call yourselves Native American. I broke this down in two parts. Yes, we're reading the entire thing. Buckle your seatbelts. And I'm finna give you hoes a little Daryl. You might as well go ahead and call Bonnet Boss. It says Senate Bill 219 to preserve racial integrity passed the House in 1924 of March 8th. And it's now a law of the state. Oh, I can't wait to jump into the gold. This bill aims at correcting a condition which only the more thoughtful people of Virginia know the existence of. It is estimated that there are in the state of from 10,000 to 20,000, possibly more, near white people who are known to possess an intermixture of colored blood. Now, before I finish, I need all of y'all Native Americans to drop that meme that y'all have been passing around of the was it the identity crisis of the Negro? Y'all go ahead and drop that before I finish. Because y'all know we were classified several times, but y'all don't believe us. Let's keep going. In some cases, to a slight extent, it is true, but still enough to prevent them from being white. Oh. In the past, it has been possible for these people to declare themselves as white or even to have the court so declare them. They have demanded the admittance of their children into the white schools and in not a few cases have intermarried with white people. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that the only intermarried that we had to worry about was the Cherokees and the Europeans. I didn't know that the coloreds and the Negroes had that to worry about as well. I mean, maybe in 1924, because that's after that slavery was abolished, right? Let's keep going. They exist as distinct colonies holding themselves aloof from Negroes. So y'all didn't believe us when we said that our terms were interchangeable. But I just proved to you that we got colored and now we got Negro. Let's keep going. But not being admitted by the white people as of their race. Y'all ready? In any large gathering or school of colored people, there goes that word again, especially in the cities, many will be observed who are scarcely distinguishable as colored. These persons, however, are not white in reality, nor by the new definitions of this law. That a white person is with one with no trace of the blood of another race, except that a person with 1/16 of the American Indian. So if this document, American Indian, no trace, these persons, however, are not white in reality, nor by the new definitions of this law. That a white person is with one with no trace of the blood of another race, except that a person with 1/16 of the American Indian. So if this document was to prevent Caucasian people or colored people who could pass as Caucasian from passing as Caucasian, then why are they called American Indian?
So what's going on is African Americans are reinventing themselves as Native Americans. They are not Native Americans. They don't claim they have Native American history or ancestry. They claim that they're the Aboriginal copper-colored Indian nation that spoke Paleo-Hebrew and built pyramids. They are making this all up. It's a huge circus joke. That's all it is, people. Nothing to get worried about. They're
Boy,
just
shut
jokes
your
and
big
clowns.
head, boy.
Great news, TikTok. When I say great news, absolutely great news. So purportedly, my name is one of the many names that will be in this so-called lawsuit that the Native American people are bringing toward Black indigenous people or Black Indians or Black pretendians, however they like to say it. Either way, I'm ecstatic because let me tell you something. We've been trying to do this for so long. Just get the federal court to say something. Just you either are or you aren't. But they keep rendering all these conversations mute. So firstly, on behalf of all Black indigenous people here in the United States, we thank you. We thank you because not only are we astute, I didn't say it right, not only are we astute in history, we're also astute in legal jargon. We've read every treaty, every law, everything. We've read it. And you're going to open up a door that no one else wants to open up. We thank you. Now that is the best example of brother and sisterhood. Open the doors for your brothers and sisters to be able to walk through it. And I'm not being facetious. I am literally excited. Like I got chills all over my body because I'm so excited because again, what you're ready to do is you're going to open the door for something the colonizers already knew, which is we will have the largest nation in the United States. Thanks to you. 100% thanks to you. And I also want to thank you guys for bringing awareness to who I am and the Yamasee. You see, my people were downplayed in history for so long. Like no one knew about the Yamasee War of 1715, right? They only knew about the story of those of you all, our brothers and sisters, because you're still our brothers and sisters, who were put in boarding homes, your hair was cut, your names and identity was taken, and no one ever questioned, well, who were the Indians that were put into slavery? Well, my family, thank you for informing them. Thank you for letting them know it was our people. Thank you for waking up so many people of color who had no idea that they could be a Black indigenous person or their ancestors were Black indigenous people. And because of your willingness, thanks to you, they're waking up to this. We can't wait to see you in court. I promise you, we'll bring at least 1,000 of our attorneys. And you remember, please don't get upset. This is for the best of the culture. It's for the best of Native American society, because finally we'll get a chance to put this to rest. We will finally be able to put this to rest. And we're really hoping that you're bringing your federally recognized tribes and nations forward. We don't want just regular Indians without cards. Okay, if you're not a card carrying Indian and you're trying to file this lawsuit, please don't come. It doesn't help us because we need the federal tribes to come forth so that this can be a federal thing, which then just takes it to a whole nother level. But again, we love you. We thank you. We thank you. We be honest to do. And we look forward to seeing you guys.
A bunch of them are descendants of immigrants who paid for the title of Native American, when that title previously belonged to the dark-skinned indigenous people on that land before them. Not only that, they lied about the slave trade and the slave boats. Where are the boats? Show us the boats. Trying to convince us that millions of Africans got here on boats?
Hey, she been cooking their ass on TikTok. She been cooking their ass. I know they hate her. I need to reach out to Slim. See if Slim will come up here and talk to us, man. Because they mad at her for cooking them. And sometimes it's sad, too, because like even when I used to watch the videos of Marcus Radiker talk about, this whole slave boat, the ghost ship, and all of these different things, it's like every time we talk about the fact around, oh, well, why aren't your people talking about this? Why aren't Black Americans, so-called Black Americans talking about this? Why aren't we the ones pushing this out there? We are pushing it, but nobody gives a damn when we speak. It's when people that look like her speak. It's when people that look like white people speak that they listen. And it's sick.
And the slave boats, where are the boats? Show us the boats. Trying to convince us that millions of Africans got here on boats? We're all just smarter than the BS at this point.
Okay, so Google V, hit the link, and you come up here. Yeah, exactly. I know you're gone. Exactly. I know you're gone. I was going to say, come up here and hit the link and tell me how it's lame. The hell?
The so-called natives. Because when you're paid by the government to be neo-colonizers, they start thinking that way. and they think their racist little clapbacks is gonna help their case. Nope, it's just exposing them. Also, because some of them, at the disgust of their communities and elders, are being paid to say that they're not migrants, that they were the first people here on the planet.
The Native Americans thought they got away. They thought they got away, but guess what? I'm on your ass. I'm on your motherfucking ass. Listen, y'all are not ready for this one. And at this point, y'all gonna have to start paying me for these ass whoopings. Y'all gonna have to start paying me. This is my cash app. So the Native Americans don't understand why Walter Plecker was so important to our history, and I'm going to explain it to you today. For those who don't know who Walter Plecker is, we're going to go over it, but he was a major.
And let me be clear. If you have some contention with whatever is going on via this conversation, or even if you don't, hit the link. Hit the link and stop being scared. See, every time I'm up here, all of you, you riff-raffers, you people who like to run your mouth, talk shit, run your lips, y'all never hit this panel. But then you want to go on your side and make videos and do this and do that. But you never hit my panel. With 50 people watching, don't get your ass embarrassed. Seriously, because I've been gone for a minute, but I'm back.
In the Racial Integrity Act of 1924. He is actually the person who was designated as the head of the Bureau of Vital Statistics in the state of Virginia. Now, the Native Americans are still wondering, why is he so important? Have y'all hit that cash app yet? Walter Ashby Plecker, you did your big one, my boy. You did, but I caught your ass. Walter Plecker was a OBGYN to start with. He took a special interest in delivering babies, educating midwives, developing a simple use-at-home incubator, and working to reduce by half the 5% birth mortality rates among the poor. He also kept records to search for ways to improve birthing, a goal made more difficult by the fact that most people were born and unalived at home. Y'all stay with me. Stay with me. It says in 1912, Virginia lawmakers established the Bureau of Vital Statistics. That is where you get your birth certificates from. And designated Plecker to serve as its head. Are you staying with me? The Bureau ensured that from 1912 onward, all babies born in Virginia received birth certificates and that the certificates included racial designations, usually supplied by the midwives who delivered the babies. Remember, all babies were born at home prior to birth certificates being administered. Once the birth certificates started to become administered, that's when babies started to become or being birthed at hospitals. Plecker's goal as registrar were initially laudable. He kept midwives under close supervision to make sure their procedures were sanitary. When Virginia passed the Racial Integrity Act of 1924, however, the focus of his scrutiny changed from hygiene to racial classification. I'm so excited, y'all. I cannot hold it. During the 1920s, Plecker became an advocate for the pseudoscientific claims of eugenics. Do y'all know what Eugenics argued that racial and genetic purity resulted in a more stable society. I am not through with you. The Racial Integrity Act of 1924 is what we're talking about now. The legislation prohibited whites from marrying non-whites and explicitly defined racial classifications. The term white person shall only apply to such persons as has no trace whatsoever of any blood other than Caucasian. Now let's pause. And now I might have to do a part 2 because remember, ancient and modern Caucasoid populations were thus not exclusively white. I'm on y'all ass. All others were colored. In addition, the law asks people to voluntarily register their racial identity with the Bureau of Vital Statistics, making the falsification of one's racial identity or color on marriage license or birth certificate a felony offense punishable by up to 1 year in prison. Stay with me. Are y'all ready for this? Concerned that mixed-race Virginians would attempt to pass as white, Plecker personally communicated warnings to some new mothers. For example, in 1924, he informed a new white mother that her child's father was in fact Negro and not white. This is to give you a warning that this is a mulatto child, and you cannot pass it off as white. The Racial Integrity Act allowed for one exception to the definition of white person because many eminent white Virginians believed themselves to be the descendants of Pocahontas and John Rolfe.
Yep.
The law allowed for those who had 1/16 or less of the blood of the American Indian and have.
And I think that that's where a lot of the confusion comes in with the Racial Integrity Act and what it really meant and why this was so crucial to the fact of reclassification. And it was happening way before the Racial Integrity Act, but it was more prevalent when Plecker came into play and he started seeing certain things that was taking place within the Virginia state, the state of Virginia. All of this about white racial integrity and all this bullshit, when people was doing what they was doing, Slim was really tripping out here in these streets.
No other non-Caucasian blood to deem to be white persons. Plecker feared that this loophole encouraged mixed-race Virginians who had an interest in passing as white to claim as they were Indians. That's not the good part. He therefore determined that there are no native-born Virginian Indians free from Negro intermixture. According to Plecker, and through him, the Commonwealth
and let's talk about that. So who the fuck was the American Indian then? If that's the case, according to Plecker, if he's saying they have no other Caucasic blood to be deemed white persons, Plecker feared that the loophole encouraged mixed-race Virginians who had an interest in passing as white to claim they were Indians. So, are you trying to say that the Indians were white people? I'm so confused by this. And the people who were mixed or mixed with our blood, are they the people that you're trying to say are not the Indians? Let me go back. Let me make sure I'm hearing this right. It says the Racial Integrity Act allowed for one exception to the definition of, quote, white person. So we're understanding here that there was only one definition, and this act allowed for them to make an exception for what a white person was. So these are the people that, like she explained, were the descendants, or allegedly saying that they were descendants of Pocahontas and John Rolfe, maybe more so John Rolfe. And it's allowing for 1/16 of the blood of the American Indian and have no other non-Caucasic blood to be deemed white persons. Plecker feared that this loophole encouraged mixed-race Virginians who had an interest in passing as white to claim they were Indians. He therefore determined that there are no native-born Virginia Indians free from Negro intermixture. So when we're talking about what these American Indians really look like, how the fuck, child? I'm telling you, it's real problems when it comes to wording things. Real issues. Because if you're talking about this idea around Negro mixture, who were they then? Who do you think they were?
Mixture. According to Plecker, and through him, the Commonwealth of Virginians, all Indians were now colored. And
see, and what we just talked about on the last interview that we were watching, and what the man, what he called himself trying to explain who was the colored people and who were the colored people that became Negro. And they want us to believe that it was the Siberian people that they were calling colored. You expect us to believe that?
going to lead to this colored from Negro intermixture. According to Plecker, and through him, the Commonwealth of Virginians, all Indians were now colored. And now we're going to lead to the Civil Rights Act of 1968, because it says this put Virginian Indians in a bind, perhaps owing to a recognition of the oppressed status of blacks. Indians did not want to be classified as colored.
Claiming that Native Americans are actually Asians and colonizers, and that Black Americans are the real Native Americans, that is cultural erasure, and that's part of colonization.
I feel bad for this girl. I really do. She's been lied to her entire life thinking that Black Americans are actually African, but that's racist. I should know, I am racist. They only started calling Black people African Americans in the 1980s when they wanted to take their rights away even more. And it's because of propaganda like Roots made people think they were slaves. But no, that's all fake. I made a whole video showing you how slavery is fake. How are you supposed to put 200 Africans on a boat and ship them off across the sea for 6 to 8 months? No food, no water. What the fuck? There's millions of Black Americans here. How you make it out of 100 people? It's so stupid. And what do you mean they're not Siberian? Have you never seen like Siberians in Russia? They have the same fucking dances and drums. It's the same shit.
Do you know why the American government had to make Black children betray their grandparents by making them believe that they came from Africa? That's because they stole this country from us and they wanted our parents to give away the land that our ancestors owned for thousands of years. See, what they won't tell you is that when we started integrating into their schools after the Indian Civil Rights Act of 1968, they taught our parents a fake history and they started teaching them Africanism. They taught them that they came from Africa on slave ships. And if you ask your grandparents or your great-grandparents, if they're about 70 years old, Grandma, did you learn in school that you were a slave or that your people came from Africa? They will tell you no, and that they didn't hear anything about that. I told my grandma this, and she said, these white people crazy. They making all this stuff up.
I asked my Hebrew brothers and sisters, when did they start calling Black people African Americans? And almost everybody said 1988. Jesse Jackson is the one who brought it up. And I did a lot of research after that. This guy, Jesse Jackson, is a supposed civil rights leader that stood with Martin Luther King. However, there's videos of people saying he was the one who set up Martin Luther King. Well, it turns out Jesse Jackson is a Freemason. He doesn't even try to hide it.
Had stature and dignity.
1998 was when he first pushed out this African American term. That's the same year Coming to America came out in theaters. So anyone pushing this rhetoric is likely a Freemason or a Boule. That's why they're making all these movies to try and make being an African king so cool, like Wakanda Forever. This is a Freemason symbol. Like the first guy who started Freemasonry for the blacks is named Prince Hall. He was literally the first one who started the out of Africa theory. Is that why this guy is named Arsenio Hall? And why does Will Smith look like Jesse Jackson's son?
Oh, now you're admitting that they crossed from Siberia to North America. I thought that was a theory. I thought that was debunked. Now, did I say they were controlled by China? No. Siberians come from what is now known as the Chinese. What they did was mix with European, which is why I call y'all Eurasians. 1 + 1 = 2. Stop shifting the goalpost every time I prove y'all wrong.
That's probably also the reason why they made so many movies saying that black people are slaves. Black people, you're not slaves. You're not from Africa. You're indigenous to this land. You were here first, but they don't want you to know that. I mean, if you're actually from Africa, then yeah. But I recommend you guys check out We Know the Truth Now One's video on the Prince Hall Freemason. Oh, no. It's the opposite. Black Americans here went to Africa, not the other way around. These are called the Berom people, spelled Berom. And I think this is a personal theory that they are one of the tribes that went over to Africa. And there's the Igbo and the Yoruba people who still practice Hebrew traditions, even if they know it or not. And there's many stories of Black Tamarikins who went over to Africa. So these could be descendants.
That melanated people are the indigenous of all continents, and I don't mean slightly melanated, I mean dark-skinned, melanated, indigenous. The ones you see in photos like this. That is the original emblem of America. Now this entire paragraph you wrote has nothing to do with the claims that I made.
Asians are Black people, especially Laotians, Cambodians, and sometimes Indonesians.
These bitches, they just wanna have my baby. Born in that.
Hey, this what we eat in a day. But I just like,
Oakland, Southeast Asia.
Hey, this nigga fuck, he was right back in Denver. You got Thailand back. Well, you clean up in your ass. We ain't doing no.
Well, I know damn well that ain't going on in no Oakland. I know. I know they not over there. You calling each other the N-word.
This nigga fuck, he was right back in Denver. You got Thailand back. Well, you clean up in your ass. We ain't doing no clean up. Nigga, they can jail and help. Me and my niggas, we call it Chinese girls. We call these girls Thai girls clean up 5 bitches.
Go ahead,
On today's episode of Teaching Natives How to Read, this is a British painting of what the British saw when they came to America. If you see here, it says published in London, England. Europe, British Isles, England, London, England. It says it 4 times. School, style, British. And I know y'all with 2 brain cells are going to say, well, that says allegorical. An allegory is a hidden truth told through symbolism. Now tell me why they would symbolize American natives as dark-skinned. Just like the Buddha was originally symbolized as dark-skinned. Next, y'all are going to say our ancestors were blind. Yeah, all it took was me seeing China to realize that they drew exactly what they saw.
And then she said,
What part of telling natives that they come from Asia is hateful? What's very hateful is the blatant racism I have received from just saying that. It won't change the facts, though. I have noticed this argument going on for years, and because your community is so anti-Black, you have not listened to a damn thing the melanated indigenous have said. You discredit everything, all of their proof, their photos, their DNA tests. That is hateful. That is disrespectful. What I am doing is returning that disrespect to sender, and y'all can't take it. If you can't take it, don't dish it. Disrespect is different than hate. There is nothing I respect about lies, no matter how much your community depended on them. This is why you can't hurt or sway me. I am not the culprit behind the issues that your community has. Although you, along with many others, would rather scapegoat an Asian woman for all the issues you are experiencing right now, just because I spoke up on it, then go to your community and ask the proper question. You see how I am unaffected by that? I've said since I started on this topic that I have offended every group under the sun. I talk very poorly about Hong Kong. No one is accusing me of hating Han Chinese. Your tendency to play victim you learned from the colonizer, and it's not going to get you anywhere. The jig is up, the cat's out of the bag. Y'all can't do anything about that, so you try to defame me as my numbers only grow, as y'all feed me content. Again, because I am not the culprit behind what is happening to you. I'm just speaking truth to it. I am not the one deporting you, but y'all have so much fire for me, which I said just fuels me. So much fire for the melanated indigenous, but zero fire for the government that lied to y'all
and placed y'all in this position. I can't explain it any more times. That's why your comments tend to go bye-bye, because you don't scroll my page, you don't listen to what I say, you just come here to hate. Yes, and the reason you love our food and culture and think we are beautiful is because you come from us. I have a whole video saying Native Americans are gorgeous, but you didn't watch that one because you don't come here to listen, just to be offended. Which I predicted, which I literally said would happen. You play into my palms every time, then wonder why I keep ending up on top. I would have ended this subject a week ago, 2 weeks ago, if y'all didn't keep coming to me with misinterpretations and lies, or just blatant racism, some threats. One of y'all tried doxing me. It's sad, it's pathetic, you need to fight, or take a hint. Either way, I appreciate the praise. I hope y'all find guidance and clarity in this very difficult time. What part?
I've been trying to tell you guys, these Southeast Asians like Cambodians, Laotians, Indonesians, they're brothers. They got a lot of melanin in them, and sometimes Filipinos too. They could tell the difference between a copper-colored Indian and African. They just feel it. They know it. We can smell it. Black people, do you know your tribe? What tribe do you come from? Just because you know, you are.
Pull up. Let's get on Obama real quick. Let's get on Obama real quick. Since they want to keep bringing up Obama.
The only people who don't want to disclose the truth are people with something to hide.
It's well known that Barack Obama's father was from Kenya. Less well known is that after Obama's parents divorced when he was young, his mother married an Indonesian man. In 1967, Obama's stepfather moved his new family to Jakarta, Indonesia. That's where Barack Obama spent 4 years of his childhood.
This is America's first look inside the home where Obama lived. A large living room leads into a dining room, and an atrium overlooks the kitchen. Boyhood pal Indra knew him as Barry Satoro. He had taken the last name of his Indonesian stepfather. Barry. I don't know Obama. This is the Assisi Catholic Grammar School in Jakarta, Indonesia. And this Indra knew he needs America's first look inside the home where Obama lived. A large living room leads into a dining room, and an atrium overlooks the kitchen. Boyhood pal Indra knew him as Barry Satoro. He had taken the last name of his Indonesian stepfather. Barry.
They try to say that this is stepfather, but boy, y'all be lying. That's probably his real father. That is probably his real father on the code.
Barry. I don't know Obama. This is the
I don't know Obama.
leads into a dining room, and an atrium overlooks the kitchen. Boyhood pal Indra knew him as Barry Satoro. He had taken the last name of his Indonesian stepfather. Barry. I don't know Obama. This is the Assisi Catholic Grammar School in Jakarta, Indonesia. And Barack Obama is on his way to becoming its most famous former student.
Barack Obama.
The only record of Obama having attended the school is this old register. And look, it lists his name as Barry Satoro. That's the name Obama took from his Indonesian stepfather, Lolo Satoro. That class register at the Catholic school says Obama came from Honolulu and lists his date of birth. But look at his nationality. It's listed as Indonesian and his religion as Islam. His classmates...
Come on now. Come on, bro. Stop with the cap. Stop with the cap. Obama was the biggest fraud ever. I'm sorry. Allegedly. Let me throw that on there because I don't want them to come for me. But, Mo. Hell nah.
Recently reunited to take a photo with the sign "Good Luck Barry" on the rooftop, proud and hopeful that the kid they knew from Jakarta might become the next president of the U.S.
The only people who don't want to disclose the truth are people with something to hide.
Obama, start what you doing, Obama. Stop what you doing, Obama. Stop what you doing, real live.
Or a native, what tribe do you belong to? You gotta know. You gotta know who you are. You can't just say, I'm native, I'm indigenous. You gotta know what tribe you are. Find out. Record it. Look out through your entire family lineage. Go ask everybody. Go find out. Get all your receipts and record it. Because coming soon, me and
If
Tassim.
this was Obama's Indonesian name, Buri Sotoro, how do we know what his real name is? Child, I don't got time for it. I don't got time for it today. I don't.
Are gonna start a website where you can post your history and you can prove who you are. You gotta show the world, and it's time to get it back. Get back your land. It's time. Black people, they don't want you to believe that. They don't want you to know who you are because you're Indian. Not those type of Indians. The ones in America. Not in the 7-Elevens, in the reservations. You were indigenous to this land and you own this promised land. But they don't want you to know that.
The land that was stolen from you through colonizer tactics will not be returned to you through the same tactic. If you give in to hate, that will be their excuse to exterminate you. That's what they're setting this up for. The way the land returns to its aboriginal owners. Yes, the dark-skinned melanated, wool-like hair, which again, is not this, will be through geophysical upheaval, system failure, prophetic re-entry, so claiming it, as you have been doing, and ancestral gates reopening. The colonizer is baiting you. Be careful. Hate only hurts the body that it resides in. What is promised will be yours, and very soon now. But caution your members who are too quick to hate, because they will be the ones affected and victimized in this next part. And I caution against people who blindly trust Trump to follow his word. He's not a friend, but he is helping this empire collapse faster. The Chinese are not going to reclaim your land for you. Trump is not going to reclaim your land for you. The land will call you back.
She might be right.
If you're too busy hating, which is not
right. He ain't gonna reclaim it for us because we gotta reclaim it.
Not like returning energy descender type thing. I mean actually just hating everyone in your path. Then you won't hear the call. I do not hesitate to get rid of people that level attacks at me. I will speak my truths no matter who wishes to follow. And if that's upsetting to you, I'll say the same thing I said to the natives. I'm not your problem. Don't shoot the messenger. Y'all think that's gonna help you. But I'll keep sending my message. There's a reason I'm sitting here unaffected.
They reclassified us. My great-great-grandma was an Indian. My great-grandma was an Indian. My grandmother was a Negro. My father is a color. And now I'm an African-American. Make that shit make sense.
Hey, I saw that meme where you told them that all their grandmas lied about it. So their elders, all their elders who have been telling them, yeah, we've been here. They're liars. And so are all the Asians who said their DNA test came back as Native American. Even the government has historical documentation of reclassification. Y'all are calling that a lie too. You know who's not lying?
Because they trash.
Your elders, the ones who know exactly what happened. Don't get mad at their elders. Turn to yours. Hey, I saw that. They can't see. I don't know why they're lying to our faces.
Oh, you
like
shouldn't
we
be
can't
blocked,
see.
Mama
Here's a
Bear.
picture of me.
Oh, hold up, sweetie. You block? I don't know. You shouldn't be blocked. You shouldn't be blocked. You should not be blocked. Let me check. Yeah, I didn't block you. I don't know what happened, baby, but you shouldn't be blocked. Peace to you, by the way, Mama Bear. And real quick, y'all, because yeah, you shouldn't be blocked. I see you right there. Matter of fact, let's do this. Now nobody can block you. Because I don't know why you blocked. That's crazy work. I didn't block you. All right, so boom. Let's move right here real quick.
And Cherokee by blood was made in allotment. It was character. Greek ancestry that is based on Cherokee Shaman Oz Commission.
These Cherokee freedmen equal citizens.
Government operation. Around the turn of the century, the Cherokee were once again part of a government operation known as the Dawes Commission. And at that time, the land which we held in common at one time for time immemorial became individual allotments to Cherokee citizens. Indeed, the whole construction of the Dawes Roll by which Indian nations were allotted is based on the assumption that blood quantum, that is the degree of any particular ancestry, white, Indian, black, the degree to which you are one of those determines certain cultural characteristics. That is, how able you are to manage your allotment. It was at that time that the separation as citizens between black freedmen and Cherokee by blood was made. The Cherokee freedmen, if they were not also Cherokee by blood, were not given an allotment and thus were not part of the Dawes enrollment process.
A lot of knowledge that's been erased. The fact that freedman was never in my vocabulary, I never heard that in terms of a designation of my family history. My father always talked about being of part Choctaw ancestry, but his father, who died in 1940, my grandfather, was on the roll as a Choctaw freedman. The last person in our family who died, who was on the Dawes rolls, just died this year. She was 9.
You see? You see what they've done? You see what they do? You see what they do? Create crazy laws, create BS, create all of this stuff around to make sure that you never know who you are. To make sure that you never know the truth. But that veil is being uncovered. And they upset. They upset. They are upset. You're so welcome, Rain Alexander. Sometimes we just got to get back to what it is. Get back to that truth. Get back to that understanding. Get back to how things happen and why they happened the way that they did. And why we're in such a pickle. But we're not going to keep allowing it. We just not. We just not. And it's here. It's unveiling itself. And we're going to keep on unveiling it. Peace, OTK. Okay, maybe he's busy.
And here's a picture of this man claiming he's not Asian. Have you seen all the Asians come to my page saying, girl, I'm not Asian? All I have to do is zoom in on their faces. We are not blind. Genotype is the genes someone has. Phenotype is the physicality of those genes. Genotype and phenotype of Native Americans is Asian. They want to cry to their activists. Why don't they tell their activists that they're committing indigenous erasure by claiming that they are aboriginal to America? When the Brits came here and saw people with completely different phenotypes than them, even painted them, even Columbus saw dark-skinned, melanated, curly-haired natives. The government documented the Native American reclassification of at least 6 or 7 times, yet they're still denying it. The same government that gave them the title Native American for $5. Native American is a political title, started as a political party that was assigned to immigrants by the U.S. government. I'm sick of hearing these same arguments.
What I just show y'all, and what I just show y'all about the Dawes Rolls and about blood quantum, about all of these things that were implemented by this so-called government, continuing to erase the history of the true people. But no more. No more.
And y'all are sick of hearing that I'm your daddy. So stop it. Because yes, while your many tribes stayed here and created what is now a distinct ethnic group, your race is still Asian. You migrated from Siberia to get here. Siberia is in Asia. Saying you have your own DNA and your own dialect doesn't change the fact that your ethnic group is Native American and your race is Asian.
So that's what I'm getting at, is that there's a lot of different places I've heard in right now up north, people's reservations are getting split in half and some are being sent to Canada. How is that possible? I don't really know. Also, I'm from Oklahoma. My tribe's here, you know. If they give me the option of deporting me and tell me, you know, you pick where you want to go, I'll just do that, because this is all I've ever known. This is all my family's ever known. This is where we're from. So I'm just giving the backstory of what that was about. The Siberia thing, I don't know. I'm just reading comments, and this is what everyone's saying is we weren't from here. We're not the first ones here. Okay, I wasn't here years and years and years ago, so I can't really tell you, but from, I don't know, just history in itself, I don't know where the hell we're all going to go. There's reservations all over this country. There's a lot of Native Americans everywhere. So if you're going to kick us all out, I don't know. And then I heard someone saying, well, don't go to Europe. If you get deported, don't go to Europe or something, because I don't even care to go to Europe. Shit, I'd go to, like, I don't know, somewhere fun. But anyways, that's what the backstory is on all this. I don't really have a firm understanding of whatever it is. I don't even like politics. They just cracked me up because they said I was going to get deported to Siberia. And that's hysterical to me. But so be it. I mean, turn up in Siberia, I guess. You know, all my natives are just going to meet me there. We're going to have a big old party in 49, you know? That's probably what we're going to do. Anyways.
And she said we just going to have a big old party in Siberia. Y'all sure is. Y'all sure is. Okay. Peace and love to all the Aboriginal, Indigenous Indians. Okay. True to the land. Been on the land. Ain't never been nowhere else. The people who know they didn't come off slave boats. Peace to y'all. Okay. That know what time it is out here. Hey, OTK, I'm sorry. Peace and love. If anybody else want to get in on this conversation, I would implore you to do so. Oh, Jasmine, I was going to get into that too. Showing them Indian schools. As a matter of fact, let me find something quick on that. On them Indian schools. OTK. And see, some of these joints is long-winded. I'm going to try to find something short.
Tonight, a lost history many are just now beginning to hear about. The discovery of 215 children's bodies in a mass grave at an Indigenous boarding school in Canada this past summer sparked a reckoning with such schools here in the U.S. And as Chris Harapsky reports, that reckoning is reaching Minnesota.
This way you're growing vocabulary.
At the University of Minnesota Morris, Professor Gabriel DeRosier is teaching Anishinaabe-Moan, the native language of the Ojibwe people.
It was important back in traditional times.
Look at that. Y'all see what's happening? Y'all see this? They teaching this to them. But if they indigenous, wouldn't they grow with it? Wouldn't they know it?
To know these things.
It does not escape him that 120 years ago, on the very soil he's standing on, speaking
at the University of Minnesota,
this language was forbidden, even punished.
Cultural genocide.
He's talking about an era of Indian boarding schools, and he would know. His mother, his uncles attended them. DeRosier himself went to a Catholic day school outside his reservation in Canada, the effects of which produce childhood trauma and a broken family structure that is difficult to grasp.
She didn't really know how to express or love. And that all came from what she experienced as a child. You know, all her brothers became alcoholics, and they all died alcoholics and tragic deaths. So
For 100 years, dating back to the 1860s, Native American boarding schools existed in the United States. By historical accounts, they were funded by the federal government.
So we're talking about 1860 people. We've been here long before that. So we have to remember what was happening in 1860. What happened 5 years later in the 1860s. And then they're creating schools funded by the government. The same thing with the Dawes Rose, funded by the government. The Dawes Rose, funded by the government. All of this is it's cap, y'all. It's cap. Y'all have to understand. Y'all have to understand what was taking place here with them assimilating these people into a culture that don't belong to them, but they pay coins to be a part of.
To sever American Indian culture and quote-unquote civilize the Indians.
Hey, Smokey.
My family has 2 generations of boarding school history that I know of.
Christine Dindisi McCleave is the CEO of the National Native American Boarding School Healing Coalition based in Minneapolis. She explains how President Ulysses Grant gave federal money to churches at first to start these schools.
Because he figured that they would not be corrupt with those funds. And so that is what opened the door to federally funded church-run Indian boarding schools.
In 1879, U.S. Army Captain Richard Henry Pratt established the first federally funded off-reservation Indian school in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, enrolling more than 10,000 American Indian and Alaskan Native children from more than 140 tribes. Pratt famously once said,
"They must get into the swim of American citizenship, kill the Indian in him, and save the man."
But he also created propaganda. He took before
Y'all, this is diabolical.
and after photos of these students to prove that his experiment worked and that the Indians could be quote unquote civilized.
Child, these pictures are such bullshit that it don't make any sense. Woo!
That school became a model for 16 schools in the state of Minnesota, from Pipestone to Morris to Vermilion, and at least 367 schools across the U.S., according to the Healing Coalition. Problem is, no one, not even the federal government, knows exactly how many schools there were, nor exactly how many children attended them. There is no official record. But according to the book Education for Extinction, the best estimate is that by 1926, 83% of Indian school-age children attended boarding schools, ultimately reaching an estimated 200,000 American Indian children, according to McCleave.
There were laws that were written that said that all Indian children had to attend these boarding schools in the beginning years. If a parent chose not to let their kid go or tried to, prevent them from being taken, they could be thrown in jail, and some were, or they could have rations withheld. And so they had no choice. Their children were forcibly taken.
She says conditions were often brutal.
They were given uniforms. They were given a number. They were referred to by.
Why is they sitting over here acting like they was forced to do this? No, y'all was willing to do this. Y'all was willing to do this because that's the only way that your people could assimilate into an identity. You about to really try to make us believe that this is what y'all didn't want to be in school? Y'all didn't want to be in India? What? Child.
Their number only. And their hair was cut, which for many tribes across Turtle Island represents either grief or shame.
I think it depends on the era and it depends on the school.
Dr. Kate Bean is an American Indian Studies professor at the University of Minnesota and director of Native American Initiatives at the Minnesota Historical Society. While she calls much of this era ethnic cleansing, she points out that not every school was that harsh.
My grandmother went to the Flanders Indian School in South Dakota, and she had a wonderful experience.
No, it wasn't Amerindian school. It was Native American boarding schools.
There, learning how to farm, learning how to sew, and her experiences
learning
there.
How to farm, learning how to sew. Yeah, that's what was going on with a lot of these Asians who were coming into the country at that time. A lot of them. who were coming into this country, who were assimilating. And this is what was going on. Like, the lies is what's really irritating to me.
As a student, were very, very starkly different than my grandfather's experiences at a different boarding school in South Dakota.
Each story is different, but the atrocities shared by so many are no longer going unnoticed.
And when I look out, I see that none of us have been spared.
In Minneapolis this September, a group gathered to honor and remember boarding school survivors.
I distinctly recall her saying to me directly, "If I don't put you in the boarding school, they're going to take you away from me."
So you remember her saying, if they don't put y'all in the boarding schools, then they gonna take y'all and where? Put y'all on concentration camps? Oh, put y'all somewhere else, right? Child, just a bunch of BS. Hold up, y'all. OTK. I've been trying to figure out if you with us for the longest time. I know I saw you throw your camera on for a second. All right, let me do this real quick. Let's hold up. This almost finished, y'all. Hey, come on, man. Some people hit the link. Let's have a dialogue. If you don't agree with what we're saying, pull up. If you agree, pull up. Pull up. Let's get this panel active.
A march is a voice.
Put your hands up.
But a secretary in the federal government, that is power.
We must shed light on the unspoken traumas of the past, no matter how hard it will be.
Former Congresswoman Deb Haaland is now the head of the Interior Department that ran many of these schools a century earlier. Her own family attended them. And for the first time in the U.S., the federal government is investigating records, stories, archives, and eventually ground-penetrating radar to find out how many children never made it home.
Acknowledgement is the very first step. Acknowledging.
And we supposed to believe y'all was here during slavery, during all this historical stuff going on, and y'all was just in the cut. Y'all was just in the cut, right? And then they want us to believe that y'all were sitting over there enslaving us. That's what they want y'all. They want us to believe that bullshit. They want us to. This is nasty work. This is nasty work. Y'all go to school to learn the language. You don't know it before you get into the school. You go to the school and you learn it. Who's to say that that's indigenous language? Because they're saying so? Because you're learning it in K through 12, college, academia. Miss me with the bullshit. Miss me with it. So, hey, True Fool, how are you? All right, I don't know. I'm trying to say hello real quick. And let me, since True Food, since you up here.
Hold on, Sharice. I'll give me a second.
Okay, no problem. All right, y'all. So I want to go here since True Food up here. When he get himself together, we'll have a conversation. But thank you, Jasmine, for directing my attention to them Indian schools, girl. That was the last thing I forgot to throw up there. Because ain't no way y'all about to sit up here and make it seem like y'all the indigenous people of this land. And in 1860, y'all rolling up the indigenous, American Indian, Native American, whatever they want to say, school. You don't have the language innately. You're learning it. So who's to say that that's an indigenous language because they're learning it? Cut the cap. We don't want to hear it no more. And then you act like, y'all were forced into this position. We don't want to hear none of that nonsense. We don't. Y'all, I'm about to order me something real quick. But I'm excited, man, because this is like the age. This is like the reckoning here. This is like we on the toes of a real revolution, and we got to act accordingly. Because if we don't, we're going to continue to be suffering on the hands of people telling our stories for us, telling us who we are, saying shit about Mansa Musa. Y'all, every time Mansa Musa, the other girl, she like, yeah, you know, wouldn't that mean we was the strong ones out of the bunch? Wouldn't that mean? Shut up. What makes you think for 1 second that anybody is on the bottom of, and see, then people got pissed off at me because I said, there is no way you're going to have precious cargo at the bottom of the boat. And then because what they told you in school about how slaves wasn't this, they didn't care about slaves, they didn't care about their conditions. There is no way that you're going to pick somebody up from Africa, cross the oceans for millions of miles just to not make sure that these people are in healthy condition.
And
Because
remember,
how do
they
you
had
expect them to get,
smallpox.
man, if
They
you
had
expect them to get off the
smallpox.
boat, do you expect them to get off the boat and work? Make it make sense. Exactly. Because I was bringing that up too one time about malaria and all of the diseases that they were catching once they hit those shores of Africa.
Mm-hmm.
And people don't want to talk about the truth. You did not have the ability to cross oceans en masse the way you're trying to act like you did. Like, come on now. We got to stop. So I'm glad you up here, Truthful. Peace to you, baby.
Shout out to the Catilda, man. Shout out to the Catilda.
Let me put the Catilda clip back up here. Hold up.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Damn, Sharice, you was grilling them today, baby. What's going on?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Salute.
No, man. I just said, you know, a lot of stuff been bothering me. Just because we know what time it is with this truth here, and it's being undergirded by a narrative, and people can't see outside of that African narrative. And every time I grill people on, show me your African cousins, show me the people that you connected to that's from Africa via your DNA test. You can't show it.
How you, man? You doing all right, man?
You can't show it. You can't show your proof. And
Look,
it's just
Sheree.
like I'm tired. So today was just one of them days where it had to go down.
Look, because I got a uncle. He said all black people come from Africa. I'm like, you got to be kidding me, bro. He really believes this shit.
Damn, Unc messed up back in the game. I know his folks ain't teach him that. Truthful. Now,
Yeah,
since
man.
we having a discussion, right? So you see what I got up here on the screen, right? So I remember when you was on, I think that was Smoke Signal Channel. I think it was. I can't remember what platform you was on. I want to say it was Smokey Channel though. And you were trying to pretty much explain this researches and antiquities.
About the Aboriginals and their
In
customs,
California.
cultures, and traditions of America.
Yes. And right, and you were talking about the California black race.
Uh-huh.
And you were getting a lot of, I guess, what I would perceive as a lot of pushback for no reason. I know maybe like a few weeks ago, Baldina Sean P was up there like in the chat saying whoop, 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 cherry picking the very source that you was presenting instead of presenting everything that is said. And then he went on his channel and was trying to say a bunch of nonsense that I didn't even know what he was talking about, because the only thing he cared about is somebody say African, then that's African and it's the truth. When whole time, I just think that his ideology is he's so brainwashed, he's so indoctrinated that he can't even see beyond the words that he's reading.
Man.
So
Does African mean black?
To a lot of people it do.
Okay. Because nobody can get around my question. When they say African, what African are they talking about?
Exactly.
Point
To
blank.
a lot of these
Because
people,
right.
You right, OTK. To a lot of these people, it do. But I had to go back over this and read this again because they were trying to misinterpret what you was trying to present. And that was a real problem for me. Because it's clear as day what it states. It's clear as day. It says, though America possesses some dark brown men approaching to black, Yet it has been almost universally believed
Yeah.
that there were no Aboriginal blacks or Negroes found on this continent. But from considering the peculiar circumstances under which a black race was found in North America, I hold it more than probable that the common opinion is erroneous. So when you
Erroneous.
said that,
Yeah.
they should have been able to catch off the rip that
No,
that's not true.
no, Sharice, you gotta remember. Sean P made it very clear. He said this source was made in the 1800s. Therefore, it's not talking about the. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me, bro.
Wow.
That's
Wow.
why. That's why I don't waste time with them no more. They won't be stupid. Let them be stupid,
Let them
man.
be stupid. They won't be African. Let them be
Let them
African.
be
Just leave us
African.
the hell alone, man. Damn, we don't come bothering y'all. Like, who the hell is paying y'all, like, for real, for the things that y'all do? Like, I'm lost, bro. I ain't never seen now. I done seen girls who like dudes. They pick on them. They snap on them when you growing up and shit. But this shit right here, what I'm seeing, what these brothers is doing, man, and I'm gonna give them respect. I'm gonna call them brothers. What these brothers are doing, bro, I've never seen no grown man shit like this ever in my life.
Mm.
Ever in my
It's
life, bro.
insanity. It's insanity. And Sharice, you right, because I pulled this source out so many times, and these people, they still don't understand. Like, it says what it says. This is way before they even started making the narrative of African slavery. This is when they was first coming here and seeing who was already over here.
Facts.
So
Facts.
how are they gonna
And
sit
see,
here and argue? Oh, well, 1960, you know, it says we all from Africa. Bro, this is before
yeah.
that. Because they don't pull out any source older than Civil War.
And see,
If you've
it's
ever
another
paid
thing
attention to it.
too. And another thing too, truthful, you gotta understand. They didn't know nothing about California to the 1800s.
That part.
So when are they gonna post? They supposed to write in the 1700s about California, and they didn't know about it. They don't know history. And it's crazy that the same shit that they said about them California digger Indians, they say the same shit about these East Coast of American Indians.
Right.
And I had such an issue with it because it's like, if y'all are trying to prove some type of African descent, and then the only thing that you're relying on is your DNA, when we all have done the research on DNA, we all understand that ain't no spit on nobody's tube ever in the world is going to prove that you are one of them people from over there. And all of y'all that's saying that y'all is, I wish y'all go back there and build that motherfucker up.
No, they don't say they descendants no more. They say they got African descent now.
Make no damn sense, bro. Make
They
no
just saying
damn
they got the
sense.
complexion. They got the complexion, but they don't got the descendant. So they just say, fuck it, man.
What
Hey,
kind of
I
ass
ain't got no
backward shit is
descendants
that,
from
man?
Africa. I just got African descent. What the fuck?
Make it make sense, OTK. Because I
Word.
can't.
Word, cuz.
But like I said, they never pull out any sources before the Civil War. They never do.
Exactly. And we have to understand how, that's why I say F Black history, because it's like Black history was created to cover up our true indigenous history. And when it was created, it's set us in a specific time zone. It sets us at a specific place in time. It makes us a certain type of people. And we can't seem to get a hold and get away from the narrative of being slaves. Being so-called slaves that was stolen. It's stuff that we can't get away from.
They wasn't stolen. They wasn't stolen. They uncles them sold them. We got the goddamn stories that they want to go off the story. But let me tell you though, a lot of their slave voyages and stories, embarkment started in Africa and ended in Africa. From the top to the bottom. They don't tell you that part though.
Even
They don't tell you that part.
You're right. And even with the slave voyages website, they show so many disembarkations from South Carolina. It don't make no sense.
And they show more
It
people
don't make
being
no
brought
sense.
from America to America.
That's what I said. It's fact.
Y'all crazy, man.
But it's fact. It's
Hey,
fact.
hey, listen.
Oh my
Hey, sis, you
goodness.
know one thing that caught my attention when you were showing that video about the dude in Minnesota and college teaching. Remember now you about to make me bring out that Indian curriculum book back out that I brought out long time ago, and Alabama was like, what the fuck is this, OTK? I said, look, it's showing them boys how to plant, how to garden and all that. Why do you gotta teach somebody that's indigenous how to do these things on their own land? It don't make no sense. And since you hit that on the head, if they already was here, why do somebody gotta teach you the goddamn language when you born in it?
Yep.
No, you gotta remember, they beat it out of them. And now they gotta beat it back in them. Apparently, I don't know how the hell you
But hold on,
reverse
though.
ass whooping or something.
Yeah, they beat it out you and then they force you to go back and learn it again. Hey, they forced them boys. They say, look, you don't send them, your check gone. Your funding gone. You better send them to this school.
Yep.
They beat it out of them, and now they beating it back in. I don't know, man. I don't know how that worked.
Hey, but shout out though, much respect to all those kids though that lost their life in Carlisle. You know what I mean? Which eventually turned into a military base, if I'm not mistaken. And they found all those bodies there, man. I did a bill on it one time, man, about the Carlisle Indian boarding school, man. But shout out to all those kids that was buried, dog, in unmarked graves and just buried all kind of way. You know what I'm saying, man? You know, but now we know where all those kids' names went at.
Right.
Huh? Now we know where Rabbit Foot Little Deer Hunt name came from. When we see him looking like Daniel Boone with the name Rabbit Foot Deer is, we know where he got it from and how he got in that tribe. Same shit they was doing to our grandmothers, them, y'all. When our grandmamas them died, they still was using our grandmamas them paperwork. And if you don't believe me, ask Alabama. He got the proof of it. They was that's why we was telling people like, yo, go and claim your grandmamas them and your granddaddy them boys Social Security, and they don't claim the money. I mean, you can't get no money, but go claim that they're deceased because there's somebody out here using their information still to this day.
Exactly.
So be careful.
We gotta get down to the bottom of this, and we can't allow this nonsense to continue to carry on. And even in context, you could use a bunch of these modern day sources all you want. None of it is going to erase what we out here talking about and what we out here trying to get the people to understand and what our genealogy say. Because it's crazy too, because I see a lot of these Pan-Africans, they'll come out with their genealogy, and a lot of their genealogy connecting them back to indigenous tribes, and somehow they still from Africa. Somehow your folks still got on a boat. Where was that? If you think that these people ain't keep good books, you've really lost your rabbit ass mind. Because these people kept them books. And I wasn't about to keep arguing with motherfuckers like, look, we just gonna go out here, we're gonna continue to talk about it, we're gonna continue to spread the word and let people know. My grandmother is 72 years old. And she's like, I'm not from Africa. We not from Africa. And she said that several times. Look here. And she an old country lady. Look here. We not from Africa. Jack. Straight up.
She don't know not one slave in her family, do she?
Not one.
Not a nan, not a.
Done the research.
Not a nan, not a.
I got ancestors who fighting against the word Negro. I got ancestors in my line who never had a slave owner. We never was owned by slaves. Majority of my ancestors, and I could prove it. They were born free. Born free. It wasn't no slaves, and it wasn't no fucking slaves. was the
Let me tell you a serious that fucked our head up. Us being the true American Indians, but what fucked our head up to what an Indian, what we thought an Indian was, where they took it away. When we saw Sesame Street, that lady that played that Indian in Sesame Street that says she was a real Indian, come to find out she was a fucking Italian or something, dog.
I remember that.
And claim it right, dog. When y'all look up
was exposing her. What's the name? That white guy.
It is a such thing called pretendians. They have an actual build on it. They got a definition on it, and they tell you who they is. And inside of that definition, they got hyperlinks that you click on to. And man, I did a bill when I first started my channel with the goddamn cleanup crew. We did a bill on that, and we got into that research of pretendians, and it went into these $5 Indians, and they brought her up.
These people here,
she got caught.
These people, pretendians, when you Google it, and all this coming up,
that's some crazy work.
Pretendians, but they want to call us that. Pretendians.
We the pretendians, though. We the pretendians.
Cut the jokes. Cut the jokes.
Man, it's a good day to wake up from the American dream.
She said, I am 70. My grandmother's 103, where she was here, told us who we was. We are who she is, the real Indian. I am Sharp Top. Beautiful. Yeah, my great grandmother is 102, and she don't know shit about no Africa. I mean 101. Sorry, y'all. She 101. She'll be 102 in November. She don't know shit about no Africa. Nothing.
Hey sis, you got that text message that Sister Freedom? Remember I was telling you about them old movies where they was right in front of our face, like them boys would call us Junior. Remember like the roots type shit. Man.
Oh, if you going in and out, you going in and out. Yeah, look at the pretendians up there calling us that. Shut up. Stop calling us pretendians. Stop calling us abos. Stop calling us all that shit. And respect us.
Because those are real people. Pretendians. They are real fucking people, man. Like for real. But those movies, Sister Freedom sent me and you a text today where it had those movie clips where those people said, I ain't no African, I'm Indian, from these old movies and shit. Man, it was so much movies, man. Even the modern day movie, I think it was Gangs of Roses. One of them white people called that black girl. She said, "Oh, you are Indian." And she had looked like, I think I want to say it was Lil Kim, but I don't think it was Lil Kim inside that movie, man. But no, this shit is real, man. Like they be saying this shit right here in front of our face, but we just don't pay no attention. Nope. Like, come on, I grew up with everybody around me and my family, them boys having 2 ponytails hanging down. They real hell. I ain't never seen no damn African with no ponytails.
Then they want to talk shit about complexion and all this. None of that matters. None of that.
Man,
but we are many shades. We are many shades, and those many shades are represented in all of our families.
See, but here the thing, Sharice. We come in many shades, but the same thing is we always have that same red undertone that nobody want to talk about.
That's right.
Hey,
whether you're light skin or dark skin, you can see the red.
Fuck the 50 Shades of Grey. Fuck the 50 Shades of Grey. I'm coming out with a new movie, 100 Shades of Brown.
100 Shades of Red.
Right.
Yeah. Red, brown,
I think that mug was fair, though, man. You might get 5 stars, 99 Rotten Tomatoes. You know what I'm saying?
Word. Hey, Ghetto Child, you ain't lying now, because when I was in Chicago, dog, we damn sure had a motherfucking rat tail. Braided long as a motherfucker.
Yeah.
A
lot of boys for that.
That was that
a lot of
shit.
boys. Yeah.
That was that
I remember seeing that a lot in the 90s. I remember seeing that a lot in the 90s. I was young, but I know a lot of young boys used to have that little rat tail right in the middle right in the back of their head. But everything else was shaved off or cut off, or they had a little bit at the top. So yeah, I remember all of that. Like, this is, I mean, truthful, I had to come in this thing swinging today because, I mean, it wasn't even based off nothing I seen or anything. It's just like, I know how much we love talking about this. We love being able to dive into this to get that better understanding and just so we can commune on something real.
Right.
And that's what it's all about for me. Like, even when people bring up, I'm gonna have to pull that thing back up, a shot son left. Like, they don't want to acknowledge who these Africans were, these Berbers, these people.
They don't know.
And it's crazy. It's like, bro, so you a Berber?
Yeah. They
Come
don't
on.
know. Shout out to that red undertone, man.
That's
you know
right.
what I'm talking about? Shout out to that red
The
undertone, cuz.
real Redskins.
That motherfucking chestnut.
All
you know
day.
what I'm talking about?
Definitely a lot. Look like you get a little bit lighter or some shit.
Nah, it's just that my camera at home be in a dark spot. Like, I ain't that black. That's why when them niggas be saying I'm black as hell, I'm like, man, y'all niggas tripping, bro. I ain't black like this red ass undertone, bro.
Yes,
That
it
look
is.
like my gold damn near.
Clear as
Look
day.
like my gold damn near. Word.
The truth
Shit,
is,
all
I
day.
really do respect you, and you know what I'm saying. I appreciate what you be doing, and just trying to keep it on information, and really just trying to get people to dig deeper and to look deeper, man. And we need more people like you, and it is more people like you, but we need more of that. We need more of us, new school, new people, whatever you want to call it, to continue to come into the fold, especially and being able to reveal what we know. Like, I mean, I done show so much stuff about my people. Like, can't nobody really deny my shit. You could say I look African. You could say whatever the fuck you want. Bitch, you know that's not true. Stop what you doing. You just trying to say that shit because you mad when you can't come up with the information.
And you see somebody in the chat said they rescinded the Sesame Street Ladies Canadian Hall of Fame Award and other awards in music from her earlier this year for the lie, OTK. You see what I'm saying? And dog, for years we watched Sesame Street. Thinking she was a goddamn Indian.
But that's a whole song. I forgot it, but they got a whole song called Indian Red by the
Yeah.
Wild Chopper-Toothers.
Yeah. Shit, you know what the famous song was? 1 little, 2 little, 3 little Indians, 4 little, 5 little, 6. Hey, dog, that was a song growing up for us.
Hey, we were seeing the evolution of that because it went from Indians to, you know what I'm saying, to the hard R, bro. It's like, damn. Okay.
Yep, them lies coming out. Lies
Yeah,
coming out.
and keep doing what you're doing, sis, because you know what I mean. Bat said something important. Bat was like, "Yo, I don't want y'all brothers to get comfortable, y'all sisters to get comfortable, because y'all think we in a better place. Because the world waking up, we gotta keep hammering it home, keep hammering it home, keep hammering it home." Yes. I mean, regurgitation got us in this spot of believing that we came from a place rather than here now. It was all because of regurgitation.
That part.
Years after years of indoctrination. Now the re-indoctrinating stage begins with a new indoctrination that's already tied into you that you know because it's in your bloodline.
Yep.
You're bringing yourself back to nature. You know what I mean? And you know, I'm sorry, but I gotta say it. Religion caused a major divide.
Yes.
It sure
You feel
does.
it caused a major divide. I mean, that's why they was warring over there, and they brought that war over here. But when they got over here, they was able to, you know, get some people to join with them, some of us to join with them and roll with them. And in return, this is how you get let me stop. I ain't even gonna say that.
We ain't got time to be you know what I'm saying? I don't know who Prince Cosmon. I'm sorry, I don't know who you are. I see you got a photograph, but you need to either show your face or I can't let you up.
That ain't Cosmon, is it? Nah. So he might be from the Cosmon family. He might be from the Cosmon family though.
Yeah, but I
You know
don't
what
want
I mean?
nobody to kind of porn bomb or
Porn
do
bomb
something.
you? Yeah. Well, that
So
wouldn't be a porn bomb for you.
Man, I'm done.
you funny as shit.
I'm done.
Oh, okay. He showed his face. Thank you. I appreciate you doing that. You can turn off your camera. I'll let you up.
Yeah. Hey, Rain Alexander, man, whenever you ready, bro, reach out. Reach out. We want more people to start
But
coming
you
out
said
and telling us
create a
about
game.
your area. Your area, your chieftain, your peoples who you descend from, and your chieftaindom and all that. We need more people coming out. That way we can go ahead and lock everything down. Now, once we lock every state down, damn near every city, every county down, it's nothing else left to say. So
I want to
that's
welcome Prince Cosmo to the panel real quick. Peace to
Peace
you.
to the
I didn't even
panel.
part of the creator game. Peace to you.
Peace, peace. How y'all doing, family?
Yeah, Prince
Great to y'all.
Cosmo, what's up? Create a gang up. Shout out to the Vortexians,
Yeah,
man.
man. You already know. Create a gang in this thing. It's all praises to the Great Spirit, man. Salute to all of the natives to this beautiful land we call America. You know what I'm saying? All of our native people starting to wake up in this time, and it's a beautiful thing to see people coming together in this chat and other chats, you know, and just bringing light to the situation. Because a lot of lies been told, and I'm glad these lies is being exposed, and people can see that we've been sitting on our homeland this whole time. They've been trying to get us to believe otherwise, but the more the truth comes out, and grandma's speaking, and aunties are speaking, and you know, uncles is telling the truth about these things, man. It's bringing so much more clarity. Can y'all hear me?
Oh, crystal clear.
Yeah,
Oh,
man.
cool.
Shout out to you, Prince Cosmo. That's my dog right there. I was making sure, but that's
Salute.
my dog right there.
Yeah, salute to you, OTK, man. Keep bringing that light out, big dog.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Definitely. I don't know nothing else, bro. I don't know nothing else. Like when I be at the bars, dog, somehow I got to get on the conversation with this American Indian stuff. You know what I mean?
It be
For
like
real.
that for real, man. Shit. I don't really even be trying. It just some way somehow happen because it's like people still believing that they African and they this. I'm like, no, bruh. Stop.
Yeah.
That shit ain't got us nowhere. It has not done anything for us ever since At we all. it has not done a damn thing for us except
Yeah,
like
it
look at.
got us somewhere. It got us back with this
Oh,
shit.
you're right. You're right. You're right. It took us backwards.
It ain't
You're
where we
right about
supposed to
that,
be
huh?
at, but it got us back with this
Man, cause oh, but you know it's an awakening happening right now. Our kids and our grandkids, man, it's gonna be in a whole different understanding because all of that life gonna fall off so quick, man. You know, at least with those of us who are conscious. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm.
Right, and that's what is most important too, dog. It ain't about going to if your grandmama say got that saying that we come from another place, dog. Don't worry about grandma right now, bro. You know what I mean? Take the information that grandmama got and do the research yourself, and enlighten the rest of your family, especially the younger ones in your family. Like, look, man, grandmama was indoctrinated through my church and all of this right here, man. So, hey, listen. Boom. I bet you grandmama didn't say that. You know what I'm saying? So we got to understand too, man, in the South, it was like bad to say that you was of this heritage, of this lineage. You know what I mean? Like to say that, dog, was to get you executed. You understand what I'm saying? Or it was a thing to say that for a long time, bro. Especially on this East Coast way. You know what I'm saying? Word.
Straight up, bro. Straight up, man. Yeah, I found out recently. I live in South Carolina right now, and like she was saying earlier when she was reading that document, there was so many, you know, ports, quote unquote ports that was out here on this coast. And
what part of Carolina you at?
I'm in Columbia, South Carolina right now.
Okay, you like 45 minutes away.
Yeah, where you at? You said 45 minutes from where you at. Where you at?
Hold on, I got this train rolling through real quick.
Yeah, I love this. This is beautiful. And I love that we build. And I really do appreciate you hitting the panel, True Food. Everybody hitting the panel. I hope some more people hit the panel. Like, it's just an important discussion to have. I think that when it comes down to our history, that's the real problem that I continue to kind of grapple with and kind of deal with when it comes down to what's being taught, how much this has been like ingrained, plagued, etc. within our beings, within our species, that we can't even fucking separate. Some of us can't separate the real from the fake. And then it's like, and I hate to keep going back to the DNA test, but the DNA test really pisses me off because a lot of people really depend on that DNA test and DNA science to prove their Africanness. And it's just like, to me, it's limits to that. And it's kind of like, how was you depending on a spit test to match you with anybody in Africa?
I done figured it out, sis. I got the cheat code on it. I know.
What's the formula?
I know how, sis. So I was studying police forensics, right, with the DNA test and how they started using DNA testing in the court system. But it doesn't apply to courts, but how people was getting free and then all that, right? So during the process of that, they say somebody that looked exactly like me can have the same DNA makeup. Did you hear me, sis?
Mm-hmm.
So if you find somebody over there in another country that look like OTK, they can have the same DNA makeup. This is how they're tracing people back, because they're finding people with a similar makeup as you. Now you can look that up on the DNA thing and see that. Like, how is that possible? How can somebody be from over there and I'm here, but yet we look alike? Remember they say you got a twin everywhere in the world? Everybody has a twin everywhere in the world?
Yeah.
They can have the same DNA chemical makeup as you, bro, and they actually can like get charged, or you can get charged for shit you didn't even do because of this. That's why they don't hold DNA admissible in court.
Yeah.
They can listen to it, but they can't hold it admissible because they really don't know.
As a
But check
matter of
that out,
fact,
sis. Look that up if you don't believe me. If none of y'all don't believe me, all I say, anything I say, just look it up for yourself, and I guarantee you will find it. This shit is crazy.
Salute my big brother Cosmo Cal, the cloud kicker in the
What's
building.
word, Jelly Bird?
What up, though?
I
What
knock
up, though?
in that motherfucker. Boy.
What up, though? What's the word, though?
I'm just
What's
chilling
going
out.
on, cousin?
You
Yeah,
big sis?
Yeah.
You already know,
Okay,
holding
having
on
that
like a
conversation.
hub.
Yeah, hey, Prince Cosmo, you like 45 minutes away from me, bro.
Oh yeah, man. We're gonna have to tap
Yeah,
in with
he
each other,
down
man.
there in
Wow.
SC.
Yeah, I'm next to Charleston, bro.
Oh, you Charleston
I'm
area,
right
okay.
outside of Orangeburg, pretty much.
Oh, Orangeburg, yeah, about 45, 50 minutes, big dog. You gonna have to hook
I'm
up.
right outside of Orangeburg, bro.
Yeah, man.
Yep. We gotta
'Cause
link up, man. I'll get your info.
I can learn from my big
I'll
brother.
reach out to Cosmon and get your info, Prince Cosmon, and because over this web it's difficult, man. Y'all please protect yourself. These niggas adopt you when you're showing your pictures and all that, man. These niggas done dox me so much that they know what street I be by, but they never pull up. You know what I mean? Don't invite me to somewhere and then don't pull up. You know, don't dox me like that, man. God damn.
Right.
So
No,
hold on,
I ain't
let
gonna
me
do
answer. Let's respond to Shah Sun when we talking about what type of DNA is admissible in court. So when we're talking about what DNA is admissible in court, we're talking about the ancestry DNA test. That DNA is not admissible in court. That's what he's referring to. So
It's called autosomal.
Exactly. So when people talk about that type of DNA testing, when it comes to people who claim Native American and all of that other stuff, that's the shit that's not admissible in court that I believe that OCK is referring
Man,
to.
the only DNA that you can use in court is parental DNA. When you're going for a goddamn parental shit as far as you being a daddy or not.
Yeah,
that
that's
ain't mine.
that's
That's
called
it, bro.
autosomal.
They are not admissible. You can use it during a murder trial or whatever like that, or during the case, but it's not admissible. Admissible, my bad. You know what I mean? It's not. I don't give a damn what they saying. Now, it's been used to help get some people off. But still, it's not just the DNA that helped get these people off. That helps the prosecution or the defense find other angles to say where they couldn't have did this because this right here leads to this other person. So they got to find the other person that DNA links to and bring them to justice in order to get you out. That's the only way, bro. They cannot use it.
Well,
2 times OTK. Hey, Cosmo.
Hey, Sharice. What up, though, baby sis?
I'm cool and good to have you on the panel.
Word. You know, I was just cruising. You dig what I'm talking about? Shooting through, spinning. You dig what I'm talking about? Hub capping in the fast lane. And, I got to come out through and holler at my people.
Word.
I love it. I'm glad that you're here. And I'm
Sure.
glad everybody hitting the panel and we trying to, get down to the bottom of this bullshit. Like, I went through a lot of information in like the last couple hours, just a ton of videos, a ton of interviews, just everything, just trying to lay out like why we feel the way we do. And like, I think the main question, like I want to know for everybody, I mean, since y'all all on the panel now, like, have you found your genealogy? Like, do you have for certain, like no shadow of a doubt, like knowing what the truth is about who you are, who your family is, and what that means for the bigger picture? So we can, Cosmo, if you want to start, you can go ahead and we could just work our way up.
Well, I'm so far back in my familial lines. Every one of them, all 4, you dig what I'm talking about, major lines, I'm back into the 1700s on, right? The early 1700s too. But 2 of them, I'm back into the 1600s.
Wow.
You dig what I'm talking about? I get so many people, and you find records of people that they died as babies. So they be in your family, they be there. You dig what I'm talking about? You got birth records and death records and all that stuff, and you be trying to put the name to, you know what I mean? It get a little tedious, but you dig what I'm saying? The dope part about what I was able to do with my genealogy, it had already ran back to 1792 on 2 of my lines, right? And so when I plugged that information into it, it opened up everything. So yeah, man, do your genealogy. Your DNA doesn't even work in court without your genealogy. Don't even matter. You dig what I'm talking about? It just, without the paperwork to back it, you dig what I'm talking about? It doesn't hold any weight.
Hey, guys.
Lawfully.
Big bro.
Yo.
Hey, you mind if I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What do you think the best way to do genealogical searches is? Is it just through names, family history, and names? Or
No.
is there other ways that you found your way through it?
It's a myriad of different ways, but the very first is to just talk to the people in your family.
Big facts.
That's the very first thing you should do. Just talk to them. Have you ever heard we had any? Are we Indians? Have you heard we had any Indians in our family? Do you know? You know what I mean? Woo, 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 woo. And it's right. Almost assuredly. I'm almost assuring you that somebody gonna say, well, yeah, we heard that we was whoopty whoop, or we was guacamole, we was seaweed, we was a pakamak, or you dig what I'm talking about? Whatever.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm talking about? They gonna say something. You dig what I'm talking about? I heard we was Cherokee. What they gonna say something?
Seminole.
You dig what I'm talking about? And then you start to go back on them on they lineage. The questions you ask is, okay, you know your mama and your daddy. Do you know their mama and daddy?
Right.
That's a great start right there. If you know them names, your mama and your daddy and your 4 grandparents, right? If you know them names, that's a hell of a start. Let alone if you
The
know
area they come from.
the area, all that stuff, but let alone if you got relatives living, like let's say a lot of many people, their parents have passed or they not with them, or you know what I mean, but you got a auntie or something the same age, they would know their grandparents' names. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they would know Uncle this and Uncle that. You dig what I'm talking about? And they was from Comica, Alabama, or Comika, Alabama, where my people was from. You dig what I'm talking about? Tuscaloosa, down there. You dig what I'm saying? That's where a bunch of my people is from.
Tuscaloosa is Oklahoma, right?
I would start there. You dig what I'm talking about? Just to ask the questions, and then I would take advantage of this AI that we got now. Stuff like what's the ancestry family tree? You dig what I'm talking about? You can find these records. You dig what I'm talking about? Prove that they're your people, and they will line up what they find, and then you will know your people, so you can just it'll fall right in line.
Wow.
You dig what I'm talking about? With this AI, a lot of the work is the heavy lifting is done. You dig what I'm talking about? You just got to tap in. So, and if you know your parents and your grandparents, man, you got a hell of a head start.
It must be nice, Cosmon, because my people only go back to 1830, and I think that's because of all the damn y'all gotta go situations, bro.
Now,
with the dancing rabbit, huh?
Now, also remember, a lot of our people changed religion. So this is one thing that stumped me in the 1860s, bro. 2 things really. I had grandparents that had the same names. So I had a William and a William. Right? So you think one person disappeared and he pop up in another place, but he's way younger. Ain't no way. You dig what I'm talking about? Also, another thing is that they changed religion.
So, I got people, they don't even have any, like my grandmother always tell me about her father's mother. She ain't had nothing, bro, and I mean nothing. Like I got a picture of her and all that stuff, but when it comes to finding her in the records, bro, she has nothing.
And see, a lot of
times,
you
got her maiden name?
Yeah, we got all. I got her name. I got who she was married to. All that stuff. But
you got the place where she was at?
Nope. We don't.
You don't know where she came from, or you don't know where she was at?
No. I'll tell you like that. My grandmother said when she passed away, they had to go all the way out there to like the church she went to even find out when she was born.
Yeah, like, the church hold all the records, cuz.
Bro, but when they
ain't
say
that
they
right,
had nothing on her, bro,
that's what I was gonna tell you. You know what though? Because you got to remember, during that time, a lot of our people was changing religions.
Right.
So, for instance, let me tell you, I would have never found it had not the work already been done for me. You dig what I'm talking about? I'd have never found this, but my 7th great grandmother, her real name is Selassie Tamiyakite. And she came from French Guyana as an indenture. You dig what I'm talking about? Within like a year. You dig what I'm talking about? As a 13, 14-year-old coming over here in 1805, 1806, she her name changes to Anne Barentine. Right? Why? Because she took up on the Christian religion. You dig what I'm talking about? So, you know, she didn't even have a last name. Her name is Selassie Tamiyakite. And the crazy part is the people come up here, up in the north. Later, they come up here to the north. And the Christianized name for Kite is Coates. Right? So the Kite turned into the Coates. Right? And my land, right, where the family land is, you dig what I'm talking about, up here with the Hurons and stuff, is called the Cote Plats. So she knew. You dig what I'm talking about? They knew. You dig what I'm talking about? That, you know, when you get a parcel of land, it's called a plat. And each plat has a name to it. You dig what I'm talking about? I got multiple parcels all next to each other, and it's called the Cote Plat or Kite Plat. But it's Coates. Yep.
But okay, I see what you're saying, though.
Hey, another thing too, y'all. Another thing too, bro. Prince Cosmon. Another thing too. Check out the cemeteries, bro, where your people's them at, because that can be truthful. Try to find these cemeteries, bro, because on these cemeteries and these headstones or obituaries too, because all old obituaries in the South, that motherfucker named everybody who died before the person whose funeral it is. Everybody in their family, it named them. In these older obituaries, bro. And you gotta understand, middle names didn't come out into the 70s.
Right.
So when you go to a family gravestone, you might see your great grandmama had a middle initial. That's not her middle name. That's her maiden last name. Yes. Yes, bro. Definitely. Go ahead.
Yeah, because and the truth of that is, when they checked in the church records, you dig what I'm talking about? That's how we was able to, for sure, document her name, because they recorded her what they call heathen name or pagan name, right? And recorded the new one that she changed into. So this is how we knew who she was and where she was. She was buried in the church cemetery.
Damn, if she was buried in a church cemetery, then her people's them probably that was her people's them land. Where the church was built at.
I can't say. You did what I'm talking about.
Only certain churches got cemeteries behind them, bro. And those usually was for the first people of that church or of that environment, bro. That's in the South, cause. That's in the South, cause. I don't know how it is up Midwest.
I'll be acting like niggas ain't from the South. What I'm saying is I can't be sure of that, because but I do know that it's right outside, or what would, if she gave them land, right, to build, right?
To build the church.
Gave them land to build on the church. It's right next to where her land would be if she had all the acres.
Is it?
You see what I'm saying? So
is it like that?
Cause she, huh?
I said, is it like that? Is her land like right by it?
It's right there, bro.
Hell yeah, that's her land, bro.
Now that's what I'm saying. So, but it's a nice sized cemetery down there. So it was other people there, older than she was.
So that's a community cemetery.
Go back even further than she did. But I think she was part of that congregation, because she not but a couple miles away from there, if that.
Mm-hmm.
And she ended up came over here to America as an indentured. 14 years old with a 6-month-old baby already. She already had my 6th great grandmother Harriet already.
With a name like that, where did she come from, Cosmon?
She was This the funny part.
Little French in her or what? Go ahead.
We think this where we know she got picked up at.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know where she from, but she get picked up in French Guyana.
French Guyana, yeah. That's why I said that name was kind of French. Yeah. Go ahead.
Down there in top of South America, but the boat that she was on that ended up bringing her to South Carolina came from being in the Yucatan. It had been in the Yucatan
in Central America.
Prior year, it went to Costa Rica and then came to French Guyana and went to South Carolina, where her indenture was bought. She got bought by a man named Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry had that bread because they end up naming the whole county after him. It's still like that today. Perry, Alabama.
And this was your 7th grandmama, right?
That's my 7th great grandma.
That's your 7th grandmama. So your 6th great grandmama was the one she was carrying?
Yep, that's my great grandmother Harriet.
So from your 5th generation on down was born here on North American soil.
Correct.
Okay, I got you. I follow you.
You dig what I'm saying? That
but she came from the islands though. Or she came from the coast of South America on the right hand coast.
She could have been from Costa Rica. She could have been from Mexico.
From the Yucatan,
all
definitely.
3 places the prior year, but
Central America, right?
Up for show in French Guyana.
Damn. So
but
she could be Arawat, she could be Arawat, Taino, she could be Karen, she could be Mayan, Aztec. She could be all of those things, bro.
But what we know she is a nigga.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about?
Big copper color.
Yeah, definitely. She still was from the Americas. Point blank and simple. There ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You know what I mean? So
my great great grandfather was from here. My 6th, 7th great grandfather is from here. Who gave birth to my 7th great grandfather. How it tie in is the crazy part is a brother and a sister married a brother and a sister. So I got them on both sides of the family.
Oh wow!
Double connected with the family. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you marry who you around. You hunt on who you around. You dig what I'm talking about?
One of my granddaddies, him and his brother married two sisters.
This the crazy part. My 7th great grandfather, 6th great grandfather Stephen, and his best buddy Mark Darnell, my other 6th great grandfather, best buddies, both had sisters named Harriet.
Wow.
And they married each other's sister.
That's confusing.
I never found that. Bro.
Yeah, I got that. I got that type of shit too, where 2 brothers married 2 sisters in the same damn place, bro. You know what I mean? So, and they had kids by them, cuz it's a crazy.
I mean,
yeah,
you rock with who you around, so
you rock with who you around. So, hey, Cosmo, Prince Cosmo, you from the Columbia area?
My folks from California, but I was listening to my mama telling the story a while ago, and originally, I guess my great grandmama's daddy was around South Carolina, I guess by way of Florida. And then he came up, he ran off a plantation when he was 8 years old and ran up to South Cackalack. And then from Carolina, he ran to the Mason-Dixon line. He found his way onto a plantation up that way and met my great grandmama.
And you know what? A lot of people don't hear that story about people running from these so-called plantations in Florida and coming up. You always hear the story they was running from the plantations up and running down. Remember the Seminole story? That's how the Seminole stories is. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and that's crazy because they say my family is Seminole. He was Seminole.
So they was up here from the north.
And see, you know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, The
You said
Seminoles
what, Kyle?
came from the.
He up
Go
here
ahead.
from the north.
The Seminoles is up
Your
north.
people Iroquois.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. No, you
Man.
said Seminole. You said
Seminole,
Seminole. My
yeah.
bad. I'm tripping.
Seminoles came. They
That's
they
Florida.
originated. Yeah, but they originated like what we call today Alabama, Mississippi, up in that area, in that creek area where the Yamasees, all of them was at. Now, you know, when they was individual, they let some of them. You had two Seminoles. Now you had a Seminole that stayed over there in the Oklahoma and that way and went up to Oklahoma, and then you had one that went towards Florida. They ended up mixing in with the Tuscaroras.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Tuscaroras been done come down from up north at the Yamasees and the Seminole, the Creeks, them helped the Tuscarora war out. They ended up coming down south into like the borderline Georgia, Florida area, up inside that area. And then over in that area also with the Tuscaroras, you also have the Timucuan or the Timocrops in that same area. So let me tell you what happens after a war, bro. You got 100 chieftains before this war started. All right? Let's say the Yamasee Wars that ended right here in Goose Creek, where I'm from. You had 100 different chieftains in this war. When that war ended, you only had Catawba, Yamasee, or Cherokee. You understand what I'm saying, bro? So all these individual smaller chieftains was pretty much incorporated with bigger chieftains, and they got lumped underneath these things. So when your people tell you Cherokee, you might be Cherokee, but it's still a chieftain up underneath that Cherokee that you're part of. You see? So what they did is when they created these civilized tribes, they started lumping people in these 5 tribes because of their language familiar or phylum. You know what I'm saying? So that's another thing too. But yeah, you know what? Hey, bro, boy, I love history, bro. I love history, man.
One of the things that I always thought was kind of cool was my mom tells that story about how my grandpa left the plantation in Florida and then met my grandmama, and some years later they was on a reservation, and lo and behold, these fugitives had came through running from the police or from sheriffs or whatever, and they came up to my grandmama and my grandpa, and they was looking for a place to hide. My grandmama and them asked them what their names was and where they was running from, and the lady said her name was Bonnie, and this is her man. His name is Clyde. I was like, what? So they actually housed Bonnie and Clyde, I guess.
Oh shit!
At some point, I was like, that's crazy. You just never know.
Oh shit, boy, that is serious. Hey, listen, that's why we tell everybody, man, do your genealogy, find yourself in the story, find the greatness of what your peoples them did. Even don't be surprised if a lot of y'all don't find y'all peoples them being the real underground railroad motherfuckers.
You know what's a trip to me too? I was thinking about this. Okay, so on my mom's dad's side, my grandfather, his mom, I'm sorry, no, my grandmama's mom, my mama's mom, my great grandma, she was a Blackfoot Indian, and she knew where her tribe was from, and she used to always tell us too when we was kids that they was never slaves. And it's just now hitting, more so now that I'm finding out this history about us, being natives and all that. But yeah, she used to tell us that we was kids. We was never slaves. We were Blackfoot Indians. I guess they came from Canada, that region in Canada somewhere. I'm not sure. I want to know more about the Blackfoot history too, because my mom is the one that kind of centered my grandmother's. For the most part, she was the glue, the pillar of our family that sat underneath grandmama every holiday and got all these stories. So my mama got a lot of the oral tradition and the oral history from my great grandmothers. So I'm just gonna sit down with her like I was asking Kaz, like, and just start asking her about names and start writing these names down of my great grandparents and stuff like that.
And record it, bro. Record it.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, record it. Just don't write it down. Record it, because you always got digital prints when you record it too, bro. And send it to somebody. Send it to the web, to your Google, your emails. You know, send it to somebody so you can always have it, bro. Because that is legendary. Nobody can trump what grandmama say or granddaddy say. I don't care what nobody say, dog.
That's real.
Word. See, I remember Cosmon. Boy, I remember it was a time where we could have shared names and you know what I mean, and help each other out with their genealogy work on the channel, on the show and shit like that. But you got these weirdos who trying to just find out if everybody African and try to discredit you. And man, I have to say, OTK has been one of the ones who has been threatened by these trans Africans about being an African for so long, bruh, but yet I'm still here.
My thing is,
I say thank y'all.
They tried it. They made up some fake old genealogy that only had like 15 people in it. Listen, my genealogy is massive.
Thanks.
It's
massive.
And you see it crazy. As a matter of fact, I'm looking at it right now. Just it's crazy.
Where I remember my cousin died and Kaz called me. Me and Kaz was talking, right? Kaz called me during the time my cousin had died, man. He called me. He was like, "Hey, yo, OTK. But hold on, I'm finding people with multiple names that's the same, but the age don't match up in the date." I said, because they didn't use junior and senior back then. So if you find somebody with the same name with different dates, that's their kid, bruh. And that motherfucker, when he came back and talked to me, he been done traced from that point. He been done going all the way down into the 1600s. Just little things like that, you know, to help people get over the hump. And man, listen, man.
Did a lot of memorable shit too. That's another thing. A lot. They wasn't like slouches. You dig what I'm talking about? They got people like created stuff and got patents, and you dig what I'm talking about? Wrote books, and you dig what I'm talking about? They was doing stuff. So it's like it's trails. You dig what I'm talking about?
Boy, coming from a long line of life, boy.
That's right.
Hey, exactly, Shy Son. That's why you throw your hands up. You talk to somebody, great grandmama born in Beaufort. Don't you know Beaufort is the first place of the AME church, brother? This is where Lord View Hurston was coming at. She came to Beaufort, South Carolina, bruh.
Yeah,
with these African folk tales. Yeah, me too. Yeah, some of my peoples them started out over there, Pinckney Island and all that shit over there, dog, before it was called Beaufort and Hilton Head, bruh.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, definitely. But they say they Gullah though. Well, Shy Son, is Gullah not a tribe? Gullah, is that not a tribe? Is that not a chieftain? That's all I want to ask. Is that not a chieftain? You notice they didn't say they was Gullah Geechee, like they try to put both of them terms together. You know what I mean? Yeah. And Cause I try to stay away from that. Cause asked me about that shit about Queen Quet and the Gullah Geechee people, boy, for damn near 6 months. And I said, Cause, man, I don't know if I want to get into that. But then I just got shitting. And I said, you know what? Let me go ahead and drop it. Yo, they two different people, man. Now, the Gullah is saying the whole goddamn coast, and it's a dialect that the people spoke. But they were saying all of these chieftains was considered, just like how they say all of these chieftains is Muskegon or Iroquois, but it's multiple chieftains. It was multiple chieftains up underneath that Gullah coast. You see what I'm saying? But then you had an Ogeechee River. So you had a people called the Ogeechee. So that's why I say you gotta separate it. Now, if you want to say Gullah is the dialect that the people speak, I will run with that. That's the only way you can put them boys together. But other than that, dog, they're separate. They're separate. You know what I mean? So
yeah, my homies out here, the Geechee cats out here, I don't know, man. They just have a different way of moving. You know what I'm saying? And I rap with them boys and we work. But I always tell them, man, we all the original Geechee understood the difference between, you know, the Great Spirit and who God is. So we rocked on that level a lot. But like I said, my people,
Yeah, man,
I
because
know
we've
I
been
got some connections.
heavily indoctrinated,
I know
bro.
I got some connections, man, with the Geechee people too. I just don't know it all yet. I gotta get into that.
Yeah, all you need to know is your bloodlines.
Mm-hmm.
And your bloodlines or your chieftains. So on this coast, bro, you got the Edawans, you got the Edistos, you got the Seaweed, you got the coming from Colombia, you got the PD, you know, coming into the Seaweed, then coming into the goddamn Edisto, coming into the Stonos, coming into the Edawans, you know, you know what I mean? Coming into the Butcherweeds, and then they keep on going into the Timacuans. And man, listen, it's so much chieftains on this coast, bro. I got a serious book I'm gonna start back reading because this book states every war, everything that ever happened, even if it was a simple raid with any foreign contact, and it lets you know who was doing it and their names, bro. Like I found the chief of the Etowah. And now I got to go back and really look and study this chief because the name is like, okay, Chief Robin. So I'm wondering if this Chief Robin a dude or is this Chief Robin a woman? So now I'm searching like a mug because I'm trying to find out more history on Chief Robin. Because he was the one where they came into Charleston in 1670. She was there in Oyster Point, Mount Pleasant, or he was there, and that chieftain was there. They sold the land from what these contracts say they sold the land. Or whatever like that. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, they call it the Etowah Removal Act of 1675. This is how Charleston was created. See, they already had a Charlestown. That was West Ashley. That was, that was the people coming from Beaufort in 1663 that came into West Ashley and created Charlestown. That would be some of my bloodline, them boys, the Pinckneys, them. You feel what I mean? Because the first motherfucker name was Charles Pinckney. So that's why I say, and then they was fighting against the motherfuckers who came into Charleston. So that's why I say Charlestown was named after Charles Pinckney, not Charles the King, because they wasn't fighting for the fucking king. They was going against the king. That's why they fought the motherfuckers in 1670 that came through Oyster Point, Charleston. We got stories of them getting captured and everything during the war.
Hey, dig this. Now, didn't the American Civil War end in 65, 66, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to have. Yeah.
Look, I got this link on my ancestry about this dude named Enoch Salter, right? But look what it say. I don't know if he came to me yet. I ain't tried to look into it all of there, but look what his shit say about his death. March 28th, right? 1868. Take notice of the day. This is from the Monroe Journal. April 17th, they reprinted it April 17th, 1913, from a column called "Tis 5 and 40 Years Since." So it's been 40. What they're saying is 45 years since 1868 that this thing happened. Watch what they say. Enoch Salter, right, was killed near Burnt Corn on Sunday, March 2nd, 1868, by a Negro Brit, his former slave.
A British Negro? Uh-oh. Hold up, Kaz. That will shake up this world, dog. If you showing a black European enslaved.
Yup. And they calling him a Negro Brit. Are these your blacks and your Negroes? Are they really British?
Or are they Portuguese? Because we got them people in North Carolina calling the Portuguese and Spanish ancestry people Negro in them court cases. So
This
who are
Monroe,
the real Negroes?
this got to be Monroe, Louisiana, right? It's Monroe's in Louisiana, right?
Ooh.
So you saying he had a slave? He was killed by his slave.
He was killed by his former slave, a black British nigga.
A black British nigga, bruh. Oh
Just
my
so
God.
happened, so happened, you believe. Now listen to the rest of the story. It's 3 niggas walking, and this black British nigga who just so happened to be his former slave is 2 brothers, and the nigga who he was that's there, they call Searcy brothers, and then is Salter there, Enoch Salter, and this black British slave that it used to be his slave just happened to walk up on them after the war on a dark road, all 3 of them, and a fight ensued. Listen, Enoch Salter was killed near Burnt Corn on Sunday, March 2nd, 1868, by a Negro Brit, his former slave. Salter, right, the guy who gets killed, in company with George and John Searcy, 2 other people, right, met the Negro in the road when a quarrel took place between the Negro and one of the Searcys, one of the 2 brothers. You think, and he say a blow aimed at Searcy actually hit his former slave master Salter on the head, causing his death. They also go on to say George Searcy and was Enoch Melton's brother-in-law.
Right.
Wow. So this is another person they linking him to. But you think it's by chance that a British nigga just so happened to be in the same area that his former enslaver and his 2 homeboys was on a dark night? Or did that nigga hunt them?
Yeah, he ambushed them.
He ambushed them. Right? He probably popped it off, what's up? What's up?
Straight up. I got time today, cuz.
Yeah, I got time today. See, I ain't have time before, you was trying to play me. You did what I'm talking about, but I got time today. And so he ended up killing his own slave master, a black Brit. Ooh-wee. I had never seen that written down before.
Wow. So your grandfather was the black Brit, right?
This would be, hold on.
Or great. Yeah.
No. Enoch Salter would be my 4th great grand uncle.
Okay.
So if that's my people, I'm not saying that that's my people.
Oh,
because I haven't looked on there, and he might be a white dude. Ain't no telling. You dig what I'm talking? Ain't no. I had to go look into the story, but
yeah, I was trying to get it straight.
Yeah. Oh shit! No, it's a nigga. Yeah. Yeah. I'm descended from the North Carolina, Alabama Bookers. My maiden name. I'm kin to the Bookers. On my father's side.
Wow.
The Northwest Florida Merriweathers. I'm kin to the Merriweathers. On my mother's side. They came, as a matter of fact, they came to Michigan with the Jones family. This is the turn of the century. 1900s, late 1890s.
Yeah, I can't wait to be able to. I can't wait to be able to see my family name in genealogy on that timeline like that, because that's gonna change some shit for me personally. Because
It's a Northwest
That's the difference.
Florida Merriweathers, and down in New Orleans, and the Alabama Moody's, the Georgia, Louisiana Colemans. I'm kin to all these people. I know Moody's, but I'm kin to the Colemans. The Georgia, Louisiana Burns. My great grandmother's maiden name is Burns on my father's grandmother. Her whatchamacallit name is Burns. The Georgia, Louisiana Sims. So
What
I know
time period?
just how they saying it. You dig what I'm talking about?
What time period is this?
The Alabama. So the nigga that got killed, the actual slave owner, Enoch Salter, would have been my fourth great uncle. So my people owned the slave.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say at the end of it all.
So we own British Negroes.
Yeah. Wow. That's tight.
American
and it was kin to y'all too, because he was brother-in-laws as well, right?
Right. The other nigga, Searcy.
Oh, Searcy was
one of the niggas that got killed. I think he ended up marrying one of the Moody kids. So I see how that tie into the.
Yes, it's crazy webs, man. In this family lineage thing, it's crazy how that thing spin out.
I can't make this up, Shaw Sizzy. I would do it to make you laugh, man, but I ain't gonna lie about it. Enoch Salter was killed near Burnt Corn. This is from March 28th, 1868, from the Monroe Journal, Louisiana. April 17th, in the reprint is from April 17th, 1913. 45 years later, from a column called "'Tis 5 and 40 Years Since." I can't make this up. Enoch Salter was killed near Burnt Corn on Sunday, March 2nd, 1868, by a Negro Brit, his former slave. The British enslaved in Louisiana. Let it sink in for a second.
Your people's was slave master in there.
They said they brought all the people from Europe.
Right. Damn.
That's where all the niggas in Europe went. They came to America as slaves. This is why they so vehement about trying to tell us we African.
Exactly. Come on now.
Because it was really the Brits that was slave. Okay, well then, if the British monarchy was shipping all these people out of these areas, who were they in coordination with? The big dog at the time in the 1600s is who? Big dog. Who big dog in the 1600s?
And in Britain?
No.
In the 1600s?
In the 1600s. Who's big dog in the world?
Who is it?
It's the Ottomans.
Okay.
The Ottoman Turks. You know, they got Constantinople. They got, you dig what I'm talking about? They got the whole Mediterranean on lock.
Right.
Right.
That's the Khazars, right? The modern day Jews.
No, that wouldn't even be them. Khazar come from Slavic slave stock. This would have been some of the people that, they kind of descend from a little bit, but they enslaved all them niggas. They didn't care nothing about None of that.
Okay.
You dig what I'm talking about? Because they was practicing Islam.
Okay.
You dig what I'm talking about? The Ottomans are Islamic. And so these is the guys who are pulling off the Barbary slave trade in North and Western Africa. These are the guys who actually enslaving the people in Africa.
What time period is this? 1600s, you say? Yeah.
This is 1500s to the 1800s, 1850s, 1500 to 1850. So Europeans were being taken out of Europe, enslaved in Northern Africa and Western Africa, slave Guinea Coast. This is why they call that place the Guinea Coast. Because you got to think about it. Everything from Italy to Spain is Gaul, right? It's Guinea. It's all Italians. Everything on the north from Spain to Italy, right, is Guinea. So why would, if the Guineas are from Europe, right? We know that that's a common name for Italians, Guineas. You know what I mean? So much so, just like they call us niggas.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm talking about? It's a term for Italian.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So why would you call a coast in Africa, the south and western coast of Africa, Guinea?
Because it was owned by the Italians.
Was it?
I was a guess.
Or or was it the Spanish and the Portuguese? Or did they not own nothing? And they just colonized the people with their religion. Remember, the people that's already there in Africa is selling these Guineas right there on the slave coast.
But these Guineas ain't actually from the Guinea coast?
Nope.
So they just colonized these people, gave them the religion,
enslaving them,
and then stamped the name on them as slaves. Okay.
Yep. Now you African. It's a catch-all term.
Got you. Damn.
Yep. So many of these people getting sold over here to the Americas, you dig what I'm talking about, from Africa ain't African. It don't make sense for Africans to sell Africans when there's tons of enslaved Europeans already being dropped off by the Muslims, the Moors, the Corsairs, let alone the Ottoman Turks. Hold on.
Man, they told so many lies about the African slave shit, boy. That is crazy. So African became a catch-all term for anybody colonized by and enslaved by these other nations. Hey, you know your mic muted, right, guys?
Yeah, I'm gonna jump back on real quick, man. I gotta go pick the baby up from basketball practice real quick.
Oh, okay. PC, big brother, man. Be easy out there, man. Thanks for sharing your light a little bit with your brother.
You already know, my baby. One love.
It's all love, man. Bless up.
Yes, peace, Cosmo. Dang, Cosmo was really spitting. Damn.
Boy, stay cooking, man. My big bro, man. He stay cooking. Y'all go like, share, and subscribe over at the channel, man. He got a channel, Cosmo Cal TV. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Credit Gang. Shout out to Credit Gang channel. You know what I'm saying? We got a Credit Gang channel TV too. So, Yeah, sis. Thanks for having us on, man. I enjoyed the conversation as well. All the facts and figures you brought out, all the information's highlight, man. We need that energy. Keep sharing, keep coming on live and having these high level conversations because it's definitely helping youngsters like myself.
Exactly. I love it. I love that idea. I love what you're saying because it's true. Yeah, we need to continue to spread the word. And yeah, I don't know. OTK said he had to charge his phone. So I guess once he finished charging his phone, he'll come back. But the minute y'all all start dropping off, I'll just go ahead, But real quick, let me go ahead and pay some respect to the community real quick.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it 1,000. Slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it 1,000. Slow mo.
Yes. Peace and love to all the American Indians in the building. Thank you guys for rocking with us, sister. What's up, True Food?
Ain't much. Shoot. I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna do with these noodles. I just make some mac and cheese.
I'm here for it. Shoot. Definitely here for it. I know, I was definitely trying to get some little stuff in the works too. I was like, that is getting kind of late. Let me go ahead and get some stuff together. Shoot, but we good now. But I was really enjoying that dialogue Cosmo was having, just kind of going in his genealogy a little bit, talk about his peoples. And it's interesting too, because I actually got an Enoch in my family. And I'm gonna actually put this newspaper clipping up on the screen. I just need a second real quick. But I'm gonna put that joint up there about him. And I was like, dang, it's just always some interesting stuff that you end up finding about your people when you really go into the research and you start to see things. You're like, damn. So I got a few things actually, genealogy from my folks. About one of my uncles who was a civil rights lawyer. So it was just like a lot of good little stuff. But hold on, let me see.
Oh, you got the juice. You got the tea, huh?
Oh yeah. Shoot, one of my damn ancestors, they did not want anything to do with the word Negro. He was doing everything he could to dispense of that damn word.
I don't blame him.
So much. And it didn't really, obviously, it doesn't encapsulate who we are. We just like to use that shit. Hold on, let's see. All right, it should be in my email. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Because I did have my little DNA thing pulled up. I feel like my little DNA video always shut down the nonsense. But let me see if
you did a DNA test?
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
No.
I was gonna say what it said.
I haven't thought about it, but I just decided I'm not at this time. But let me see. So this is a newspaper. Let me see a little clipping because he is on the census records of one of my grandmothers that their last names are Quorums, and they're from the Loudoun County, Virginia area. But this came out of the Alexandria Gazette. I'm trying to find the year. I can't seem to find the year. It should be on here, but it's not. Okay, but it's not. So anywho, so it reads, reward, a Negro man named Enoch Coram attempted to commit an outrage upon a white lady in Loudoun County, Virginia. He is now at large and is to be believed to be lurking in the Bull Run Mountain. He is almost black in color, 5 feet 10 or 11 inches in height, between 21 and 22 years of age, heavyset with a full face. His hands and wrists are considerably scarred. He has been shot at several times, one of which shots went through his face near his mouth, going in one side and coming out on the other. I will pay the above reward for his apprehension and detention until we get him for trial. So I mean, when I was, oops, hold up, I ain't put it up on the screen. Oh shit, look at me. Damn. Oh Lord. What?
Sound like he was not playing with them, bro.
There you go. So they were saying he committed an outrage upon a white woman. And when I asked somebody what the hell that meant, they said he probably just hollered at her ass in public.
Yeah, you know how they do us.
Probably just was yelling at the bitch, telling her get the fuck on or whatever. And now they looking for his ass. I mean, damn, I'm mad I can't find that year for some reason. But yeah, that shit was wild to me. But he is an ancestor of mine for sure. And I was just like, wow, like you just found all kinds of stuff. And they got him almost black in color. And shoot, that's why I be telling people we different shades of everything. Okay. Like, I mean, I look the way I look, but people wouldn't believe, that it's like one of my great grandmothers is a white woman. But see, I got to question whether or not she a white woman because she turns into a mulatto 10 years later.
Right. You talking about on record, right?
Oh yeah, on record. On record, she was white, and then 10 years later, as she was getting into her old age, she was on as a mulatto. But I just couldn't understand, like where it's all coming from. But I'm learning about it. I'm trying to get an understanding of it. I mean, my Aunt Virginia, God rest in peace her soul, she knew a lot of the tea about the family and about who the Indians were in our family. I know on my grandfather's side of the family, it's Indians all up and through there, and they just as dark chocolate as OTK. So it's just really interesting to me, like all of the research and just everything that you try to find, and it's like crazy because when you look at some of these census records, it's like it's the same family, but they living in 2 different households, and you go like, oh shit, now I gotta go back and fix this and fix that because everything be coming up, and it's like you just got to make sure that all the names connect, the dates of births connect. That's why I always tell people it's important to really talk to your family when it comes down to who people is. Like if you could collect a lot of old obituaries, because that stuff got a lot of people names in it and things like that you guys can use to, reach back and get some understanding, like as long as you know where they from. And I think OTK made a great point about the cemeteries and stuff like that too, because a lot of my peoples is buried in one specific cemetery out there in Loudoun County. So, well, I ain't gonna even say out there because Loudoun County is only like an hour away from DC, but I've been learning a lot about the American Indians in Loudoun County and in Fauquier County, and just trying to learn more about that history, like who they were, what were they called. I mean, any type of history that they want to say about American Indians, it's like it's usually, oh, they left here, they did this, they did that. So it's just like any history pertaining to it is always erased. So I always find that very interesting too. I mean, there's a Goose Creek out there in Fauquier, Loudoun County area.
The part that gets me, Sharice, is when I look back. The part that gets me the most is when I really look back at history. All of a sudden, 1800s, before Civil War popping off, all of a sudden you got all of these inventions coming out. I'm like, something ain't adding up here, because during the war, y'all was having inventions. But before the war, they was finding all of these places. You know what I mean? Like a lot of these buildings, they say they found. They didn't establish, they found them. So to me, it's like what war, like what really happened? Because they, they used to sit there and say Civil War, and then oh yeah, the Negroes get told by the white boy, oh you fight for your freedom, right? And then that's what they say, you fight for your freedom. Yeah, that's what they did. That's what they say at least. And then they go to war with the North and the South, and the North win all of a sudden because of some strain. I don't know. Have they even like really said how the North even won?
Hold up, I missed that last one.
I said, had they even said how the North won that war?
I guess not really. Not.
Like, what was the
I mean,
what
I
was the
feel
battle?
like.
You
I mean,
said
because
what?
because my perception of what the Civil War was that ultimately it was people fighting for certain land rights in the South and in the North. People, I found it interesting with the Civil War too, because if it was all this racism and all this separatism going on, why is white folks fighting on the sides of the North and the South? Why are they there? And then why are they fighting for our freedom? That's why I felt like the Civil War was never about people being free from slavery. It was never about that. It was more so about people trying to get a piece of something, get a piece of some land. So hold up, I got some literature on that too. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick, and we could kind of dialogue on it, because I do have some. Where it go? Ironbark resources in the mail. Okay, let me see.
They was getting busy in the North. They was with the industrialization, all that stuff, trying to get it up there. But the South, it stayed the same. Because the food and land, them the only reasons why they would come down here like that in the first place. And to make some money. That's it.
Exactly.
But the part that they never, like, I never really heard how the North actually won.
Okay, let's see if I can find it. Is this it? What's that? Okay, that's Black slave owners. Okay, hold on. Okay, that's about Black slave owners. Hold on.
Go ahead and get them Carfax.
Because I just want to make sure, like, when we speaking on it, we speaking on the right thing. Because they got so many different things on it. And it's crazy because I think that, like, what the clear ending was, or what they put it in there to be, was that all the slaves were just freed and let go, kind of thing.
Right.
And I think when we're talking about, like, and that's why I feel like slavery was just not subjugated to so-called Black Americans. It was subjugated to the white people that they don't want to take credit for. They don't want to act like these white people were slaves too, but they was. So hold on, because a lot of people got, I mean, there's some sources I got right here that has white slavery as the cause of the American Civil War. So let's see.
Yeah, it's in that book, The Forgotten Cause of the Civil War. And that book going for 1,000 plus.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Dang, that ain't no surprise. It says, it is interesting to note that one of the causes of the American Civil War, also known perhaps more correctly as the War Between the States, was the threat to slavery to the white working class in the north of the USA. It says, the institution of slavery had existed in every one of the northern states throughout the colonial period, and such slavery was not limited to Black slavery. White political prisoners and petty criminals from Britain were sold and brought to the colonies as slaves. During the 1850s, the South's plan to nationalize slavery was merely to reintroduce it in the North, where it had previously existed just 50 to 75 years earlier. With so many white-parted slaves in the South to begin with, the idea of expanding slavery to include white laborers in the North moved slavery from a matter of a color to a matter of class. Southern politicians frequently pointed out that slavery in Greece and Rome was based on social status, not on color. They also called attention to the fact that the slavery in the Bible was not Negro slavery. Political materials for the presidential campaign of 1856 include references to the literal enslavement of white people and illustrate the extent to which the idea had developed. The famous Richard Inquirer references about slavery not depending on difference of complexion and the laws of the slave states justifying the holding of white men in bondage was cited along with this quote from a leading South Carolina newspaper. Slavery is the natural and normal condition of the laboring man, whether white or black. All of the talk during the campaign of 1856 about the South enslaving Northern whites took on profound meaning after the Dred Scott decision allowed slavery into the territories. Another Dred Scott decision would allow slavery into the free states of the North. In either case, free white labor would have to compete with slave labor and could not survive because the average daily wage of little more than $1 would become 10 cents or 25 cents. White laborers who fell into the poverty could be sold into slavery for debt. As the new Democratic doctrine, all the Northern white laborers requires is somebody to sell him when he falls into poverty. In his book, A Journey in the Back Country, Frederick Law Olmsted asserted nothing in fact but the enslavement of labor at the North could in the nature of things give that security to the capitalists of labor at the South. In a footnote, Olmsted quoted the Richmond Inquirer, while it is far more obvious that Negroes should be slaves than whites, the principle of slavery itself is itself right and does not depend upon difference of complexion. A series of speeches and dialogue, which included references to white slavery, took place in the Senate and in the House of Representatives in 1860 and give a sense of what the Northern members of the Congress wanted to express on the eve of the Civil War. Congressman Henry Waldron of Michigan, Israel Washburn Jr. William Wyndham of Minnesota, and Senator James R. Doolittle of Wisconsin, and Senators Charles Sumner and Henry Wilson of Massachusetts all mentioned George Fitzhugh by name. His quote from Sociology for the South pertaining to slavery, black or white, and the Richmond Inquirer wrote about quote about slavery not depending on the difference of complexion were repeated time and time again, showing the concern Northern politicians had regarding the enslavement of white laborers. In 1859, Lincoln referred to Southern political power, trying to show that slavery existed in the Bible times by divine ordinance. Whenever you establish that slavery was right by the Bible, it will occur that slavery was a slavery of the white man, of men, without reference to color. Lincoln's own campaign newspaper, The Rail Splitter, spoke of white slavery. An article entitled "Capital Should Own Labor" asked, "Whatever may be your own opinion of Negro slavery, do you think white men should be made slaves?" The same edition included this excerpt from a speech by Senator Benjamin F. Wade of Ohio. Capital should own labor, referring not merely to the labor of the colored man, but to that of the white man as well. A front page article reminded readers it is not long since the Richmond Examiner, a leading Southern organ of the democracy, said that natural condition of laboring classes of whatever color was slavery. So laboring, whether you was working and you was getting a little bit of coin, all that shit was slavery. Like you said, you wasn't an indentured servant. Woo, woo, woo. No, you was a slave. You were laboring.
Mm-hmm.
Many articles in Lincoln's paper discussed in the insurmountable problem free labor would have in competing with slave labor, and the specter of white slavery was always present. When one truly understands that the politics of slavery had no regard for color, it becomes clear that free laborers in the North and others fought to abolish slavery, not out of altruism, but in order to ensure freedom for themselves and their loved ones. Slavery, black or white, answers a major question that has puzzled historians of the American Civil War as to why Northern whites would fight to free blacks they believed to be an inferior race. Slavery, black or white, answers a major question that has puzzled historians of the American Civil War as to why Northern whites would fight to free blacks they believed to be an inferior race. Slavery, black or white, also begs the question as to whether or not the Civil War would have occurred if the existence of white slaves had not brought home to Northern citizens the great danger that slavery posed to their free society. The authors do not claim that white slavery was the only cause of the Civil War, but it has certainly an important cause which has overlooked in academic literature. So I thought that little read is always really interesting.
Yeah.
And I always, I mean, I guess we kind of know how it kicked off and why it kicked off. I'm guessing, like I said, the threat to.
But we don't know how it ended. Look, sure,
Yeah.
because it's like you telling me some motherfuckers on their farm, and all of a sudden, hey, y'all niggas go free now.
Right.
You got an email or an airdrop? What the hell what the hell is coming from? As a matter of fact, like if that's the case, wouldn't they have sent a letter, bro? A letter talking about, oh, you got to free your slaves. Where are those letters then? Like, what was the United States way of telling the Southerners that their slaves was free at a certain amount of time, a certain point of time? It just doesn't make sense.
Exactly. And it never will. I mean, especially when you don't have all the other pieces to put it together.
Right. Like, who declared first?
Exactly.
Where's the declaration? Where's the treaty?
Right. They just said, boom, we about to start kicking y'all ass. We about to start kicking each other ass, state to state, because it's really crazy. Well, let's see. Let's see what else I could find on it.
Because we know about the white slavery.
So
Even
we
the
know.
Go ahead, Sharice.
No, I'm saying, so I mean, I'm guessing according to certain documents as well, is that whoever it was, the Confederate leader of the Northern Virginia Union, so whoever surrendered, that's ultimately how the war was supposedly had ended, because somebody had ended up surrendering because they was getting their ass kicked. So I think it was let me look it up real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
Because not only were they fighting
Robert E. Lee.
Yeah, Robert E. Lee and Ulysses S. Grant. Grant
Yeah.
was the North and Lee was the South.
Mm-hmm. While Lee's surrender was a decisive blow and marked the beginning of the end, other Confederate forces surrendered over the following weeks, with the last remaining Confederate troops in Texas surrendering in June 1865.
Oh, that's where Juneteenth comes from.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Let's see. Maybe I can find something a little bit more substantial, because maybe we can understand. They say he signed the ceasefire agreement of the Army of the Northern Virginia,
Mm-hmm.
withdrawing the primary military force of the Confederate States of America from the Eastern Theater.
Mm.
Hold on, let me see. Battlefield tours of Virginia. Okay, so maybe I could pull this up. So that's what ended up happening. He signed. Yeah, he surrendered and then he signed the ceasefire agreement. All right, hang on.
So how did so the South lost, even though they had the backup of the Indians, the Confederates, the slaves.
Some people will argue the South was kicking the North ass. So that's what I'm saying.
Okay. You got one of your big time generals. You got one of the big time generals, Andrew Jackson, literally in the swamps of Florida, getting his ass whooped up by the Geechee.
It's terrible.
Yes.
Hold on, let me see. Because I think the Civil War is a big part of all of this. Because I mean, I've heard different content creators kind of explain it as a dispute of labor. Like I was just reading, it was a labor dispute ultimately, because a lot of people like slavery, or this idea that it was people enslaving, because what I believe it was just a bunch of people working harder than other motherfuckers, and they couldn't take it.
Nah, I mean that could be it too. That could be it too.
It could be. I can't really say for sure. It's
But
just like
we know one thing
my
for sure.
opinion when it comes down to like whatever a labor dispute could be defined as, right?
Right. All I'm saying is we already know if it don't make dollars, it ain't gonna make sense. That's
Yeah.
their number one. Because just like Shy Son said, shout out to DC for opening the first black bank. Oh, you talking about the first branch of the federal government. Is that what you mean, Shy Son? Is that what you mean, bro? And then all of a sudden, all these niggas with tons of dollars, right? Some gold, all that stuff. All of a sudden, they got to trade it in to these black banks. I'm just trying to connect the dots here so we can get a better understanding.
Is it the first black bank in America, or is it the first bank in America, period?
That's what Shot Son said. Shout out to DC for having the first black-owned bank.
Okay, let me see. Now he's not lying about the first black bank, but okay, so we know the first bank, the Bank of North America, chartered by the Congress of the Confederation in 1781. Okay, was the first chartered bank in the United States. Okay, cool.
Where was that?
Sure. Because when we say something is the first black, that's completely different from like the first.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to clarify.
Where was that bank at?
So it says the first bank of North America, chartered by the Congress of Confederation in 1781, was the first chartered bank in the United States. The first bank of the United States, chartered by Congress in 1791, at the urging of Alexander Hamilton, was the country's first quasi-public national bank, not to be confused with the earlier Bank of North America. It says it was open for business in Philadelphia in 1791. It says a quasi-public institution with the government owning 20% of the 10 million in capital and the rest held by private investors.
See, now you finna make me go down a rabbit hole myself. Who were these Confederates in the Congress?
So it says it was created by the Secretary of Treasury, which was Alexander Hamilton, to stabilize the nation's finances and manage the federal debt. So that's what ultimate purposes of most of these goddamn banks. Let me see.
There's that F word again, though. There's that F word, that federal word.
Yeah. When they started to really begin to take over the land. And when they were finally getting into bed with some of our people who really shouldn't have been involved with that mess, but it started getting into bed with these people, and they started creating their situation here and creating their life here and getting started. I mean, because I know in a lot of other places it probably was some things that began, but when we're talking about the first bank of the United States, you know what I'm saying? It was open in Philadelphia, and it had a charter for 21 years. So shout out to the first black bank, of course. Shout out to DC. But I think that's very interesting too. How many years after the first one was created that the first black bank was. And we could see that most of that was going on. Let's see, the first black bank was chartered in 1888. So that was a hot ass. Yeah.
Damn.
So that's damn near almost 100 years. Not quite, but 97 years. Shit.
1880. I'm looking at the 1865 to 1888.
Mm-hmm.
Where the hell was Negroes making all this money from? I'm just asking. It just doesn't. It's a lot of things that just don't add up. That's the part that get me. So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna just say the headache for later then.
I mean, shoot. I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's what people. I think that's the biggest question is, how did these people or our people manage to own so much farmland, have so much money, even after the Civil War? And it's crazy.
4 houses and a barber shop with a mechanic.
All of that, several businesses, and it stretched pretty far for a very long time, at least until like that 1930s, 1940s era.
Mm-hmm.
It extended that long after that. I think that we overlook like the success. I mean, I think that whole Reconstruction era, that whole period was like the peak of what we would consider so-called Black American success in terms of having money, establishing businesses, owning land. And a lot of people act like we just bought it. No, a lot of that land we were born on and we built it.
It was already, we was already on that mug, inherited and all that stuff.
That's why the history, when we read it, is so confusing because it's not really telling us how this really happened.
Right.
So, but it ain't just come out of the fucking thin air. I'm gonna tell you that. Like they try to make this history.
I swear, it's like every year they pull another detail out of nowhere.
Yep. It's insane. I love it though, because it just gives us more reason to dig down the rabbit hole and search.
Yeah.
Because we gotta look for it. Because who gonna tell us?
Shoot.
They not gonna tell us. So we gotta get the tea for us. We gotta get the tea ourselves. Because not only like were we vicious when it came to everything that was happening during that era, we was in the politics, we was in the government, all of that was going on.
Right.
I think that it's interesting. Okay, let me see. Maybe we could find something. I think even it was a time where we were voting and white women were not. Well, black men were.
Yeah, I could.
Women were not. So yeah.
I could understand that because it's like, okay, cool. Because women's suffrage didn't come until 19.
Hey,
but it just it's hard to put the details together because it's like, all right, cool, 1830s, right? 1830s, you telling all the Indians in the South to get the hell on. Then 1865, you got this big old war. Then after the war, all of a sudden you get Negroes.
Yep. Let's see. Maybe I could find something. Maybe they could show something real. Let me see. Let me see if I could pull this up. I just hate that African American child.
Yeah, we gotta that word. It gotta go.
Yeah, let that go.
It has to go. That's the problem we have now. We saying we African. I'm not a freaking African, bro. What are you talking about?
All right, let me see. Probably show this briefly. And I think a lot of people always get it misconstrued too, like because like that's why it's so interesting to me, like where we are on the side of politics, because we know historically our people were Republicans.
Right.
And what's going on is about politics.
I thought it would be a little bit more enlightening than that. Hold on, y'all. Jesus, it's on my nerves.
It's a little depressing.
Yeah. I needed to be a little bit kind of more to the point than that, than what she was about to do. Okay, hold on. Let me go back.
The pioneers of African American representation. The first black.
See, that's the only thing I hate. The first. Hold on.
Then they use the terms interchangeably. Which one is it?
Always.
Black members of the United States Congress. On December 31st, 1871, a significant milestone in the American history was reached as the first African Americans took their seat in the United States Congress. These trailblazers defied barriers and fought for equal representation.
Oh, wait, pause.
In this video, we will delve into the.
Wait. Hold on now. So you're telling me that before 1619, right, there were no Negroes here. But these fools had the bright idea, let's go get some niggas, bring them back over here, and let's make them a part of Congress. How did these niggas learn Congress, politics, and law? And am I asking the right question here?
Yes, questions. I need to find that other what was it? Was it a little C-SPAN? Because even the dude, he was talking about black founders and abolitionism. And hold on, let me see. I can probably pull it up. See, he talks about it. A little mixed race looking white guy.
Newman, professor at Rochester Institute of Technology, teaches a history course on American slavery and freedom. His class details the struggle for Black freedom against a long history of oppression. In today's class, Mr. Newman focuses on the topic of Black founders and Black abolitionism.
Okay, folks, let's get started.
This program is an hour, 20 minutes.
Last time we were talking about slavery, freedom, abolition, and the American Revolutionary era, and we were pushing into the 1780s, 1790s. We're talking about the founding fathers, some of the things that they did to attack slavery, some of the things that they didn't do to attack slavery. And so we talked about the way that the revolution left slavery very much alive, but it also undercut much of its legitimacy. And we ended last class by talking about the importance of the next group that we were going to discuss, and that's the group that we're going to examine today, Black founders. So if you look up on the PowerPoint here at the head of the class, I've got a title for you. Martin Luther King used this dream image. We're going to have a little then we'll talk about the documents that you all read.
Oh, this is an hour-long video.
And we'll come back to the mini lecture. We'll wrap up by looking forward to the radical abolitionist movement that debuts after the Black founding generation passed.
Oh, this was like 2010 or 11 or something. So this is like
look how they sit in the class too. They sitting at the edge of the seat like, I want to learn about some niggas.
That comes on the scene in the 1830s, 40s, and 50s and revolves around people that you might be familiar with, folks like William Lloyd Garrison, Frederick Douglass, and a whole cast of characters that lead us into the Civil War. So let's talk about Black founders and African-American freedom dreams. And I guess you could say, if we're going to start with this topic, we should start with the man that we celebrated on Monday, Martin Luther King Jr., who in 1963 gave one of the most rousing speeches in civil rights history in Washington when he talked about this great dream that he had about one day everyone living equally and peacefully in American society. And a lot of scholars have pointed out that this wasn't the only time that Martin Luther King used this dream imagery. As a matter of fact, he used similar imagery in speeches in Detroit and in other places. So he wasn't just riffing off the top of his head. He was speaking about something that was very near and dear to his heart. And he was probably borrowing in some way, shape, or form from Rochester's own Frederick Douglass. So if we're talking about African-American freedom dreamers, we have to talk about Frederick Douglass, who moved here in 1847, published several abolitionist newspapers from his base in Rochester, right through the Civil War until he moved to Washington, D.C. after the Civil War. He's one of the most famous reformers and orators of the 19th century. And this image is really powerful because it's from the 1840s when Douglass was young, commanding, just making his way on the abolitionist circuit. And most importantly, in this image, you get a sense of the kind of bristling manliness that accompanied Douglass wherever he went. His hands are curled here, ready to strike out at people who disagree with him. Now, at this point, Douglass was a nonviolent activist, to be sure, but he self-published this image to make clear to anyone who saw him that he was deadly serious about the African-American freedom dream. And a lot of white printers were uncomfortable with this. And as a matter of fact, a few people cropped out the...
What the? They got a picture of Frederick Douglass, right?
Yeah.
When were cameras invented? When was wait a minute now. Now I could have sworn it said something about 1900s. That's when the first or was that the first movie? I must be tripping.
Let's see. The first camera ever made, the first device to capture a permanent image was around 1826.
Okay. I'm thinking of it. I'm thinking of movies invented.
It say around then.
All right. They can't even put an accurate number on the mug.
Yeah, but they said it was improved in 1839. Oh Lord, don't get me the line. Okay, and then it says the Kodak camera was invented in 1888, which used roll film.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But it was something that he said. I don't know if I had skipped over it or not. That he said that was
images of his fists in their publications because they didn't like its suggested militancy. The picture on the side of the Douglass image comes from Mount Hope Cemetery. You know, people from around the world come to Rochester to visit Douglass's grave at Mount Hope Cemetery. And if you go there on any day, even in the winter, you will find flowers or notes. And the day that I went there to snap this picture, someone had planted a flag, an American flag, in the midst of Frederick Douglass's grave. Again, a reminder that the dreams that we think are partly fulfilled today about Black equality were built on the visions of people who lived years and years before. So, as I've said, you don't really need to go beyond Douglass and Martin Luther King and people like W.E.B. Du Bois, maybe Fannie Lou Hamer, if you think about it. All these people who are sort of well known in the study of civil rights, if you want to understand the Black struggle for equality or early civil rights movements. But to really get a sense of how deep the struggle went in American society, you have to begin with the starting of the American nation, that theme that we've been meditating on. What is the American nation dedicated to? Is it a proposition? Is it a nation defined by geographical borders? Is it some sort of idealistic notion? It's probably all of those things, but for African Americans in the 1770s, 1780s, and 1790s, it's a radical expression of human equality. And so the idea that a civil rights movement, an abolitionist movement aimed at slavery would follow from American revolutionary rhetoric was something that African Americans took for granted in a way. They decided that the language that was put in the Declaration of Independence applied to their very lives, their bodies, their futures, their visions. And many people actually thought that the Declaration of Independence, the notion that everyone was created equal, transcended the American nation. At the end of his life, as you'll see, when Richard Allen, who you're reading about right now, got really upset with the intensification of American race prejudice, he flirted with several overseas immigration schemes, and one immigration scheme that would have taken African Americans to British Canada. And he said the Declaration of Independence
that's what he said.
was based in Rochester. And a lot of scholars have pointed to the Black founding generation in the 1770s, 1780s, 1790s by talking about the importance of the next group that we were going to discuss, some of the things that they didn't do.
Like, I just wanted to hear him say that we were there at the country. He says that, but I don't know why. I don't know if I went forward or went past it or what.
To attack slavery. And so we talked about the way that the revolution left slavery very much alive, but it also undercut much of its legitimacy.
Like a Black founding.
In the 1770s, 1780s, 1790s, had Martin Luther King Day earlier on in some of the things that they didn't do to attack slavery. And so we talked about the way that the revolution left slavery schemes and one immigration dedicated to.
Hold on.
Great quote here. We, this, so if you forget everything else, meditating on here.
I think you're talking about when Frederick Douglass was saying that we was already here.
Yeah, shoot it. Yeah, I think the teacher said something too.
An abolitionist movement aimed against the institution of slavery takes root as soon as the country takes shape. It's not something that is delayed in coming. It's right there as soon as we start talking about the revolution, the Declaration in coming. It's right shape. Hence, the institution of slavery takes root.
So that's what he's saying. The institution of slavery takes root just as the country is taking shape.
As soon as the country takes shape. It's not something that is delayed in coming. It's right there as soon as we start talking about the revolution, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution. So if you forget everything else during this little mini lecture about Black founders, think to yourself, they're there during the time of Thomas Jefferson. They're there during the time of George Washington. They're there during the time of James Madison, and they're trying to create a more perfect union. So let's talk.
I found that so interesting that he made that statement that we were there during all that shit and before that shit.
And before.
And it's crazy, you know what I mean? Like that, even when we're talking about the idea around when slavery took shape in this country, he's speaking in the 1700s. So when was it taking shape? Because I think the idea around slavery, they acted like it was this hundreds of year thing, well, more so in regard to like the transatlantic slave trade notion.
Right.
And I think that it doesn't click to them that we were here while all of this is going on, and a part of it as well. That's why Richard Allen took the damn Declaration of Independence with his ass, packed on up and took his ass to Canada. I mean, it's a lot of stuff. You know, I just think that maybe for another day, this would be a good thing to kind of build on. But, you know, of course, they're teaching it in academia, so they're not going to, you know, encapsulate the whole entire thing like they should be. I did find that statement. Huh?
It's funny because every time they talk about American history, it only starts at 1619. It never goes beyond that. They'll talk about the discovery, quote unquote, of it, and then all of a sudden they jump to 1619.
Yep.
They don't talk about who was really here. They don't. Yeah, academia. It's a funny thing. It's a real funny thing because they don't teach you, you know, actual knowledgeable things. They just teach you how to keep like the system running. So,
it's very interesting too, because I think a lot of times history does try to blotch out the fact that we were here doing all of these things happening during every last war, even during the founding, played a big role in the founding of the country. I think even outside of whatever was going on with the deals that was made with these colonists amongst tribes or whatever else, a lot of people were tricked out of their position, tricked out of their spot, and we see a lot of these issues or situations around what I would call, and what everyone would call ultimately, like assimilation, and just kind of trying to fit in within the society and taking on obviously some roles that weren't there or whatever, or, you know, taking on an identity that is not theirs, rather. So it's you gotta love history and hate history, and that's why I say fuck history, because it's not our story, it's their story. They created it, and this is what they want us to know, and this is what has been passed down. And it's sad, you know, that we have to dig through the crevices and the cracks, and really, when we're reading, really understanding what's being said and what's being stated, because otherwise we'll be lost in limbo forever. I think more deeper bills do need to happen on the Civil War. British Canada, just like they said there's British United States,
British Columbia.
colonists. Yeah, British colonies, and what they would consider the 13 British colonies. Yeah, that's a real thing. Oh, he want to hear more about Richard Allen picking up and taking the Declaration of Independence with his ass with the British Canada.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's why he wrote right there, British Canada. Yeah. Yeah. That's a
I
real
never
thing.
actually heard of that either.
Yep. Yeah, because the 13 colonies, they were under British rule.
Yeah.
So we all know that in the whichever, we know what the 13 colonies were. Maryland, Virginia, both of the Carolinas, Georgia, New York, New Jersey, where else? Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, so Delaware. Child, now I gotta think about this shit. Let me go look it up. I ain't got time.
No, I think you hit most of it because Virginia, it was because they didn't go down to Georgia until like what 1800s. Or was Georgia part of it too?
Well, let's see. Yeah, Georgia was considered a part of the Southern colonies.
Okay, the OG 13.
Yeah, it says it says what these 13 colonies, were under British rule but had distinct characteristics. So, yep. And it says, in addition to the 13 colonies, this included in territories in Canada and parts of Florida. It says in the Caribbean, colonies were also established for sugarcane and tobacco, like places like Jamaica. And then the British Empire also had colonies in other parts of the world as well. So, yeah, but see, when they say that, a lot of that, like I said, a lot of them people were coming over here as Slavs. A lot of those white folks, they were Slavs when they left England and all that. They was. Right. That's why I'm like, damn. So then they ended up fighting. I guess when we're talking about right now, I guess the subject being the American Revolution or the American Revolutionary War, a lot of that was taking place too, trying to get from up under that rule.
Right.
So yeah, and that's why when they talk about that invasion and those things happening with the tribes and stuff, that was going on. And they were coming through here and they were doing what the fuck they wanted to do.
I mean, because they war with the Indians first before they war with anybody else.
Yeah.
I think that's
yeah, that movie The Revenant was really, really good.
Revenant.
Yeah, you never seen it?
I just seen the bear attack. That's it.
Ooh. You gotta see them Indians was tearing them colonists up. Tearing their ass up. That probably was around, I think that was more like in the 1800s or something. They was, man, in the trees, all that shit. They was calling them tree niggas and they was kirking out on their jumps. They was getting tore up so bad. Yeah. Yeah.
Because I would think I heard somebody say the Boston Tea Party was not by themselves. It was actually by the Indians. Who was
go more into the Boston Tea Party. Because my girl Monique could not stand the story around that.
What, the Boston Tea Party?
Mm-hmm.
What happened? It shit don't make no damn sense.
I mean, ultimately, of course, we know what it was about. I guess the protesting of taxation without representation and all of that. I mean, and that's why that shit is still kind of transcends into the day though, because that's on my license plate in DC. Taxation without representation. Yep, that's on every DC resident license plate.
But we all still getting taxed.
Getting tore up, okay?
There ain't no damn sense.
Like, shoot, initially all this shit was about them, you know what I'm saying? I think that the Boston Tea Party was interesting too because it says, and I'm gonna just read this quick overview. It says the Boston Tea Party was a political protest on December 16, 1773, where American colonists destroyed 342 chests of British East India Company tea in the Boston Harbor. So they destroyed 342 chests of tea from the East India Company in the Boston Harbor. So it says the protest was a response to the Tea Act of 1773, which colonists saw as a taxation without representation and a monopoly for the East India Company. Disguised as Mohawk Indians and armed with axes, members of the Sons of Liberty boarded 3 ships of Griffin's Wharf and dumped the tea over for 3 hours. I would be mad, but that's insane.
We gotta talk about the East India Company. Oh,
yep, just of the British East India Company. They had a lot of. They had a lot of. It's interesting because they had a lot of ownership and a lot of different, not ownership, but ownership in a lot of different places, and owned a lot of rights to these places too.
Oh Lord! So you telling me this landmass was called India by the Spanish, but when the British get here, all of a sudden it's America, and then you got India over there after 1940? I don't think it's a coincidence at this point. Oh Lord!
What about Cosmo Black Brit? Oh, I don't know.
You said what happened?
He gonna write, what about Cosmo Black Brit? I don't know.
Oh man!
Bro, gotta come back on and talk about that.
Yeah, you gonna have to hunt Cosmo down about that one.
Yeah, he gotta come back and kind of touch on
Now,
that.
I could see it because the Moors was there. The Moors was there. But it's hard to pinpoint it. It's hard because we over here in America, they over there in Britain. Now we got to study 2 different region cultures and history. Nah.
What the hell is Shawson? Shawson and Tahonga in this chat going back and forth.
Man, he likes to argue.
Got the country, man. No, I talk about them black Brits. I don't know.
You know, Shawson like to argue. That's all he do. But yeah, that Boston Tea Party, because it's just.
So I guess the East India Company, it was an English and later British joint stock company that was founded in the 1600s and dissolved in 1874. It was formed in the Indian Ocean region.
The Indian Ocean region?
Yep.
Say that one more time.
So it says the East India Company was an English and later British joint stock company that was founded in the 1600s and dissolved in 1874. It was formed to trade in the Indian Ocean region, initially with the East Indies, the Indian subcontinent, and Southeast Asia, and later with East Asia. It says the company gained control of large parts of the Indian subcontinent and Hong Kong. At its peak, the company was the largest corporation in the world by various measures and had its own armed forces in the form of the company's 3 presidency armies, totaling about 260,000 soldiers, twice the size of the British Army at the time. It says the East India Company. I need to put this up on the screen. They were sell tea from China in the colonies without paying taxes apart from those imposed by the Townshend Acts. The Sons of Liberty strongly opposed the Townshend Acts taxes, which they saw as a violation of their rights as Englishmen to no taxation without representation. And now they're saying that somebody was disguised as American Indians on the night of December 16th, 1773, and the Sons of Liberty activists boarded the Dartmouth, a British ship that had docked in Boston carrying a major shipment of East India Company tea, and set about throwing 342 chests of the tea into the Boston Harbor. The British government considered the protest an act of treason and responded harshly. 9 days later, on December 25th, at the Philadelphia Tea Party, American patriots similarly protested the arrival of a British tea shipment, which arrived aboard the British ship Polly. While the Philadelphia Patriots activists did not destroy the tea, they sent the ship back to England without unloading it.
So here the thing, Sharice.
Mm-hmm.
Now we got a Declaration of Independence. We got an Articles of Confederation. We got we got slave documents. How much they bought a slave for, apparently, but never have we ever seen the what was the manifest for the Boston Tea Party, or the ship that sailed into Boston with the tea. What's the ship named? You know, like it's just because I'm starting to see those little details were always like, you know,
Yeah,
342 cases of tea.
They just went off and started
342 cases of tea. That's something they added up here.
They got Indian apparel that they could just throw on and disguise themselves as Indians and just toss the shit overboard.
Where they get the Indian apparel from then? What the heck?
Yeah. But we supposed to believe this stuff is real. Whatever they tell us.
How many people dressed up as Indians to dump 342 cases of tea?
342 chests. That's what they said.
Oh, shoot.
And nobody saw you. And you know how, man, shoot, and if they had the tea packets like they do today. Shit, them motherfuckers was.
That's a lot of damn tea.
A lot of tea, yeah. Shoot, I know they was pissed off.
Then the fucked up part is they talking about some no taxation. Hold on, wait. See now it goes. See now it gets even stupider because now you're sitting here dressing up as Indians, throwing 342 cases of tea out the water, right? Now the British is asking them who did it. The Indians did it. Okay, what the Indians did, let's go talk to them. But the same people will say no taxation without representation. Hold on, bruh. What if the British is looking for the Indians who dumped the tea, supposedly? Why is the British colony saying no taxation without representation? That should raise the red flag right there on who something they adding up with this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my head hurt. All right, cool.
Yeah, don't try to hurt your brain too much on it because at the end of the day, these folks gonna keep lying about history, and we're never gonna get the truth to what it is. So
you know what? That's exactly what I'm gonna start doing because I got the books talking about here, who they found here, the first discoveries, all that stuff. I'm gonna just start going down the damn line. What was the first slave ship in this motherfucker? Where's the document? I'm gonna just start going down the line.
Yep, going year by year, like just really digging, like each year, just kind of, But it's like it's not one document out here that I can honestly say. I would say they've probably touched every single document. When I'm talking about that, I'm talking about the writers of history, the rewriters. It's like finding authentic historical documents is what's going to be tough. Like we can see what's being written, but as far as like things that may hold, what's that? Like primaries are extremely hard to come by.
And I think that's what they got locked up in the the Vatican, the archives, the Smithsonian. We got all of that stuff locked up in there. That's the only explanation.
For sure. And that's the real problem with it, because a lot of times they know we can't get to these places. I mean, some of us can, but who the fuck about to be going to to get to the Vatican and all that. Who about to be doing that? And they know most people ain't about to be trying to look through all that shit.
And the thing about the Vatican is apparent. Well, I don't know for sure, but I was told that the Vatican will only allow you to look at things from World War II and up. You can't look at anything back.
What?
That's what I was told.
Yep. That makes sense. Even the people out there in Italy trying to stop you from knowing the truth.
Right.
Bitches. World War II and up is insane.
That's why we make spaghetti better than them. Shit. I'm being petty. I don't give a damn.
That is crazy. And that's not even a lot of history. I mean, if they got way more than just World War II, why the fuck we gotta start in the 1930s and shit?
Right.
When there's so much more history to be uncovered. Yeah, that's them because they be hiding stuff.
They must have them original documents in there. That's the only way.
True.
And that would just prove that a lot of this history is already false.
Yep. And truthfully, you said you're from New Orleans, right?
Uh-huh.
So I know you be down there enjoying that culture. I said I need to get down there myself, you know, because y'all
Mardi
still,
Gras is not that far away.
y'all still basking y'all American Indian traditions. And that's what I really love the most. Like y'all still dress up and you know, all of that. Y'all still do that, which is great. Which it makes me wonder, how did every other state lose that? But y'all was able to keep y'all's.
You know, that is a great question, actually. I never thought about that myself. But then again, New Orleans was never really like, how do I put it? It wasn't really in wars like that.
Yeah.
That's the first thing. Yeah, of course you had the French and the British. You really don't hear much about the Civil War affecting New Orleans like that.
Mm-hmm.
And knowing again the movement, you know, from Indian Removal Act, Treaty of Dancing Rabbit, all of those things, those people they had to move west. And I guess they just reached the Mississippi and I was like, all right, cool. But I never really thought about that.
Mm. Yeah, and that's why OTK always make it a point to say that everything that happened didn't happen everywhere. You know, like every state wasn't affected by certain things. And that's true. And we have to keep that in mind, you know, like just because something happened in Virginia, that don't mean it happened in Georgia, or that don't mean it happened in South Carolina or wherever you are. It don't mean any of that. So, you know, you learn a lot as time goes on about this shit, trying to get it together. And when we're trying to piece it together, you know, I think it kind of is weird because it's like I said, just being able to access certain things, they're not allowing us to do it. Especially if you can only start at a certain place. That's crazy.
Yeah. Damn, I'm gonna really start looking into that. Because the dude I go to, he be on that Africa stuff. He's like, yeah, we just dress up to pay homage to the Indians. I'm like, nigga, we is the Indians. The hell you talking about? You know? But even then, like just watching Mardi Gras, you see like how all that stuff like came alive.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Like I don't know how to really explain it. I really don't. Because it's like the American showcase, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. I'd be wondering how this shit took place my damn self, because I mean, as much as we learn, it's like I don't think that we still haven't gotten to the brim of what is really happening, what really took place.
Right.
And I think it's sick.
But one thing I do know, because even now, putting it all together, you know how you go to college and they be, you know, the drums and the horns, you know what I'm saying? The college musicals and all that stuff.
how to be battling with all that. It took me a while to realize that that was the original sound of like America.
See,
like that you don't hear people playing like that anywhere else. And even now in New Orleans, you know, we call it brass band. It's the same thing that they doing in these colleges, because I'm starting to see like these colleges is nothing more than just to educate them folk.
Mm-hmm.
So when they taking up these band classes, these electrical classes, all it was meant for them. That's why they changed all the curriculums once they integrated schools. But even the music, culture, the dancing, the what's the dude? You know, you got the dude with the little with the staff in front of the band.
Oh, the drum major.
Yes. Him. All of that. He got the horn. Even from the way that the whole thing is laid out, it's all. It's the same damn thing we've been doing.
Yes.
So even now, because even now they say, "Oh yeah, Mardi Gras was started by three white folk." I'm like, so three white folk just magically got the idea to just start a celebration. I don't know about that one. I don't know, because you got Second Line. I think Second Line was the original Mardi Gras in a way.
Yeah, I just wish we would have been able to have celebrations like that, because that's not nothing I ever really got the opportunity to really see. Maybe more modern day now, yeah, but
right. And plus, it's the like that's like, because, and I think Cherie, I think that really is like our culture. It just got wiped away from other places, and I think that's why they're bringing up Katrina these days, because Katrina, because it seemed like they wanted Katrina to wipe that last bit of our culture away, but it never did.
Yeah, I felt really bad when I, and I still do really feel bad about Hurricane Katrina and everything like that. I think that was the most horrible thing to ever be displayed on TV, nationwide news, and to see the way that it was handled was just pure and utterly disgusting.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, what you got on the screen? What you got on the screen?
Let me see if it's gonna play. Every time you know this weird, can you hear it?
Nah, I don't hear it.
Okay, let me see if I can put it back up. Every time he throw that wig on, I cracks up. Like, what's going on?
Yeah, they do that for real.
Yeah. Okay, let me see. All right, let me see if it's gonna work. But it says Indians passing as black in Louisiana.
When my family came up from Louisiana, they migrated during the time when things was rough for the Indians, so they came to New Orleans, and they passed off as black because they was dark skinned, and they never even talked about it. They never mentioned it because they were scared because they didn't want to get sent to the reservation.
I don't mean to laugh. I want to laugh because he put a wig on. That's the only reason why I keep laughing. Yeah, but he made a good point, and that's what I said. Like, so now you about to tell him he not Indian because of how he look?
Right.
I mean, it's
it
not
don't make sense.
He said, "So, Sharice, you really just what? You really just mad at the African American term? Mad? It's a misnomer. It doesn't encapsulate who we are, and it's not a term that I like or would prefer. So, I guess you're right. Maybe I am mad at it. I'm mad that we accepted anything they throw at us. We just say, okay, and we go for it without fully understanding what we are enshrining, if you will, into our history and into our identity. It was a sick thing that was done. And I don't give a damn about African American on one document is 1700 or whatever. I don't care about none of that. All that shit is Capalac. Cap.
Caparoni. That's what I like to say is caparoni.
Yes, it is. What the? Child, these people taking coins out of my bank account again. Oh, who am I paying?
You said again.
Yeah, it's always something going on. It's always something going on. Anyway, I mean, I do have a couple things that normally come out, but when my phone get the dinging, I know something was or you know, something was coming out. As usual. Damn. Can't stay away from it. So anywho, is Indian a misnomer?
At this point, I don't even know anymore.
Yeah.
Because it is a very high possibility that this land was called India before. It's a high possibility this land. We really don't know at this point because ain't nobody telling us nothing except a bunch of damn lies.
If you're coming up here to argue, I'm gonna put you off, Shaw.
Yeah, we know you gonna run. We know Slim gonna run.
I said if you coming up here to argue.
Now I just wanted to ask about the Indian term. Is Indian a misnomer to you?
We just got finished answering your question.
No, I asked about African American. I didn't get the Indian answer.
Well, to me, it's been around longer than African American.
That's a fact. But
like it's closer. I feel like that term is closer to who we are than them deeming us African Americans or deeming an African identity on us.
Right.
Could it be considered a misnomer in some people? Sure, because some people feel like we're the copper color races. I think that's the problem with so many different terms and reclassification and misclassification is that shit, a lot of it, man, you can't really place it when they continue to change your identity at each and every decade that they get or each and every millennium or century. So it could be in some cases, but nah, not really. I feel like that one, Indian in particular, or American Indian rather, is more indicative of the description of who we are versus, I mean, because you got to say American Indian, because when you just say Indian by itself, we all know that can transcend to the East Indians over there in Asia, a lot of different things. So, you just got to be clear about who it's describing. So why are you answering that? But it could be a misnomer.
I don't think it is a misnomer because we got a term, we say engine. Engine is the same thing as Indian.
No, what I'm saying is it sounds like it being a misnomer is not the problem. Like y'all don't have a problem with what they called us as long as it fit the what you feel is the best description.
I feel like whatever the best description.
Or no.
I'm only saying that because hold on, truthful. I'm only saying that because again, I know for a fact that Indian, I'm calling it a misnomer because again, the indigenous people called themselves by their tribal names. I know that Indian was applied to them. So that's why I said if you saying, I just be trying to understand like if we're just fighting, if the fight is to get back to who we are, I think you should do away with all misnomers. I don't care if it fits or not. That's not what I am. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, if we're going that far, because I'm cool with that. I say all those terms are misnomers. African American, black, white, Indian, all of those terms. The things that's not misnomers are Choctaw or Pamunkey, or you get what I'm saying? I don't consider those misnomers.
They are misnomers because that's not the original names of those tribes.
I was well. My point is this: the tribal names. That's a whole nother conversation. What I'm saying is the tribal names are the original names. So if you saying you want to get back to that, I'm cool with that. But I don't think. I think you tread the. I'm just saying in general. I'm not saying y'all. I'm saying treading the line of. Okay, I'm gonna take this one. I'm gonna take this misnomer because I like it, but I'm gonna throw away. Like I think that, like, again, if you're trying to get back to the root and you throw away all of it, you don't keep some of
You
it.
know what it is, Shot Son? You know what it is, bro? Now, I'm not gonna say it's for sure, but this is my theory on it. The land was called India before it was called America. They changed the name America to make sure that they can get people to join in on the so-called American like name to take them away from being Indian. Because it was Indians, not
I
tax.
don't agree with that.
It was
I've done
Indians,
too
not
much
tax.
research on Indians to go with that. I think
But
America
you would. Okay,
America
go
had
ahead. Though.
multiple names. It depends on what tribe you was at. Like, you know what I'm saying? All the tribes wasn't in unison. They wasn't like how it is today, how we under this umbrella of America, like United States, how we all be like, yo, this is the United States. It wasn't like that. So depending on what tribe, you know, you probably asked, they had different names for it. What I'm saying is, again, if you think you Indian, like OTK said, he got a Etowah sign. That I think that's a step forward. You get what I'm saying? Into being what you truly are, if that makes sense. Like he said he got an Etowah sign.
Based off tribal connection, and
Right,
not just
right.
called a specific thing. Okay,
Right.
I understand that.
Yeah, I think that's a great step into identity reclaiming. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't have no problem with that. I think that's what and I'm only saying this because I have conversations with the FBA, and I personally don't like the idea, them using the title FBA, because a lot of them are saying they're indigenous. A lot of them are saying they're Indian. I'm not of African descent. I think, and I'm cool with that. What I'm saying is if you're not of African descent, do away with that. The Indians have a title: be foundational Indian American, or be foundational whatever tribe you from. You get what I'm saying? Why you claiming this black thing and you know that's a misnomer? Like, if black removes you from your identity, no matter how we argue back and forth, it removes you from your original identity, whatever you was. So to say you FBA, I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? I get it, but I'm saying, like, I don't know why that was the pick. Like, they like that. They like that black term. Like,
bro, cause I ain't gonna lie, shots still spitting facts though. It's like, bro, why y'all still using that shit? If you
like, why still use it if you know, throw that shit away?
And honestly, shots, it's only because of they marked everything we did with that term. That's the shit that really.
Yeah.
You're right. I get why. I know why they like FBA.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, you know, if you're gonna go to the extremeness of saying, yo, I want my original identity. Well, I'm lying on the FBA. Let me not lie on them. This is why I got integrity. Because their plight about being FBA has nothing to do with indigenous. It has a lot to do with just separating or delineating. That's the word they like now. Delineating from the Africans. And I get that. But a lot of them in the midst of that will say, yo, I ain't of African descent. My family always been here. I'm Indian. So that's why I said, all right, so if that be found, because the Indian come first. The Indian, this is Indian land. This is not black land.
That part.
So why I'm going, if I was on that time like extremists about the titles with them, I would be screaming foundational Indian American. That's what I would be screaming. Me.
Aboriginal or something.
Yeah, something that alludes to indigenous. I don't know.
I think
it's just like an oxymoron.
Yeah, when we continue to put in a different name on it, it just keeps us arguing in the end, and it keeps us to me just kind of away from the real point of everything that we've been researching and the information that we've been trying to find out. it kind of just keeps us away from it still when we continue to fight about names. Are we Moors? Are we Hebrews? Are we, all of these things? And it could cause a lot of confusion. I mean, I can understand like FBA, but that's what I said too. Like I heard them say like, but they still believe they indigenous. So I didn't understand the black part. I don't know. I was like, all right. I mean, because I know I've heard some of them believe that they do got African. Some of them still feel like, the slave trade.
Yeah. It's two paradigms in the FBA.
I've heard so much with it. So I just got to be like, all right, I'm going to just shout out to them getting the fire of their movement going. But
I say I'm FBA. They be mad at me. They be beating me up in the morning in their chat. They don't like that I say I'm African American and FBA. They don't like that, but I'm still. They like, oh, how you both? Oh, how you? And I'm just like, I'm both. I fit the bill. Like I fit the bill. They like, oh, if you got relatives on the 1850 since I think it's 1850 or 1840 or one of them 1830. It's one of those. I'm like, I got that. So my family still own the land. The land that my family got after the Civil War in St. Stephen's, they still got it. I got two older cousins. They in their 30s. That's still on that land. My grandfather died 2 years ago. My grandfather died 2 years ago.
Family, but you still saying you African. That's the
you said what?
I said you know so much about your family, but you still be saying you African.
Because those people. That's why I'm trying to keep bringing up OTK. That's something why I asked you that part about the African American part, because again, you have communities, you have black communities that's never identified as Indians. And I'll give you an example. My child's great grandmother is from Beaufort, South Carolina. That's Pinckney Island, that's St. Helena, that's Johns Island. This is an area in South Carolina where there is no Indian presence there. If you ever spoke to somebody from Beaufort, they're gonna tell you, no, we are not Indians. We are Gullah. If some of them say they Gullah, but they like, yo, we're not Indian. And I'm not saying that they can't be lying. I'm saying that the elders there don't identify like that. So if you have communities where these black communities, and not just in South Carolina, you got them in North Carolina, you got them in multiple places where they never had any attachment to being Indian. The term African American, you could say is wrong or what, but again, they know that story. They know that they're not Indians. They know that they're not white people. So I'm not saying that African American was the proper term, but it does fit them as far as their ancestry and what they know about this lady that I'm talking about, right? We threw a little birthday party for my child. Like I said, his great grandmother. I said, yo, do the people in Beaufort, South Carolina say they Indian? She like, no, we're not Indian at all. This lady is 82. Before I can ask her another question, do you know she said, yo, do you know this is where the slaves came in at? So again, this is not when people get online and be like, oh, the elders ain't saying that. That's a lie. That's why OTK said when I said it in the chat earlier, he like, oh, they went to an AME church. The AME church didn't tell them people they was African or that the slaves came there. They didn't tell them that. There's no AME church teaching that. He went to an AME church. They don't. If he knows that they don't teach African history in the AME church. They do that Kwanzaa shit. Kwanzaa is not African history. So I don't know. I'm just saying there's multiple. I can tell you a community up here in New Jersey full of ex-black slaves, and it's in Camden, New Jersey. Them people was never Indians. They never identified as Indians or nothing. So no, I'm not trying to rant to you, but I'm saying like
no, I know.
I'm just saying we can't say the African American term abroad is a misnomer, because you have black communities up and down the East Coast, down to the South, that never were Indians. And that's all I'm saying. We know them. They still around, especially in South Carolina. They still around. My family comes from Charleston. My family is all in Berkeley County. If you go to those places, ask Darvis, them people are not claiming to be Seawee, Etowah, none of that. They don't even know what that is. OTK is just a smart person, and he did his research. You hear me giving him credit? He did his research on the past in those areas, and he knows about this. But if you ask the average person in real life about the Etowah and Seawee, and they don't know nothing about that, bro.
So
like at all.
So they have no clue of any of their indigenous roots. They just believe they 100% descend from the African slave trade.
Most of them. That's what the story is. That's what the history is. Again, Sharice, I'm not trying to. I'm not. Sharice, I can show you videos.
I'm just saying, but I know for a fact that they do have indigenous ties.
No, nobody's not. No. For instance, I give you my family on my great grandfather's side. He from Anson County. You know that source you be pulling up, Sharice, about the Chowan? That Chowan source you bring up talk about the area where my great grandfather from. He's from Anson County. That's PD territory. It's PD Indians all through that county. But that county was established. If you look at your source, if you look up about the Chowan, it was established by some mixed type people. I don't want to call them mixed Indians, but the Chowan are like half black, half white. They like Melungeon or something. Like I'm calling them Melungeon, but they really just like a mix of black people. I know you don't agree with it, but if you read up their story, they black people, Indians, white people. They got white in them too. Some people be trying to call them Melungeons. I'm not sure what qualifies them to be a Melungeon. I'm not gonna throw that jacket on them, but I know those communities were mixed communities. My great grandfather and them, he had a stepfather. His name was Ross. Ross was said my whole life to be an Indian. If you look on his census record, because I found his census record, he listed as black. I believe that he was Indian. I believe that he could have been mixed, right? I asked, now watch this, how I don't believe one of my elders. I asked my great grandfather, she passed, my great grandfather's little sister. I asked her, I said, was Ross an Indian? My Aunt Alice said he was mixed. My great grandfather said that Ross was an Indian. So you see how there's confusion there? You see how one person think he an Indian, the other person think he mixed, but the census say black. So I don't know what he is, but I do know the PD is heavy in Anson County. So I don't doubt that man is Indian. You get what I'm saying? I believe the nigga Indian. Well, was an Indian.
When I bring up the Chowans or the Chowans, excuse me.
Excuse us.
Yeah, because I stay pronouncing it wrong too. But when I bring them up or whatever, I just mostly bring up what took place as far as racial reclassification and them being reclassified and their lands being stolen due to that and being usurped by Europeans and other people in North Carolina because of the reclassification or because they were looking of they had a certain hue or a certain feature. So I mean, I can't attest to like the white and all of that. I mean, because even I've gotten in trouble for saying that it was some admixture that took place. And some people do got some white ancestors and white family. I see some people.
You stole that from me.
I ain't steal that from your ass.
You definitely stole that from me. You was watching the old live. You heard me say it, and you like.
I ain't never heard you say that, but. It was research.
And then they jumped on your ass for stealing. If you would have gave me credit, they would have left you alone. If you would have said I got that from Shy Son, they would have left your ass alone.
Shy Son. Don't get up here lying.
They would have left you alone if you would have gave me my credit. But the Abo said, nah. Shy said that already. Now we got to jump on your ass.
None of them said that.
So is your main thing saying that, how do I put it? It's not that all niggas are Indians, right? It's just some niggas are Indians. Is that what you're trying to be getting at sometimes?
Yeah, like that's why I always tell them, like, because you know when we having these debates, you'll have a lot of people saying, "Yo, y'all not Indians, And again, I don't like to say nothing that's that's a lie. Like I want everything that I say for somebody to fact check and be like, yeah, I could find that. So that's why I say my plight is that we're not the original Indians, but there's black people who's Indian by way of mixture. So again, if I was to tell you truthful, you ain't Indian, I would be lying, because I would be a fool to think, if I'm going by my premise, to think that black people and Indians or white people didn't mix. That's why I said when Sharice said that, I said that ain't nobody mixing, ain't nobody got no mix. Like, go, bro, that's just not realistic. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm never gonna say that's not realistic. Like, I ain't find no white people in my lineage yet, but I know it's possible. I'm still gonna say, like, yeah, it's possible. I'm never gonna deny that it could be some white people in my ancestry. And my family black as hell on both sides.
Okay, I see why you say what you say about me. My bad, Sharice.
I'm my bad, because to me, Shawson, it sounds like when we talk about the admixture, I feel like you think that the admixture makes them Indian, makes black people Indian. But I think, in fact, the admixture with us, the Indian, is making people mixed. People who mix in with us. People who, yeah.
I mean, look, perspective.
It's not the. Here's what I'm trying to say, though. It's not the whiteness that's making us Indian.
No, that's why I'm not saying that.
I'm just saying.
I'm not saying that. I don't think Indians were white.
Yeah, and they damn sure ain't them Asians and Siberians either.
Well, see, that's the thing. Like, that's the thing. Like with Indians, right? I see. That's what I'm saying. This is where the complications is coming in at, right? Because somebody asked me, the FBAs, I was going back with the FBA. They're like, "Are you saying there's no black people in America before Columbus?" I be saying now that if you consider all brown people what we consider black, then there was black people in America before Columbus. I don't consider all brown people what we consider black. So, but if you do, cool.
But
I mean, but they don't get that dark how they describe them. like
who's really brown here? Because
they do not get.
No, I'm saying that because wait, I'm saying that because when we look at today, we're not the only like, yo, I live in a city full of Hindus, like Bharat people. They be darker than me. Like I'm dark skin.
Right.
My child is light. My child is like light brown. Like what? Hold on.
Oh, he said, hold on.
Oh.
Here's the thing. That's why I wanted to make that clear, Enox, that it's
Can
not.
Y'all see me? Can y'all see me?
God damn, you dark as hell, boy.
Look at my child's skin.
Hey, Sean, that's really you, though.
Yeah, that I know Hindu people. His mother is a little brown skin. I know Hindu people way darker than him and me. So, but we don't consider those people black people. You get what I'm saying? I know Dominican. Yo, it's a group of it's a piece of parlor at the edge of my block, right? These people are from like they like from South America somewhere. They darker than my son. They look like some like the man and the wife. They like a married couple. They like chubby, but they real dark. They don't look like black people though. So again, if we going by this logic that all brown people black, like what OTK said, he said the colonists in South Carolina described them as chestnut. Okay, my mind don't say, oh, just because they chestnut or dark brown that they black. My mind don't work like that. I'm not saying they not. My mind just don't work like that.
I mean, I see what you're saying, Sean. Son. I see what you're saying, bro. I see what you're saying, bro.
And my ignorance. Let me point out my ignorance. When they describing the hair and stuff like that, because we accustomed to thinking like, you know, nappy hair. Like I got nappy hair. Like I got waves now. I've been taking care of my hair my whole life, but it's still what originally was nappy. You get what I'm saying? So when we read in documents and they like, oh, hair long as a horse or stuff like that, in my ignorance, you know, I'm thinking that ain't black. You get what I'm saying? Like it could be, but I'm thinking like, nah, that don't describe what I know as a black person. Even today,
but
like when they had their powwows, and they jumping around and they doing all that. I could say, truthful, you from Louisiana, right?
Yeah.
I could say Mardi Gras ain't black. I could say that. I don't know what that is. I never seen that. All that painting and stuff like that. I'd be like, that shit ain't black. It is, but I could be ignorant and say that because I don't know that culture. I'm from New Jersey. You get what I'm saying? Like, so I ain't sitting up here. I'm not biased to I'm gonna point out my ignorances too. Like I said, Chestnut is a good example. Those people could be what I consider black, or they might not be. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So these Asians on the screen, right?
But and that's the thing.
I
think
them? Would you consider these Asians that you see black?
That's some dark ass
Yeah,
niggas.
I would.
There's some niggas, bro.
They got bushes. Look at their hair. These is Thailand nomadic aboriginals, if you will.
Where they at?
They're from Thailand.
Thailand.
Yep. Black Asian indigenous tribe in Thailand. And obviously this man is Asian too. But that's not the same brown, is it? That ain't the same.
He a little lighter, but he dark too. He darker than my child.
Yeah, he
that
got
nigga's
a
a lot
little
lighter
khaki.
compared to them.
He got a little khaki.
He a little khaki.
He a little khaki.
But them is niggas. To me, they just from Asia.
They don't look like him.
Not at all. These is niggas.
I'm saying they don't look like the black dude that's holding the camera.
Nah, he's a Haitian.
I think that's the part we all get mixed up on is the phenotypes. I think that's what it is. Yeah, because you can see he not us.
Look like them.
I just asked what you think these people is, because I think they still living in the state that they've been living in since.
All right, so I'm gonna be ignorant again. I'm gonna be ignorant again. Only reason I'm calling them niggas is because they got that hair.
That's yeah.
That's my hair.
Yeah.
That's our hair.
Like these is some Asian ass Negroes.
Mm-hmm.
Straight up. Yeah. And like I had never seen anything like this.
He said he cooking, yeah. Oh
no, they got them in you go to the Melanesians. The Melanesians look like that too. Well, they don't look just like them, but they got, brown skin. They got features like us. I think Melanesians look like us.
Hold on, I want to see what kind of yams he making.
I've seen Melanesians for sure, but like in Thailand,
I think they look like us.
I had
only difference with them, they be having blue eyes common amongst them.
Mm-hmm.
The Melanesians be having blonde hair and blue eyes, like that be going on a lot in their culture. I ain't grow up with a lot of black people that had blue eyes. Like that's not common amongst us, but they be looking like us though. I ain't gonna take that away from them.
Yeah, because what I realize is even the guy that told him that keep going back to him, I think people would consider this dark skin and say that's dark skin. That could be considered dark skin, and I don't think so.
Yeah, nah, he's not dark skinned. I mean, in hood terms, no, he not. He brown skinned.
And I think a lot of people would say, well, this is the type that Columbus saw. So when we say dark skin, that's what he's referring to. And I just disagree.
That's not chestnut though. That ain't chestnut. It's not swarthy.
Well, see, look, the thing with
like I just don't be agreeing with that shit.
I
believe there was an indigenous black tribal people here just as much as it was anywhere in the world. I just think that it's just the slave story, the slave ship story overrides a lot of that history, and we don't get to learn it. And I don't know. I just think it's wrong. But go ahead.
Now I was saying the dark skin, brown skin. That's tricky, because I've seen people say brown skin people. Like when I say brown skin, I'm talking about people that's like an orange complexion, like they in the middle. I've seen people call certain brown skin people light skin. So it's like it depends on who you ask. Like some people like got they,
Yeah.
One of my best friends, like watch this. I call myself dark skin, right? My best friend is black as hell. He got really nice skin. Like his shit, like dark, came from Mississippi. Is on like they black. Like they got some nice ass skin. Like, but they black as hell. Like they way darker than me. But I call myself dark skin. They call it, My best friend be like, nah, you ain't dark skin like me. So again, it just depends on the logic. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Oh, who you asking? I ain't gonna say the logic. Who you asking?
But I never understood why Hispanics or Latinos were being called brown skin.
They're not even brown. They're
Yo, me
Spanish.
neither. All right, so I had that argument like 2 years ago. About that, Sharice. I was in somebody chat. I think it was a Q Butter chat. And I kept saying, like, yo, stop saying Puerto Ricans is black. Like, I don't view them as black. Like, I don't. Most of the Puerto Ricans I know got white ass skin, bro. They white people that just speak Spanish. I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. Now, don't get me wrong. I got some friends that's mixed that got a little color. You know what I'm saying? But majority of the Puerto Ricans you see up here in Jersey and New York, them niggas be white and pale, bro, with blonde hair.
Right.
They don't
With
be
blonde
black
hair.
or brown.
You got them Fat Joe Puerto Ricans.
Yeah, they be looking like Fat Joe. Fat Joe is hell. Like, stop this whole black Puerto Ricans are really black. Like, where y'all getting this shit from? Because I'm up here where they all at. Like, I'm saying it's a lot of them up and down the East Coast, but you don't see no black Puerto Ricans like that. That shit is a myth. Niggas be lying. Most of them be Fat Joe. Not big like him,
the
but
black was on the island. That's why.
yeah, like, and granted, I don't know the history of Puerto Rico like that, and I'm sure it's black. I know for a fact it's some darker Puerto Ricans, but the ones we grow up with, them niggas be white people speaking Spanish, bro. I don't know where niggas be getting this shit from. Like, it's so bad, right? With the Dominicans, right? I was in the corner store yesterday. The Dominicans even be a lot of times you meet now the Dominicans. They be having color. They be brown skin. They be looking like dude on the screen, like his complexion. Right. But even they be having some pale white. Yeah. Like, this lady not black. Y'all want me to think this lady black? She don't got a black look. I mean, not saying that's looking shit. She could have some ancestry. But her immediate lady is. I was in the poppy store. Like, why she behind the counter? She look white as hell. I don't know. So. I ain't trying to take the black away from the Puerto Rican. It's dead, but I ain't gonna say that's a majority of them. I ain't never lost the black Puerto Ricans.
Man, that whole black and brown get down. Nah, bro, that shit is bad. That shit is bad.
Some of them be brown, I guess. Some of them be brown. I guess.
But shit, Shot Son, and just the things we all fucking brown, bro.
Nah, I ain't giving brown to the Puerto Ricans. I ain't giving.
No, I ain't talking. No, I ain't saying no. I ain't saying. I'm talking like
giving that to them.
I ain't giving that to them. Some of them, not all of them, not the one. Not majority of the ones.
They call us black, but we really brown. Like, they call us like we the real brown people.
Exactly.
We got examples of. So when you look at majority of black people like that we consider black, they be brown. They be in the range of brown. They be yellow to brown, somewhere in there. Right?
Mm-hmm.
When you look at the average Puerto Rican, they be white people. Those are white people. The average Puerto Rican don't look like no black person. Like, that's cap. And I love Puerto Ricans. I ain't trying to slander. I just don't like. I ain't gonna lie online. They be like, "Oh, Puerto Ricans is black. They really black." Where? Where's these black? Where's these niggas at? Now, don't get me wrong. I will say this. And I'm only gonna speak for I was born in the 90s, so I can only speak for my generation. Puerto Ricans don't be racist like that. They be trying to be, they usurp with us. They be, they live their life like niggas. They might speak Spanish when they go in the house, but when they come outside, they live life like niggas. Them Dominicans, they be brown like us and dark like us, but they be racist.
The most racist, bro. Dog, Shot Son. I had when I was in the military, bro. I had a coworker, bro. Dude, he had to be at least the same skin tone as me, bro. He's like, I'm not black.
Yeah, them Dominicans, you gotta watch them.
Yeah.
They don't really fuck.
No black. Me no black.
Yeah. Bro, I don't even know where they get that from. Like,
no. Okay, when it came to Dominican Republic, it's because of the tension they had with Haiti, and so they would send the darker people to Haiti and label them as black or whatever or dark or you know what I'm saying, and they'll.
I got a story. I got a story about that. I was in the DR. I was in the DR, right? And you know how they got the guys working on the beach and stuff like that. They bring you, like, if you sit on the beach, they bring you like towels and stuff like that. It was a Haitian guy there. He came up to me. I'm like, he come over to me. I'm like, what's up, man? I'm like, where you from? He's like, yo, he kind of stuttered. So he like, yo, I got to tell people I'm Dominican to work here. He like, I'm from Haiti, but I got to tell people I'm Dominican to work. I'm like, what? He like, yeah, it's like racist. So I was like, oh shit, this shit real. You know, because before that, I had only seen like the tensions on TV and stuff like that. I'm like, oh shit, like,
bro. Yeah, but the fact that race divided a whole goddamn island is crazy.
They were the same island doing that
fucking island.
Nigga said I gotta lie. He like, yo, I gotta tell people I'm Dominican to work here. He said my boss said don't tell nobody I'm Haitian. Like, I'm like, oh shit, this shit is real.
This is crazy work, man.
Cause I ain't gonna lie, up here when you go into the so like all the I live by like, and where I grew up at my block, so one right there. It's like 4 or 5 corner stores in like a 4 block radius. You get cool with them. They work there for years. You know, you get cool with them, but you never really be close with them. So it's really like those Dominicans see you, or they watch you grow up, or they know the people from the neighborhood. They don't be like racist because they you know, you've been going there your whole life. But if you be around Dominicans, or you go to their parties, or if you go to a party, you'll see like they really don't fuck with you. Like they'll be looking like, why he here? Like they act like racist white people. You can see it. Like they don't fuck with us. Like they don't even fuck. Like, yo, it be so bad with them. They don't like Puerto Ricans because it be more tension between them. Like where I'm at, it's more tension between like Puerto Ricans and Dominicans because I think the Dominicans don't like the fact that Puerto Ricans act black, if that makes sense. Like most Puerto Ricans you meet gonna act like a black person. He's not gonna. I don't even know what a Puerto Rican acts like. I don't know, but they act like us. They want to listen to drill music. They want to say nigga all day. They want to talk like us, dress like us. Dominican niggas, they keep it tacky. They gonna dress like Poppy. They don't be trying to fake like English and they don't speak like straight English. You know, like Sharice in DC. You're not gonna have a Puerto Rican in DC gonna talk. He gonna say slim. He gonna sound just like the black people in DC. A Dominican in DC, he just Dominican. He ain't trying to sound like he ain't trying to do nothing black. The only thing black he might kind of do is wear some tacky ass Jordans or something. But he gonna be Dominican all day long. So I think that be they tension. They be viewing Puerto Ricans like y'all black. You know what I'm saying? Like, which I see too. That's a big thing. Y'all know that's a big thing. Oh, you know, they be saying like people in the tri-state tether lovers. They be like, oh, y'all too cool with, you know. But you can't help who you live around. Like, you know.
Yeah, them Ellis Islanders.
That shit weird.
Up there, shoot. I noticed that too. Like it's a huge mixing pot up there in the New York and New Jersey area.
Yeah.
And I somewhat see it like that in DC too. Like I think more so where I went back to school and I was going to school on campus, my old ass going up still was taking classes on the campus, but it was interesting to see a lot of the culture really shift because the university was opening up its doors to more international students. For the most part, the tuition is really affordable. So a lot of those, you know, people who come over here and they go to the only public HBCU in DC, they can really technically go for free for real because it's like little to nothing because it's so inexpensive when it comes down to it. You know, so definitely they make you work for that motherfucking degree. Please believe that. You ain't getting out. You ain't skating over there. But I noticed like the cultural shift when you see a ton of, you know, people from Africa and then a lot of people from the islands. And I just was finding it real interesting though. Like you could just really, I think that's probably why my interest in this peaked so much. I mean, it had peaked back in 2017, but it was like even seeing those type of culture shifts, it's like it really makes you want to be more in tune with who you are as a person and what your culture is, your religion is, or whatever it is, your family, your genealogy, who you are, because it seems like people who come here, their identity is based off that alone. They'll say,
that's a fact.
I'm not even from here. You know, they're quick to say that to you. and tell you that, and to make sure that their identity is established.
And but see, I'm gonna say something like a place like DC, like because I had this conversation with an FBA. Like I don't be beating y'all up no more. I be beating the FBAs up. Like, oh God. Right? Because I'm saying that because like. All right, so I seen a post that said that it's a guy named OGTV 45. When y'all go look, when y'all get a chance, I wish I could send you the link. Because he posted a video that said that black people in New York and LA are not allowed to be fully black. And they're saying that because of the California got all those Mexicans there. Well, Los Angeles. And then in New York, it's like a melting pot of Caribbeans and, Puerto Ricans, or, whichever, right? So I personally don't like when they say stuff like that because it's not true. Black people, so I'm going to give you an example, right? Let's just say DC had Puerto Ricans, Jamaicans. DC is a strong black place. Like, that's black. Even with those people being there, those kids, and they're gonna act like a Southeast DC nigga. Their culture is never gonna trump the black DC culture. So up here, say that it's like, yo, y'all gotta go to Harlem. Like, my city had a bunch of cookouts in one day from every hood. This is black. Like, you get what I'm saying? The Puerto Rican Day Parade is only one day. Outside of that, New Jersey. In multiple cities, we have house music days. That's black in multiple cities all through the summer.
Wait, y'all
in New York, they got
music up there?
What'd you say?
Y'all still play house music up there?
Man, that's what New Jersey known for. Follow me.
Yeah, I might have to.
Like, bro, we had
the house party.
When I went to Delaware State, it was the whole house music versus
house
music, but yeah, that was their thing.
Black people be wanting to do black things. My ex-girlfriend went to Morgan. That's in Baltimore. Our first time going to house, like Howard Homecoming in DC. Everybody that was coming up from Jersey, that like our friends and stuff, we like, yo, we gotta go to a go-go bar. Why? Because that's black. We want to go there. That's what I'm saying. That's where our people at. Just like Mardi Gras. I don't want to go. I want to go to Mardi Gras. That's where my people. That's why I'm resonating. That's black to me. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
When people be speaking about when the people be speaking about the tri-state, I get it. They looking at it like it's too many of them here, but don't get it twisted. Them people do not. Their energy or their culture does not supersede what we doing. Their kids act like us. They practice from the negativity to the gangs. All of that is black. You know what I'm saying? The tricky part is, here's another tricky part. So I'm a 90s baby, right? So by the time I was born, there was no black and Puerto Rican wars or black and Jamaican wars. By the time I was born, they in harmony. They all cool. So now you on a block, one nigga might be Jamaican and it's like 5 other niggas, and one Puerto Rican and it's like 10 black people. So I didn't grow up in a time where if I see a Haitian, I'm supposed to treat him like a Haitian. Like, you get what I'm saying? He just Haitian. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, nigga better just get along. He better get down and lay down with what we doing. You know what I'm saying? As far as our energy, like, he better wear these baggy clothes, or he might as well stay in the Catholic church or something that his mother. Because if he come out here and start being with us, then he gonna act black eventually. You know what I'm saying? Like, we not gonna act like you. You get what I'm saying? I remember when the Haitians, when the Haitians I grew up with, I remember them niggas ain't have shoes. Them niggas used to be running around with like flip-flops on, the thong flip-flop that Sharice used to wear at the nail salon. Them niggas ain't even have no clothes. Like,
I think that was everywhere.
Yeah, like, I remember when they was like poor when they was first coming here. One of my best friends got deported. He got, you know what I'm saying? He made it. I think he was here probably about 15 years, and then he got deported, you know what I'm saying, getting in trouble, never got his paperwork. So it's like, but them niggas, they energy don't be strong like that. They never go to Louisiana and usurp or take over that, you know what I'm saying? I don't care how many it is, they're not doing that in no predominantly Black American.
Okay.
You
So
know,
question, shots.
yeah.
Question. How you feel about the BET and Caribbean award show thing happening now, bro?
I'm against it. Do you remember when they had the Mardi Gras? Was that Mardi Gras when they was saying that they had the Mardi Gras thing a couple of months ago where they tried to add in the African,
The Essence Fest.
the Essence Fest. I was against that because again, I'm preaching, you know, African American, we of African descent, but I also understand that we create new cultures. You get what I'm saying? I'm never gonna go to DC and say, yo, Sharice, y'all should have a house music. Y'all supposed to be doing a house music event. You get what I'm saying? Like, this is what the Black people in DC created. I want to experience that because they still our people. I don't care if they do go-go or Baltimore do club music or Jersey. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's they shit. Let them people in Louisiana at the Essence Fest do they shit. Why do y'all have to add some, you know, from the land African, you know? I know they down, you know, they down there got the Zulu, but still, this is Louisiana culture. We want to experience Louisiana, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, so I was against it. I was on the, you know, I was on the Louisiana people side. I didn't think the African part should have been added. I you know, so with the BET thing, kind of the same thing. Like, I ain't got nothing against, you know what I'm saying? I love the Jamaican music. We up here, when you up here in Jersey City and New York, you gonna hear, you know what I'm saying? You gonna hear all of that. And we liked it. We embraced it. We embraced their music. The Jamaicans, like reggae, black girls up here love reggae. They dance to it, all that. They love it. When they had Juve, did y'all see the Juve videos they had in New York just recently? They just had them, you know, a bunch of videos on YouTube. It be mad Black Americans there wearing Jamaican flag, like, because you know they like the color, the dancing, the body paint. I ain't never been into that, but you know, a lot of Black people like that shit. I don't know if it's just like a fun thing, but you know, but that's one thing about Black people. We embrace everybody. We nice to everybody. We not xenophobic.
But nobody is nice to us. Damn, bro.
Yeah, like we ain't racist. We let everybody eat. Well, I don't know, truthful, in our time.
Yeah.
Because I knew stories about the 80s and the 70s where a lot of Black dudes was putting pressure on Jamaicans and Puerto Ricans. Like, you know, that's why they was having them wars. Like, yo, some of my first, you know, it's crazy. Some of my earliest friends, when I got outside, they mothers would be like, oh, you know, I could tell, like, mothers would be telling them, like, oh, I don't know if I want you hanging with them. Like, because they parents, you gotta figure they parents is like 70s or 60s babies. So those be the racist ones. Those be the ones like stay away from them Black people.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? They come from that time where Black people and Puerto Ricans or Black people and Jamaicans didn't get along. So they're warning their kids. Like, but you know, kids gonna be kids. It's a different time. So now a lot of my friends, like I said, Puerto Rican, Jamaican, they mothers or their grandmothers. It be the grandmothers. You gotta watch them great grands or the grandmothers. They be the ones who don't like Black people. But you don't really gotta deal with them. So I don't know. It's just different times. So when I see the FBA be like, oh, y'all allowing Puerto Ricans, y'all, we don't really got no smoke with them. Like I asked the FBA one time, like, what y'all want us to do? Like start a war with them? Like I don't get it. Like,
and that's the part too that get me, shot, son, because it's like I understand when it comes to tethers, but you still got those who literally like understand us, like you know what I mean, like that. Hello?
You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
What's going on?
Boy, did you drop for a second?
Because you know you still got them. You still got a bunch of people from other backgrounds who understand us as, you know, Americans. So it's like, why are we? I mean, I can understand. I can understand it because, you know, all skin folk ain't kin folk. And it's hard to tell a good one. It's hard to tell a good apple from a bad apple these days, apparently. Right?
Man, I'm Black American first, always. Like, so
that's true.
I'm not, you know, again, I don't got nothing against Haitians, Jamaicans. I don't got nothing against them, but you know, I'm a Black American. I'm a foundational Black American. Like I can't change that. Like I don't have, you know what I'm saying? I'm not Caribbean, so I'm always go with my people. But you know, again, black people not being xenophobic and we so nice to everybody. Again, I don't know. I'm saying it for our times. Niggas just so accepting, so they get in the mix and then they start making ignorant comments like how Casa not did. Oh, black people don't got culture. Like, bro.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I'm
Like,
saying?
nigga,
So,
your podcast was made off of our culture.
yeah, your whole life, nigga, your whole Instagram, your whole existence, you dancing around like black people, like you listening to our music. You ain't had no. I don't know if he had one Caribbean person on his on his podcast yet. He had an African on it. He had Tyler on it. He ain't had no Caribbean person on it.
Hey, dude, he had Kevin Hart.
Yeah, now I'm just saying, like, where those Caribbean people? You saying we ain't got culture? Why you ain't had your culture on your show yet?
Oh, where the trendy music at?
Yeah, where the trendy music at? Where your culture at? Since we ain't got culture, why you using our culture? Why you use Kevin Hart is a black American from Philly? Why he on there? Offset from
Kevin
Gwinnett.
Hart ain't even black, bro. He Haitian.
Oh, Kevin Hart Haitian?
Yeah, he
Oh, so yeah, then I don't know. Yeah, okay. Then I guess that's close. Wait, Trinity, I guess that's a little close. Nah,
yeah,
Trinidad is on the
Kevin
South
Hart
American
Islander,
side.
man.
Is on. Yeah, I mean, but I still ain't never seen no Caribbean artists on his page. I ain't see that since we ain't got culture.
Oh man.
I
See,
don't know.
I'm starting to see this too. They take whatever they can copy the most is what they take. Whatever they can't replicate is they try and suppress.
Yeah, look, but this is the tricky part. I actually don't have a problem with, you know, what's the term? Imitation is the best form of like flattery or something. That's if I'm saying it right. So I don't got a problem with people embracing things that we create. I don't got a problem with that. But this idea that we ain't got culture or that's not culture is ignorant. Don't say that part because that's a lie. Like we cool, we letting y'all, we cool with y'all, you know, doing what y'all do. I like reggae music. I like y'all shit. I like what y'all do. Like, you know what I'm saying? It could be a spin-off of what we do. I like it. You know what I'm saying? But just give us that. And that's the problem. We nice. The problem is, truthful, we too nice to everybody. Like we're not xenophobic. When they bring something to the table, we embrace it. You get what I'm saying? They'll embrace our shit, but they don't really like us, if that makes sense. Black people don't got
our culture, Shy son. Our culture is to take things and make them better for everybody.
No, we don't be taking shit. I don't know if Africans was rapping. I don't know no nice African rapping.
I don't mean like take like we take for ours. No, I mean like we gonna help people make things better for them.
Oh yeah. That's what I said. We like, nice.
Yeah, that's always whether we did it for us, for anybody else. That's part of our because we literally are the innovators and the inventors of things. So I could understand the too nice thing, but it's like, well, shit. Now we gotta turn that shit off because
now, facts. But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That like. You know, it's a lot of when you go to New York, Flatbush, Brooklyn, right? A lot of them Caribbean people, Flatbush heavy with Caribbean people. That part of Brooklyn. A lot of them people, a lot of them Caribbean people, they don't go to like Bed and you know the areas where it's like predominantly like Americans from them because those times in the 80s because the Black Americans was putting a lot of pressure on them. Like you know what I'm saying? You gotta look up the list. It was a lot of like, you know. Jamaican gangs or which you know what I'm saying, the Touchies and shit like that. That's their name. Touchies. That was like a Brooklyn Jamaican gang. They had a lot of gang wars with like black people, you know what I'm saying? So a lot of them be a little leery when they leave Flatbush dealing with Black Americans. So that trickle down, you'll watch them, you know what I'm saying? Because they instill in their kids that, you know, black people against us, you know what I'm saying? They ain't never like us. So that still be like a thing, you know what I'm saying? Not all of them, but you know, but again, our generation, by the time like the late 80s, early 90s came, people like us, like we accept them. You know, Jamaicans come around, oh yeah, you the bro. You know what I'm saying? We might clown you a little bit. We might clown your talk, the way you talk, but after about 3 months, nigga, he one of us. Nigga, he got on baggy clothes like us. He wearing Timbs like us, Jordans like us. He dressing like us. Like we didn't give him his whole style.
You giving this nigga a hug, Q4?
Man, what's
Nah, we
up?
having an honest
Giving this
combo.
nigga. Man, we just having a conversation, bro.
I
Shit.
know. I tell him, man, hey, listen, Shasta, we love you, bro. We giving
Nah,
you hugs,
OTK
man.
don't know how to have
We
an
don't have
honest
to
combo,
argue.
man.
We don't have to argue no more, man. We
Nah,
can
cause
just
I'm
talk,
trying to
bro.
understand it. Look. The reason I respect Shy Son because Shy Son don't be telling me what I am.
Yeah,
Shy
Oh,
Son
that's
knows Shy
bullshit.
Son.
Bullshit.
No,
He'll
cause
tell you fuck your mama though.
you right.
Fuck that bitch and fuck
You
your
did.
daughter and
Yeah, I
all of
get
that.
crazy. I
You
definitely
did.
get crazy.
Yeah. But that's why I tell him I'm giving him a hug from my daughter. My daughter tell me to hug this nigga, man. Like, yo, that nigga need love, bro.
I
He's
don't need no
special.
love. I got enough love.
He's special.
But
He's
see that,
special. He
all
need
right, see
love.
that. Oh wait, let me say this,
You know
truthful.
what I mean?
That's another
Nah,
reason why.
bro. No,
That's
everything good,
another
bro.
reason
I'm
why
just
I
letting
don't
you know,
support.
man. We fuck with you, Shot Son. You know what I mean? We know you special. Everything like that, bro. Everything good.
Right.
You know?
The reason why I don't fuck with FBA because I don't believe in this one world black order. I don't trust all black people. So that's why I don't think we should even
That's
like that. That's why I'm against it because niggas be acting like black people should be on one accord. Like, hey, that's never gonna happen. That's not even realistic. So I don't think like that.
Hey, do black people only come from Africa, Shot Son?
Well, like I told Sharice and them, if you under this impression that all brown people are the same, then you would think that all black people are all black people. I don't think like that.
Okay.
Hindus are. Do you know that it's Hindus darker than you?
Yeah, man. I know it's black Asians too, dog.
Right, but
That's why
so
I
is a
asked
Hindu
that.
is a Hindu black?
That's why I
I'm
asked you.
finna get out of
Remember
here.
now.
All right,
Remember
Is a
now.
Hindu?
The
Wait.
samurai code.
Shout out to
You got to have
OTK.
some kind of black
Shout out
ancestry in
to
order to
Shy
be a
Son.
samurai.
No, I
And
want to
shout
ask
out to the
OTK:
realest
are Hindus black?
Sharice. Y'all have a good night.
If they want to call themselves black, bro, because it's a description term,
See,
then
that's what I'm
yes.
saying. I don't think like that, OTK, and that's where we defer. If you consider a Hindu, because what I'm saying is there's tons of dark people around this world. I don't consider all dark people what we consider black. But if you think that way, when you see a person, when you read that somebody chestnut, if you think that they just automatically fit the bill of what we think is black, I don't got no problem with that. I'm gonna disagree with you, but I don't got no problem with that. Chestnut don't mean you just automatically black.
No, you a shade of brown, and black is also of that color. It can get dark.
No, I
Correct?
get that, but what I'm saying is
All
a Hindu person could be chestnut. You're not gonna tell me a Hindu person is black.
Facts.
That's all I'm saying. I don't consider all
Facts.
brown people or shades of brown or dark. I don't consider them to be what we know is black. Like I don't do that.
All right.
Y'all
So
can
now,
do that.
what do you know? What do you know is black, bro? Maybe
And
we can get
in
an
the context
understanding
of
right
America,
there.
in the context of America, I know who black people are.
Say that again, real quick, Shashan.
In the context of America, I know who black people are. That's why I'm giving you the example of a Hindu. I'm in a city full of them. They be darker than black people. So again, I can be ignorant and say that they black too. I'm never gonna do that.
Okay, so you think black is a culture or black is a race? Is black a race to you?
No, what I'm
or is black a color?
To me, it is. To me, it is because
it is. Okay.
People that are living that in my city, they don't look like me or you, OTK.
Right, I got you.
They don't look like us. They be darker than us.
Right.
So I'm not going. So, but if so, all I'm saying is I'm not going to use that term. I'm thinking colloquially. Colloquially, it's only one black person in America.
Okay.
And if you don't look like that to me, if you don't look like that to me, I'm not going to throw black on you.
Is the only black in America the Indian?
No.
Oh,
I'll give you an example. Watch this. Watch this. You can't debunk
I'm
this.
just asking.
You can't
so it's
debunk
another
this.
black. So it's another black in America.
Listen. Watch this. Again, when we looking at Indians, right? I wanted to ask Smoke Signal this. I'm gonna ask him when he go live too, because I need y'all to situate this. Y'all can't. I don't think y'all gonna be able to debunk this. When we look up Geronimo, they got pictures of Geronimo when he was captured and he was a POW. Geronimo does not look black at all. He was found there. His group, his tribe that he comes from was found by Europeans. They had been there long before the trans-Pacific slave trade. So when you consider that, then you realize that all the people that would be considered indigenous to America were not brown. They were not copper colored. You have copper colored Indians on the East Coast, Southeast, the Arawaks down to the Caribbeans. But then when you start going west and you start going even up here to the Iroquois up in New York, Canada, those people are not copper color. So you can't just throw this broad term that all Indians was brown or dark. It's just not true. They ranged. So again, even with that, even if I granted you brown, again, I don't know what them people look like back in the day. Chestnut is not enough for me, OTK. It's just not enough for me to say that those are black people. If you want to say they are, I'm cool with that, but I don't have no problem with that. Because again, I can't say I don't know what they look like. I wasn't there. Slim ran, Sharice, you running too? My God, Truthful left. He must have to work in the morning.
Damn, what happened? Where they go? Y'all, tell me what happened in the chat. Walked away and came back. These niggas was gone. What happened? Oh man. Dang, y'all, my fault. Shoot, if I would have known them two was about to I hope they didn't get into it with each other and just who knows with them. Who knows with them for real? Ooh. Ex St. Louis, peace and love, St. Louis. Just want to get that tether off, get that tether off the paddle. I wonder what happened. Did they kick them out or I don't know. I ain't got time to be trying to figure it out. Ooh, Jesus. Okay, y'all. Well, I don't know. I was going to try to hang out. Shoot, and leave the floodgates open, but I gotta hit it. Maybe this is what I'll do then. This is what I'll. Let me see what else I got. I could play something real quick. And thanks to everybody that subscribed. I know a lot of y'all be unsubscribing. Stop doing that Bama shit. Seriously, that's some Bama ass shit to me. Like trying to subscribe to my channel just so you can comment in the chat. That's why I leave that shit on 20 minutes for all you Bamas that unsubscribe for no reason. Like, stop doing that Bama stuff. That's some Bama shit. Seriously. All right. So this is what I'm about to do. Because really, if I ain't got nobody else that's going to stay on the panel.
Not just distorted, not just incomplete, but deliberately I know you wouldn't believe this, but what if everything you were taught about Black history in America was a blatant lie? Not just distorted, not just incomplete, but deliberately rephrased. You were told your roots began in chains, that your ancestors were stolen from West
Hey, y'all hear the video? Put it one in the chat.
Africa and brought to America as slaves. Period. End of story. But what if that's only part of the truth? Or worse, a carefully constructed myth? A banned DNA study, buried for years, uncovered something so explosive, it threatened to expose the very foundation of American history. The results of this study is that Black Americans are not just descendants of Africans. The data pointed to something far deeper, far older, and far more powerful, a strong genetic presence in ancient Native American populations. And even more shocking, evidence that Black people were in the Americas long before Columbus ever set sail. So ask yourself, who buried this study? Why were its findings suppressed? And what are they so afraid of you discovering? This isn't a conspiracy theory. This is genetic science, dismissed because it didn't fit the narrative. It challenges everything: textbooks, race categories, even land rights. Because if Black Americans didn't just arrive on slave ships, if they were already here, then the system we live under was built on more than slavery. It was built on erasure. And now the truth is rising back to the surface through DNA. This is the story they never wanted you to hear. And once you do, you'll never see your identity the same again. For generations, we've been fed the same watered-down version of Black American history, a version that starts abruptly in chains, sails across the Atlantic, and begins in 1619 with nothing but sorrow, captivity, and struggle. We're told that Black Americans are the descendants of enslaved Africans who were taken from West Africa, stripped of culture, and dropped into America's brutal plantation system. That's it. End of story. No past, no complexity, no deeper roots. But here's the problem. That narrative is not just incomplete. It was designed that way. It was crafted to erase everything that came before the boats. If our story starts in chains, then freedom looks like a gift, not a birthright. If our history begins with slavery, then identity becomes survival, not sovereignty. This mainstream version erases agency. It removes thousands of years of rich, complex cultural identity, both African and indigenous. It disconnects Black Americans from the land, from lost tribes, from spiritual roots that predate European arrival. And that's not an accident.
Hey, y'all, so what OTK just got low? I'm trying to understand.
History as we know it was written by the victors, the colonizers, the lawmakers, the textbooks. They didn't just conquer lands, they redefined people, reclassified entire populations, erased tribes, and renamed nations, and made sure Black Americans never fully knew who they were, only who they were told to be. But here's where things take a turn. In recent years, something powerful has been quietly challenging this whitewash narrative. DNA, cold, hard biological evidence that doesn't lie, doesn't have bias, and doesn't need permission to speak. And what's revealing? It's not just shocking, it's revolutionary, because DNA is uncovering connections Black Americans were never supposed to know, and histories they were never meant to reclaim. So now we have to ask, what if Black Americans didn't just come from Africa, but were already here? What if the truth was buried, not in the ocean, but in our blood? And what if the biggest lie was that your story began in chains, when really it began with kings, nations, and untold power? Let's go deeper. What if your blood could speak? What if it could whisper the names of ancestors erased from history and shout the truth that textbooks refuse to tell? That's the power of DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid. DNA is the microscopic thread of life found in every cell of our bodies. It's the biological code that determines everything from your skin tone to your hair texture. But it also holds something far deeper, your ancestry, your story. And here's what they don't tell you. DNA doesn't lie, but the people who interpret it can. Now, let's break it down. There are two major types of genetic markers used to trace lineage. The Y chromosome, passed down only from father to son, follows your direct male line. It's like a torch carried through the generations, unchanged, unbroken. Then there's mitochondrial DNA, or mtDNA, passed from mother to child. It traces your maternal line all the way back to your earliest grandmothers. Together, these markers form a genetic breadcrumb trail, one that scientists use to map migrations, build family trees, and unlock the truth of who we are and where we come from. But here's the catch. When these trails lead to places that disrupt the official narrative, like evidence that Black people were present in the Americas long before Columbus, the trail suddenly goes cold. Studies vanish. Researchers are discredited, and funding disappears. Why? Because DNA doesn't just tell stories, it threatens systems. In the early 2000s, multiple DNA studies found genetic markers in Native American remains that pointed not just to Asia, but to ancient African lineages, long before the transatlantic slave trade. Some of these results were labeled contamination.
Guess which student has a better chance of getting into
All right, y'all. I'm about to get on up out of here. It's definitely been 6 hours and 20 minutes. I be trying to do that all night thing, but I can't really do it when I can't keep people on the panel. So maybe I'll just work on that. But I hope y'all enjoyed the build. It was some good stuff in there earlier, you know, before the panel opened up. So yeah, shout out to you, Country Ray, Jeremy Royster, Big Chief All American, Power Tom, Wild Savage, Dak Hosen. Straight Smoke, peace of love, Straight Smoke. I didn't even see you, Enox, David M, all the peoples that came through and hollered at me today. I really appreciate all your love and support. And let me go ahead and play a song to take it out. Take it out of here.
What it look like, man?
Yes, you know what it is.
Man, I feel the same way you feel.
Word.
I just don't want to rush,
tell.
man. I just want to take it one day at a time.
Me too.
That way we reach the highest point of friendship.
That's the highest point. Let me know.
Then whether you know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
You don't just jump in the plane and fly and don't know where you're going first. Just chill, baby. I got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, but come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, but come on, let me show you.
See, you don't have to rush. Baby girl, be patient. Anticipation of love making. Got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heart beat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after. So all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind. I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life. Well, come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug. Well, come on, let me hold you. This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you lose some. You lost one, then gain one. You want some, come get some. See, everything you want, you need, I got you. Even though you don't know me, I don't know you, baby, I got you. That's just how it goes to be. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me, but we take it there. It's some things you need to know. We don't have to rush, baby, we can take it slow.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on.
like me is what you want. I ain't about games, I'm trying to front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your room size? Sitting here, watch you visualize. I can't lie, see it in your eyes. Fantasize, I'm me and you all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take this flight. You know I'm helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm on a wide, baby, we can buy. And that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool, with my tool, lock it down, just for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends, but I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl.